Okay, stop it. righto. You're being annoying tonight. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to a weekly episode of the Eureka Conservative Podcast with me and my co-star, and very annoying co-star this evening, JJ. He knows when I start talking to get on that couch, which is thankfully a good thing because he's been annoying the crap out of me for 30 minutes. So he gets very feisty when I'm not paying him enough attention, but he's very well trained. He knows when I come on here, whether it's during the day or on my evening podcast, that he needs to get up on his couch, as you just saw. So welcome again. We got a bit to get through tonight. A lot of news events, a lot of fun Twitter stuff that we'll be raising. I've got Ben from, I can't remember what his thing is now. I'll find out. God, that's pathetic, isn't it? He's only been on the program from Australian Talk. God, I should have remembered that. So he'll be coming on, I'm hoping, tonight. He said he wanted to come on, so he hasn't joined me yet. As soon as he does, we'll get him in. But in the meantime, I will get on with my spiel and then get going from there. So there's a bit to talk about. Been really busy at my end. Last week we came on a Thursday night, which wasn't great. So we're back on Tuesdays, which is much better. Thursday night's footy night, so I think a lot of people get stuck into that, and especially from a long weekend perspective. But there's been a bit going on. In the British Isles, it's like the canary in the... Actually, before I start, I just want to double check that everything is working. Where am I? Sorry, guys. There we go. Yeah, everything is working. So, yeah, the British Isles, they are England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, they are becoming the canary in the coal mine. You know, they're advanced on us with what they're going through with their immigration. It's far worse than what we've got here. They've got Islamic mayors all over the place. They've got dinghies coming across the channel there. Real issues over there with high migration, crime, a whole bunch of things, and two-tier policing. And the fact that their government and their police don't want to admit to it. So even though everyone can see it, it's like over here where Albo goes, we've changed our position. We all know he's lying. He knows he's lying. The media knows he's lying, but we've changed our position, and he's trying to get away with lying, but trying to make out that he's not lying. Over in England, they've got actually a worse, I can't believe I'm saying this, they've got a worse prime minister than our own in Keir Starmer. Even though after Henry Noack, we can see everybody over there can see the two-tier policing, the difference between a white victim and a black victim. We can all see it. And anybody who's watched me for any length of time, they know I push back on some of the remigration and all that sort of policy. I'm not totally against remigration, but I just think we need some clarity about what that means. Here we go. We've got, who have we got this time? You are what am I? This might be nice. Might just like him already. Just save me some grief. I've got a few trolls that follow me these days, so I don't bother with them too much. I'll just block them. So if you're a troll out there wanting to come on, don't. You know, I'm not going to share your messages. You're going to get blocked. If you want to contribute to a sensible conversation, you can. This guy will probably hassle me now all night, this guy or girl. I get my share. I don't know why. They must have very boring lives. I'm only a small fry podcaster who shares his opinions. An old boomer with a conservative point of view. But you get your... Well, I mean, this is what I want to find out, and hopefully Ben can answer this for me when he gets on. I mean, what sort of young people... You know, when I was younger, I never dealt with politics much. Here we are on a Tuesday night. I'd probably be just finished from footy training, hanging out with the mates, getting ready to go home and get ready for work the next day. Or we might even have a night out at a pub or a restaurant after training, or, you know, we do something, going out with a date with one of the girls, whatever. You just wouldn't be engaging in this sort of stuff. So I'm just wondering, and I'm assuming this is a younger one. I could be older ones. I could be misrepresenting it. But even if you're an older one, that's worse. You should be have a bit more maturity about you. But what purpose does it give them? They must be sitting in their basements on their keyboards, trolling people who they have a different perspective on. So for example, when Ben gets on, we have different opinions, but we can sit and engage respectfully. Hopefully that'll be the same tonight. There's certain points of view that Ben and me have will be totally opposite. But we do agree on a number of things. So finding the areas with which we agree and maybe respectfully disagreeing on other areas is a good thing. But then you get these trolls who just want to come out and wind you up. And I'm not too sure with certain people that, and I'm one of them, just doesn't work. Don't know what you're wasting your time for. So to my friend here who's just tried to troll me, don't come back on. Do us all a favour. You're just wasting your time, not wasting my time. I have a bit of amusement out of it. So anyway, where was I? So yeah, British Isles. So we had the two-tier policing in England through the Henry Noack incident. If you don't know what the Henry Noack incident is and you've been living under a rock, go Google it. There'll be plenty of stuff all over it. And in particular, the cam video recording of his arrest when he was dying. And then, you know, you've got to look at all the statements and clips of the English police and Keir Starmer and his cabinet trying to insist there's no two-tier policing. They treat people like the absolute morons, like we don't have eyes and ears and we can't figure this stuff out for ourselves. What's worse is the actual department in England, so they're different with their police and how we divided up here. But the department that was in charge of this, on their very website, has a policy. Don't know whether it's still there, but it was, because last week I went up and looked up to it, that directly names George Floyd to justify how they're going to balance their policing out for minorities. So basically, they're always going to believe the minority in any accusations of racism, which is what happened here, even though this kid didn't have any act of racism and was brutally murdered. And the police, while he was still alive, handcuffed him and probably contributed to his death. I'm glad that Elon Musk has offered the family finances for take on the police for wrongful death. I think that family should take that up and go for it. Otherwise, potentially it could happen to another kid, another young person. And now overnight in Belfast, we have an immigrant kneeling over the body. He's not dead, but he's trying to decapitate his head with a knife. Luckily, there were some brave bystanders who belted the shit out of him overhead with some sort of sports stick and disarmed him. The police got there, and the man is now in hospital. Now, they're probably not going to release too much out of it. I'm reading some wild things on X, which I'll share soon. Some of them saying 15, some of them saying 40, some of them saying he's dead, some of them saying he's in hospital. But what they do agree with, he suffered some pretty serious injuries. The ones you listen to, he's had his eyes cut out, his tongue's cut off, all this sort of yuck. But I think with all these sorts of things, you're better holding off and waiting for the full facts to come out, which they will eventually. And then you can pass judgment. What we do know already is that an immigrant on a public street was kneeling over a white man trying to cut his head off with a bloody knife. That should be enough. That's bad enough. But interestingly, the mainstream media call this a stabbing, a stabbing incident. If you watch the video, and I'm not going to show it because it's a vile video, the guy's kneeling over him and he's sawing at his neck. I've only watched it once. I don't need to watch it again. But that's what the streets of Ireland are becoming. We aren't much better. I think it was Western Sydney the other day, somebody got broken into for a robbery, and they wouldn't give him the code for a chest, so they cut his hand off at the wrist with a machete to make others open up the said safe so they could get their hands on all the cash. So there's no regard, no respect for individuals, for their property, for their welfare, for their life. And it's starting to change the whole dynamic of this country in the same way it's changed the dynamic in Britain, the canary in the coal mine. Do we want to be going down that road? And I think the overwhelming response from all the polls and the rise of One Nation and now the decline of the ALP, the ALP thought the rise of One Nation was only going to affect the Liberal Party. Well, basically the shit has hit the fan now because it's also impacting on their vote. And the meltdowns, which I will go through in a minute, are glorious to behold. So, and the funny thing is they are trying to paint, the predictable party lines are coming out to attack Pauline Hanson and One Nation with. I just wonder which Einstein strategist academic in the ALP ranks is coming up with these ideas. They will harden the resolve of the Australian people, the everyday ones who want change, to jump on board behind Pauline and One Nation than to deter them. They're just going to make their problems worse. They haven't figured out, and the Liberals and the Nationals have given them the playbook of what not to do because they've been attacking One Nation. The more you attack Pauline and One Nation, the more people are going to fall in behind her rock solid. The only people I think that can defeat One Nation at the moment is One Nation themselves. So I'm hoping they dot their I's, cross their T's, and in 2 years' time we could have a massive change in this country. The problem is how much damage will the ALP inflict over the next 2 years. So my other concern is if it gets to a point where ALP could lose power and One Nation could win, at what point, and this will cause a bloody revolution, I think, will the ALP use their hate speech laws to ban One Nation, just like they banned NSN, who then became the White Australia Party or whatever it was, and now that's now going through the courts. My guess, there was a very good tweet in response to one of my comments on this, and they said they probably will, but they will do it 3 months out from an election, and that will negate any time one nation has to go to the courts to get it overturned. I shouldn't probably say this because anyone in the ALP here and it might actually adopt it. I have got no doubt the ALP have some strategy behind this. I've got no doubt one of the reasons they brought in the hate speech laws for this very reason. And I've got no doubt they are looking at the playbook that's currently in play in California in their mayoral elections for Los Angeles. Again, another election's being stolen over there. It's just absurd that they cannot get the count completed the same day as the election. It's not like over here with Australia where you've got preferences. There's usually a field of 2-3 candidates. Everyone votes their candidate. It's first past the post. It's not preferential. It's not compulsory. So when they say they have 27 million voters, a lot of those voters won't be voting. So not for the LA mayor elections, but it's taken them 5 days. And the lady that ran second, so what happens over there, they have a field, it cuts down to 2, and then those 2 face off for the mayoral election. So Karen Bass, if you've ever watched her in action, she is every bit as bad as the ALP, just a total incompetent person. She won, and now the Republican candidate, who's been excellent in his campaigning, he ended up a clear second, so much so that the lady who came third conceded defeat on election night in tears. Well, she's now had all these votes come in the mail-in ballots after the election day, because they can count them after the election day, and they've been coming in, and now she's sitting second. It just stinks to high heaven. Now, the power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. So don't put it beyond the ALP over here that they could do something. We don't have that same system, but those hate speech laws, I think, have been put there for a reason, and I'm very concerned on what they could be used for. And if you don't think would they follow each other from country to country, continent to continent, Keir Starmer, because he's just getting pilloried on X with all his nonsense because he's a fool, and he is a fool. He's one of these smart people, and I'll show you a couple later on, who are dumb. You know, just because you're an academic doesn't make you smart. It just means you've got a certificate that hangs on your wall. But they can be some of the dumbest people going around. And I'll show you a few of them coming up in a moment. But Keir Starmer, his solution to his criticism on X is not to change the way he's going about things. His solution is looking to take up Albo's social media ban for younger ones, except by the sounds of it, he's going to go one step further, and instead of banning 16 and unders, banning under 18 and unders. So, quite similar from country to country. There's Benny. We'll get him on board. Hold on. G'day, Ben.
Hello, Bob. Pleasure to see you, mate. Am I coming through loud and clear for you, buddy?
I can hear you, though your video, there's nothing going on. There's a screenshot of you.
Okay. Just bear with me. So if I close this, maybe that should bring us back. Otherwise, all I'll do is reset, and I'll jump straight out and come straight back in, Bob.
No worries, mate. If you come straight out, come back in. I'm just on the end of my spiel, and then we'll get you back into it. So okay. I can hear you fine. He's gone out. You there, mate?
Yes, I am. I'm back, Bob. But is it still frozen for you? Because your screen, me as well. Yeah,
I can hear you fine. So it's just your video.
Let me try to figure out something.
What I'll do is you try and figure that out at your end, and I'll keep going with my spiel here a bit, and I'll finish that up, and then hopefully by the time I finish blabbing on, we can get you joining in.
Yep.
All right. So Benny's back. We got a few tech issues, so we'll sort that out at his end. Where was I? Yeah, so from continent, from country to country, the left will do anything to stay in power. I don't think, for example, the Liberals are smart enough to go, or conniving enough to go as bad. Maybe Turnbull was. to do with the left foot, but you have to be a pretty low person. So it is interesting, and we'll show these with Ben, the attack modes. So, for example, there's big hoo-ha about ditch the witch for Jacinta Allen. I mean, seriously, grow a thick skin. They used to call Peter Dutton Voldemort, and Jacinta Price, Maura Deeming, Pauline Hanson herself. I mean, the left are the architects of the personal attacks. They are one of the greatest outfits on personal attacks on the opposing people, not just politicians that have opposing views to theirs. So to see them melt down and their tears and they're crying about. Here we go. I think we might have got him.
We should be good now, Bob.
Yep.
Should be good now.
We've got you, mate.
My camera settings.
All right. Keep away there quietly, and I'll bring you in again.
Yep.
I've got one more thing, mate, and then we'll have a really good chat. So I'll just put you in the background again, Benny. So, yeah, one of the things that I'm going to be talking about throughout this program is I am so sick of all this nonsense. I've decided to start, which is not something I want to do, but I think it's something we need to do. And I've been giving it a lot of thought over the journey and how we can push back, especially in Victoria. And I think it doesn't matter the political party out there. And this applies to One Nation. There's the old saying in politics that every single political party talks about keeping the bastards honest. Through a business project I'm doing, we are trying to establish through my business, which is a training academy, sports academy for basketball, a number of venues across Melbourne. We're trying to get our first one up. I want to embed within each one of those sports venues a conservative hub where we develop conservative policy that reflects Australian values, small business values, that gets government out of our lives and keeps our politicians, those bastards, to their word, and tries to build advocacy for whoever wins power, even One Nation. And I hope One Nation do win. But One Nation is going to get into government. The reality is they're going to have the deep state, our version of it, the bureaucracies and all that, trying to manipulate them. They're going to have lobby groups trying to manipulate them. And once you get in government, it's one thing to be in opposition. Once you get in government, it becomes a different beast, especially if you're a novice, which many of the One Nation members will be if it keeps going as it's going. If it keeps going as it's going, a number of One Nation members will either be ministers or they'll be part of a coalition government. That's the way I see it going. We've got 2 years to an election. I don't think Albo's got the balls to call an early election. Like I said before, my fear is those hate speech laws he uses. But let's say it's all above board, cross our fingers, and One Nation get into power. Whoever gets in power, whether it's ALP, LNP, One Nation, whoever it is, we still have to have an education process for people to understand the political landscape, because I don't think there's a lot of people that do it. So the purpose of our conservative hubs would be bringing people who want the best for Australia together, not on X, but actually in a public forum where they can come, they can meet, they can have a beer, they can have a meal, and we can have speakers. And just like what Ben and me are about to do here, we can talk and we can get people coming on that have similar values, that want to lobby our politicians and keep them in hand and basically threaten our campaign. It would be more of a, if you want an example, it's not quite the same, but like TP USA in America, except we're not going out to schools, we're inviting the adults into the room. But it would be a way to try and educate also some of the younger generations, not just educate them, but listen to them like Ben. So I'll be putting out a lot more about this project that I've got in mind. Bottom line, I need to find some investors. So I'm taking a shot in the dark with my ex-following, and we'll see what we can produce. So anyway, that's the end of my spiel. About time we get Benny in. I love getting Benny in. He's got some great views as always. And so without any further ado, now he's got all his tech issues done. Ben, good evening, mate.
G'day, Bob. Great to see and hear from you again, mate. Hope you're doing very well. You're looking fit as a fiddle. You're looking fine fit, Bob. Yeah, you're looking good, mate.
Oh, thank you, mate. So are you, buddy? Where are you still in the States? Are you back now?
I'm back in the land down under. I'm back in Kangaroo Land. I got back last week.
Kangaroo Land. Is it cold? Where are you?
I'm on the Gold Coast.
Oh, you'd be fine.
Well, it's been raining and cold all day, but
what's cold in the Gold Coast?
it was probably 22.
Oh, oh mate, you Queenslanders are so soft. Little wonder you can't win a game of football up there. Bloody hell!
Well,
Come down to Melbourne.
I got acclimatized to Texas weather, so it was spring into summer in Texas, so it was about 30, 35 every day. And
fair enough.
The last few weeks I spent in Florida over at Palm Beach, so it's hot there, mate. It's like far north Queensland. It's like Port Douglas almost up there, so humid and sweaty every day. So yeah, I was used to that. So coming home now, I've got jumpers and everything on.
That would be pretty tough, I would have thought, going from that climate. I had a few guys used to coach in basketball, and one of the guys, he would play here in the Australian winter, and then because basketball's a winter sport, and he played a bit professionally in England, in of all places Mexico. But wherever he went to play, it was always winter. So it was always cold. And then he got married to an Aussie girl, and he decided to, plant his stake here. And when he first did that, I said, "Oh, how are you feeling?" He goes, "Mate, for the first time in 10 years, I'm going to experience a summer." He goes, "I'm over the moon." So it's funny how some people travel around the world. It's like tennis players. They would never experience much of a winter, or same with cricketers. They'd be always following the summer seasons across the globe, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's why people become pro surfers, so they can just have that endless summer and just follow the waves all around the world. It's a life. It's a life if you want it.
It's a great life, but you're never going to get me in the surf with bloody sharks.
Mick Fanning had a little bit of an encounter with a great white shark, didn't he?
Yeah, no. I'm trying to change that thing. He and all those surfers have my respect, but I've always had, probably because I'm that generation, mate, when Jaws came out, and as kids, I think we've been demonized with that in our heads, but I don't mind going to the beach, but I never go too far out, so I'd much rather go into a pool than a surf. And probably the fact that I've got zero balance and I can't get up on a surfboard doesn't help my cause much. But
I'm friends with sharks, mate, so I got no dramas with the sharks.
Are you a surfer?
I have previously, but not all the time now. But no, it's their domain as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's interesting watching the. I don't know whether you've seen it, the show on Channel 9, Shark, where they've got all the celebrities and they're getting them to go out with sharks, and they started in a cage. Now they're getting them in line swimming with sharks, trying to show that very thing that sharks have actually got. Their reputation is not well deserved. So there you go. But
they're not killing us by the thousands or the tens of thousands. They're really not. It's a dozen a year or something in Australia, which is horrific. Like we're not
not downplaying it, but more people. What you're saying, more people get killed by humans with cars than by any measure than with sharks.
Yeah, up here at the Gold Coast, they've got a lot of the nets that are set up across the beach. They've sunk them down, and so they're trying to prevent it. I can't recall the last time someone on the Gold Coast was taken by a shark. There are smaller bull sharks in the canals that bite people pretty frequently. But
well, it was interesting that when they were doing the show, I think it was last week when someone got mauled to death by a shark. So it's not probably even the statistics that's the big issue. I just don't know whether I could think of a more horrible way to go. Mauled to death by a shark. But
well, they say in space no one can hear you scream, but if you're scuba diving and then you come up on a great white or something like that, no one's going to hear you scream, and you're not going to scream into your respirator. So
I think we all should be probably more worried about the sharks that are land based than live in the ocean.
There we go.
There's a few around there, and life. If you're going to worry about the risk in life, you're never going to live life, are you? So
there you go. You got to get out there, mate. I know people that go spearfishing frequently, and they come across sharks frequently as well.
Yeah,
and I've asked them, well, why are they still doing so? And they tell me because it's their passion. They love to do it. And if they go, they're going to go. They're going to die one day. So if it's their time on that day, well, it's just their time on that day. So they're almost content with that. But there's a lot of courage in that as well, or reckless abandon. it's in the eye of the beholder, I guess. Courage or reckless abandon, deliberately swimming with sharks or in areas where you know you could get taken.
I just watched a really good Aussie film, actually. It was about these soldiers that were sailing over to, I can't remember what it was. It was based in World War II, and they were getting a destroyer across to New Guinea or somewhere like that to fight the Japs, and the ship got sunk. And it was this horror film, and there was about half a dozen with a side, and they got this piece of the ship that they created a raft out of. But then they got circled by this, Jaws type shark that was just taking them off one at a time. I can't. Yeah, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. Good luck. I get there's things I'll take on board that will have a bit of risk element in it, but yeah, that's not for me.
Well, here's one for you then on that. If you had to throw them to somebody, would you throw them to a saltwater crocodile or a great white shark if they had to be disposed of?
No, well, is there a third option of neither?
No, well, they're both going to be pretty effective, right? But I've asked a few people that, and most people actually say they'd prefer to get taken by the great white because it's going to chomp them, and hopefully they can go head first. Whereas the croc might grab them and take them under and stash them.
Yeah. Well, the theory with the crocodiles is they grab you, turn you, and ultimately they drown you. And they bury you and they eat you piecemeal at a time. But the great white, if he gets you in his jaws, you're pretty much dead then, aren't you?
It's time to say thank you very much. It's sayonara.
Matt, I'd tell you what, I'd rather the great white than what I saw a lot, and you've probably seen it as well overnight. And I've got an immigrant kneeling over me trying to saw my freaking head off. Give me the great white every day of the week compared to that one. So
I saw your post on X about that, which is the reason why I immediately said, hey, maybe I should jump on with Bob tonight. I haven't really spoken about any of that stuff, but yeah, it's outrageous.
It is.
So we can get there when you're ready to get there. So we'll touch on that. Obviously, the Pauline Ditch the Witch stuff and whatever else you like, Bob.
Oh, yeah, we just touched on it then. I mean, yeah, well, let's get into it since we're talking about sharks. So I'm assuming you're fully across the Henry Nowak situation.
Yeah, that's horrific as well.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, I've got a bit of a left field theory on this, which I'm sure you'll contend with maybe.
Okay, let's go.
As much as I'd like to blame the immigrants, as much as I would like to blame, which there is, don't get me wrong, the bastard that killed Henry Nowak should face the death penalty, and his family should be deported. Should be gone. Every single one of them lied about it, tried to cover it up. They have no right, unless they're in prison, or unless, in my opinion, hanging from a rope. And I wouldn't give a rat's ass, by the way, whether that was an Indian sheik, a Muslim, Asian, a white guy, anyone who did that to a young man and then tried to cover it up, knowingly lied to police, knowingly lied to everybody else, knowingly lied to the courts. I've actually changed as a Christian. I never used to believe in the death penalty, but some of the horrific things are happening. I'm thinking, you know what? The taxpayer shouldn't be covering your expenses. You should go and meet your maker, face your judgment, and you convince God Almighty why you did what you did. It was especially on the Henry Nowak thing. I was listening to a clip of a person, and what you remember the Southport killings with those 3 young girls in the dance room. They actually were detailing how he killed those girls. It was horrific. And yet Keir Starmer was more concerned with covering it up and putting anybody in prison who objected to what was going on and calling them far right and putting them in jail. Again, that bastard should have got the death penalty. One of those young girls, a six-year-old girl, he stabbed 104 times.
Yeah.
104 times. And they didn't let that get out because they knew it would probably start a revolution amongst the Brits. There's also the tape that they've got concealed apparently in court of the guy, the Sheik guy that killed Henry Nowak, videoing him dying for 5 minutes. And they're withholding that, I think, for some of the very same reasons. How long? And we've got it here in Australia with the Bondi massacre. You know, the Royal Commission wasn't into radical Islam. It was into anti-Semitism. It wasn't a Jew that shot those people. It was a radical Muslim. but they don't want to mention those names. So it's everywhere across the board. It's all fucking cover up, cover up, cover up. So as much as I detest the people who committed those crimes, the real people with blood on their hands is our politicians and bureaucrats. They're the ones. They've created this situation. They're the ones who've got to be, I think, and I don't think we'll ever get there in my lifetime, but I think there needs to be some accountability for those bastards. But how you get there, unless you have a total, you've got to have a nearly, I'm not saying a revolution because I'll probably get myself in trouble for that, but you've got to have a reckoning. And the only way, and I'll put this across to a number of people also, I'm actually now very big on a conservative-led republic that changes our constitution, that will change our legal system, that where we can put into our constitution the politicians that aren't fully transparent and lead to damaging the national interest and the future of the country. You still there, mate?
Yeah, I'm still here, Bob.
I just lost it. Well, I'll keep talking. They should face some sort of accountability. Whether that's through treason or whatever, there should be a way to put those guys before a judge and jury and hold them accountable as well. I'm fucking sick to death. Pardon my French. I am sick to death of politicians covering up this shit. I'm sick to death of bureaucrats like the head of police covering up this shit. I'm sick to death of judges letting these bastards out in bail or with light sentences and saying, oh, you got to take in consideration he had some sort of mental fucking illness. You know, if you kill a young girl and stab her 104 times, a 6-year-old kid, and don't forget, you did that to 3 girls, you forfeited your right to life. Fuck off. Put him in front of a firing squad, that's his mercy. You're going to get a quicker death than those girls did. But when the only expense we're going to have, mate, is the cost of a bullet in your fucking forehead. And I don't care, that's across the board. If that's a fucking white pedophile, fucking same thing. And that's coming from a Christian. May God forgive me. I've always said I'm not the perfect Christian, but it's demonic. What is going on? That guy trying to saw that man's head off, that's demonic. And they're letting these people into the country. And if any Australian thinks, we'll have our point of differences on here, I'm sure, Ben, but if any Australian thinks we don't have those demons walking amongst us, they've got to have their heads read. They're right here, right now. And, you know, screw ditch the witch. I could think of a lot more better adjectives than ditch the witch. So, you know, and Pauline was spot on. Toughen up, princess. I mean, how often has the left attacked people with different opinions, different points of view? I mean, they're introducing hate speech laws to shut you up. You know, I oppose NSN, whatever you want to call them, but I actually disagree with the fact that they're trying to shut their right down to speech through law. You know, we have definitely got to get a Bill of Rights within this country that, as you've probably discovered, where it embraces freedom of speech, freedom of opinion, and you have open debate and dialogue, and you decide, you know, we're supposed to be a country that celebrates liberties. You know, this is the whole point of democracy and liberty and all that. That was fucking born in England from our ancestors. The Magna Carta, all that sort of shit. Why the hell are we accepting as a country the fact that political speech in general, speech I put on social media can be restricted, banned, and taken away from us? How are we a democracy when we do that? We're not. We're a tin pot dictatorship. And when you see what's going on, I'm sure you like to talk about this with the mayor elections in LA. We are a tin pot dictatorship because through their bullshit, they're actually putting up the same party, the same group into power all the fucking time. And if that's the will of the people in California, I'm Santa Claus, and I've got my reindeer outside getting them ready for Christmas. So it's just the whole thing. And they're wondering why people are losing faith in the system. You know, and I don't want our people to lose faith in what our system is, which is why you've actually got to fight for it. So, yeah, we got to find a way to get us back on a sensible setting. I think we've all got our ideas, and I I do find it amusing, mate. The one thing that is giving me a big chuckle, which I'll share a few with you, is the meltdown of all the ALP acolytes because One Nation has overtaken them in the polls. It's like when Trump won; they're all bloody crying all of a sudden. So that has been interesting over here because they always thought it was going to be the LNP, but now the ALP is trailing, and I've got one of them. What's his name? Ash is going on. So for the first time, they've dropped behind One Nation. They've got 26 first. What do they call them? First past
the post preference.
Yeah, no, not first past the post. First, the major vote on the first vote.
Okay.
God, I've lost it. So I'm getting too pissed off. So, but then on preferences, ALP win. So Ash thinks, primary vote.
Yeah.
So on the primary vote, the ALP are at a historic low of 26%. Ash is going, but we'll win on preferences. I actually don't know how they calculate those preferences because no one's seen this political landscape before. So how are you going to predict which way those preferences are actually going to flow is beyond me. But it always seems that the ALP benefit from it. So my concern is the ALP get in again, we could be in a real lot of trouble. So I've got concerns with them being in for another 2 years.
A lot of people do. A lot of people had significant concerns about him even taking office, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago now.
If the ALP do what they normally do, I think Albo will be gone before too long. The momentum's going too far the other way. Look, the one thing you got to give ALP credit for, they are a ruthless political machine. Which is kind of funny why they're going on about ditch the witch. They would say and do anything to keep power. But if they think Albo's not going to lead them to a victory, they'll get rid of him, and God help us then. Sometimes the devil you know is better than the devil you know. Imagine if they put, for example, a Tony Burke in as leader, or someone of that type.
Let's imagine that. Let's imagine that for a second.
Oh, no, please don't. we would not survive, or Chris Bowen would be worse. But in fact, I don't know of anyone I could be. Back in the day, and this is where you younger guys don't understand it. But back in the day, when you looked at the ALP front bench, there was actually a lot of decent people in the ALP party when I was going. Like in Bob Hawke's ministry, there were some good people. They weren't just all union guys. A lot of them were, and even like the Liberals have lost this. In both parties, you used to have people that built businesses, ran farms, did all this sort of stuff, and they then went to politics as a way to serve their country. They did their bit in the community, then they jumped into politics. It was still pretty ruthless. But there was some people on both sides you can say, they've got the country's interests at heart. I'm not too sure you can say that about too many in our parliaments anymore, So, yeah, it's an interesting time, but you got to keep fighting. You got to try and change it. And Pauline, whether you love her or hate her, and I've got some reservations about One Nation.
Good, you should have.
Yeah, well, I've got reservations about anybody, if I'm being honest. One thing politics has taught me in my lifetime, you never trust anyone. Anyone. That's your biggest mistake you can ever make as a person, because ultimately those politicians will always let you down in something. So, but as a vehicle for change to shake up things, One Nation's the only option we've really got at the moment. So, and our political system needs a dramatic shake-up. And maybe then the beauty of One Nation, which they're actually starting to talk about, is are the major parties listening to the people? We've all know they're not. They don't give a rat's ass about it. But, if they want to stay in power, if they want to keep it, they're going to have to start doing something, And the same thing's going to happen in England with reform. I know you're probably going to educate me on a bit of groundswell movement in America, but that's going to be interesting how that plays out over there as well. I actually think, and this goes on everywhere, I think there's nefarious forces always at play in just about all politics. So that's what politics is all. Well, it can be broken down as much as good versus bad. I'm not too sure, but we'll see. Anyway, I've rattled off enough, Ben. What's your thoughts on all those issues?
Okay, so we'll start with the last part first, I guess, and then work our way back through. So I think what we are witnessing, particularly in Western countries, is the grand chessboard has been reset. So the people want new players, but the globalist model want to continue the game as it's been played. And so it's an immovable object coming up against an unstoppable force. That unstoppable force will be the sentiment of the people who reside in those countries, and whether or not their alleged representatives, their politicians, are going to be beholden to the will of the people rather than beholden to the will of whatever the agenda is, which is fast forwarding us into what we're seeing take place. And I can tie that into what's taking place in California for as well, Bob. So obviously Spencer Pratt was doing remarkably well.
His name's great.
He went about
so funny.
He went about it very well, but that's a fresh take. That's a fresh idea from him, and it also shows any other people out there who wish to maybe run for office at some stage. You don't have to have all the politically savvy people behind you. You don't need to use who the establishment uses to do your videos and promotions and marketing, all of those things. He was able to do it just on his own, and it struck a chord because he was just speaking truth to power, really. He was holding up a camera to them and saying, what the hell, look at this. This dam should have been filled a year ago after Palisades, for example, and it's still empty.
Yeah.
So, but we've seen what's taken place there. Obviously, he was meant to have a two horse runoff with Mayor Bass later on this year. And that was disclosed that he was going to be running against her in regards to what the results of the election there were for the mayor of Los Angeles. And there was another lady that ran as well, and she made her speech on that evening to say, sorry, I didn't win. And she was in tears and crying, and she tried her best. But seemingly a few mail-in ballots have come through, and they've put her at number 2 on the ticket now, and which means Spencer will be bumped out, so he will not have a 2-horse contest or race against Mayor Bass later on this year. Now, obviously, that doesn't make sense to a lot of people, considering that prior to all these late mail-in ballots, identifying her as the preferred candidate, the lady who came third originally, when prior to the election taking place, Bob, the majority of mail-in ballots were actually split between Spencer and Mayor Bass. But with this latest batch of ballots that have come through after the fact, in more cases than not, they're all going to whoever that third candidate was.
2020 all over again.
Yeah, well, that's people are making that distinction about that as well. They're saying there's something at play here.
Yeah, you've only got to have eyes and ears. I mean, it's historically never been heard of before for this to eventuate in the numbers that it's coming in the mail-in ballots. I mean, and the ridiculous thing is after the election day has happened, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, my understanding is those mail-in ballots can continue coming in, which is why it's taking 5 days to get an election done in 1 day. And they should be far more straightforward. They might have more voters, but over there it's not compulsory. So people are, we've got 27 million voters. No, you don't. It's probably 50% of them won't vote because in America, quite rightly, it's not compulsory. It shouldn't be compulsory here. But also, you don't have a preferential system. It's a first past the post, so that's straightforward. And usually you might have a field of candidates, but, it gets down to 1 or 2. So they've complicated a straightforward system to make it so ridiculous. It just is wide open. And Elon Musk talks about this all the time, that it's wide open for fraud. What is ridiculous, and you get to your globalist argument, is just a week ago in the American Congress and the Senate, the SAVE Act got voted down, which would have addressed all this. So there's people still both in the Republican Party, though to their credit, most people in the Republican Party were for the SAVE Act except for half a dozen. But you needed, even if you got every Republican to vote for it, you were still going to be 10 short because you've got to get to a certain percentage of votes. I think it's 60 in that US Senate. So even though people can see the problem or they want to fix the problem, they've got the uni-party, globalists, whatever you want to call them, they're inhibiting the ability. There was a poll taken or something, I think, like 80% of Americans want the SAVE Act enacted because they want to be able to trust the validity of their elections again, their democracy. The only ones who don't see that are these politicians in their Senate who just keep crap. And it's like what we're starting to get here with the hate speech laws. If I bring up a party and we say something that is against the new Australia model, I'd be up for hate speech laws. I could be looking at a prison sentence if I find a political party to get debunked. And my prediction with One Nation, if it keeps going the way it's going, and I hope this doesn't happen, so hopefully no ALP strategists are listening in, is I think they'll go for Pauline and One Nation under those same hate speech laws.
I've had that thought for some time as well. I've actually thought that the entire reason, or most recently, because I've been trying to work it through and figure out what the end game to all of this is, because it's outrageous on its face. But I am now starting to consider, and we're most likely wrong. Let's hope we are wrong, as a matter of fact. But I am starting to consider that this has all been rolled out and used against the NSN and the aspirations of the White Australia Party to commence and all of these things, to draft the legislation, to interpret certain terminology as hateful, and therefore the government's been a public record several times, and several state premiers have been a public record several times saying there is no room in Australia for this hate speech stuff. And I think they're going to try to throw, I think at some stage, one of them at least will attempt to try to throw all of these accusations at One Nation, to have them disbanded or categorized as something that they are not, in order to ensure that One Nation cannot continue with its ascendancy. I think they'd like to do everything possible to stop One Nation from espousing the type of rhetoric they have in regards to deportations and mass migration, etc. The opponents of One Nation don't believe that's good for social cohesion going forward if we allow such things to be said, which ties into this whole nonsense about ditch the witch stuff as well, and that's meant to be an attack on women and all the other nonsense. So my thoughts on the matter are, and I saw Mr. Albanese.
Just to interrupt you there, that's attacks on women from people who can't define a woman.
Yeah, that's, of course, the hypocrisy is blatantly obvious for everyone with eyes to see. Even blind Freddie could see it. But yeah, I saw Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, come on out at, I think it was today in Canberra. He was wearing the trench coat, and he finally had to address, hey, what's going on? Or someone in the press pool asked him, what does he think about the rise of One Nation, and does he have any answers as to why this is happening? And he thought about it for a brief moment, and he said, I'd like to paraphrase, and he said, it's the economy, stupid.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
Now, so obviously, was that Ronald Reagan who said that back in the day? Like that?
No, I think it was actually Bill Clinton or an advisor of Bill Clinton, someone like that. I think it was actually Clinton who said it. And you know what? It's spot on too. Yeah, the economy's burning, everyone's happy, no one's thinking about politics.
I think it was a bit of a faux pas from Anthony Albanese, though, only because it brought attention to the fact that Australians are suffering under this Albanese government's economy.
Oh.
And so, although he tried to dismiss it and just say, look, he tried to give a non-answer basically for it, because he doesn't want to say the reality of the situation. He doesn't want to confirm that there's millions and millions of Australians who are extremely pissed off about the trajectory of the nation and the seeming culpability of the major parties, and which is why they're hating on One Nation as well, Bob. So what's the likelihood that the Prime Minister will make a public statement defending Pauline Hanson anytime soon?
Oh, he won't.
But she's a woman, Bob, and people out there call her horrible names every day.
But it's politics, mate. They don't care. I mean, mate, he just a few days ago, yet again, justified he's lying about these budget things on capital gains tax and negative gearing as a change of position. I mean, there's no shame in these people. I mean, you've got the Speaker of the House. I don't know much you watch of that, but when Angus Taylor called elbow a liar, which every Australian would agree with, you got the Speaker of the House, oh, well, we can't use that language. It's unparliamentary. Well, fuck your parliamentary bullshit. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's have an actual thing. The man lied. We all know he lies. This whole thing about Julia Gillard, and I mean, it's not just Pauline Hanson. Like I said, Jacinta Price has copped her fair share. It's any female on the right. Maura Deeming copped a hell of a lot of shit down here in Victoria. So even Peter Dutton was called Voldemort. I mean, that's the male version of a witch, a warlock. Yep. I mean, where does the ALP get off trying to say, lecturing anyone about personal attacks? I think it's backfiring spectacularly on them because everyone knows they're full of shit on this one. My concern, it's probably like I try and do when I coach my teams. When I'm trying to build a team up, I'm looking at where I want that team in 2 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at and a good chess player will always look 3, 4, 5 moves ahead.
Yep.
And I'm trying to look where this is all going, right? So I had a talk with someone over the weekend, and he said, you know what? If they're going to ban One Nation, they're not going to do it now. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, they're going to do it 3 months before an election because then they can't go through the courts and overturn it. And I thought, fuck, you're right on. I said, that's actually pretty. So if Albo doesn't need to call an early, this is what a lot of people don't understand, even the media. Albo doesn't need to call an early election. Albo just has to wait till 3 months before the election and then through hate speech laws, get One Nation banned. Then it's him versus LNP.
Yeah.
All right. And I tell you, here's a scarier thought when we talk about tin pot dictatorships. If Angus Taylor is still in charge of the LNP or the Liberal Party, I should say, and I think he will be now because Abbott's behind him as president. So, and Abbott's very centre right. He has the same opinions on immigration. I think he would quietly admire what Pauline and they have done. So Angus Taylor probably survive. Albo could get the Liberals under HB laws because Angus Taylor now is spouting One Nation policy. So what if we went into 3 months out, Albo banned both the Liberals, the LNP, and One Nation?
You know, then
it's the Greens versus the ALP. We are in a fucking tin pot dictatorship. We've got a choice between the fucking socialists and the Marxists. That'll be wonderful. And you know who's at fault of all that? It's all us voters. We keep putting these bastards fucking back in there. So yeah, it's just so quickly. What gets me about all this, Ben, is how quickly it's changed. And again, I don't think it's not being critical. It's quite understandable. For people my age, it was only back in 2007. Howard had his faults. He had his critics and all that. But Howard, even Keating, I hate to say that about Keating, Howard, Keating, Costello, Hawke, at state level, Brax, Kennett, you can have your criticisms on them, but they were all pretty competent, and everyone had their bitches, but we got on with life and everyone was okay. The economy was good. There was pretty good employment. We had immigration, but not the overwhelming immigration. People actually could still then afford a house. It was tougher than what it used to be, but it wasn't impossible. Young ones saw a brighter future. Everything that we want now is there. That was less than 20 years ago. And now look where we fucking are now. And for someone my age, I'm looking at how did this fucking change so quickly in such a short period of time?
Yeah, it's fallen off a cliff.
Oh, well, my point is what used to happen, you'd get the ALP come in for a while. They'd screw the economy up, but they'd do a lot of good on the social side. The Liberals would then come in and fix up the economy, get it back in shape. This used to go on all the time. It happened both at state and federal. And then the ALP will come in. So Brax came in after Kennett. Brax, I thought, was a pretty good premier. Brumby was a pretty good premier. But then we got Dan Andrews. And then not long after that, we get bloody the wolf in sheep's clothing. The person I blame the most of this is one Malcolm Turnbull. He always wanted to be part of the ALP. He knifed Abbott. What would have happened then, and if I don't know how far this is going back for you, but I think it was 2014 or something, they put in their budget, but it got blocked because, they didn't have the balance of power in the Senate. So they were trying to undo the damage that Gillard, Rudd and Gillard did. Then Turnbull knifed Abbott, and then he went on a spending spree. He did all his stupid... He screwed up the submarine deal. He did the snow hydro. He got all the moderates into the Liberal Party ranks. So now we had socialists in the Liberal Party, the Labor Party, and they've only just started purging enough of the moderates 10 years fucking later. And so we've had pretty much a left-leaning government for nearly 20 years. So it's whether that's the Global Party, Uni Party, whatever the fuck it is, I don't know. But we have, like you said, we've fallen off a cliff. And for everyone watching, part of my language, but I just need to get a bit off my chest tonight. I'm just so sick of seeing this shit. And I'm sure there's plenty of other Australians, the polls are showing it, that are feeling the same level of frustration. And it's not even for my generation, and I hate breaking this up into generations. I think we're all Aussies, but for my generation, I think we are getting more and more pissed off with the sort of nation we're leaving our future generations. And I went through, after our last episode, I knew my sister kept track of this. We had the debate over here about you probably followed a bit about what is an Australian, right? So I got in between, and all these people I have a bit of respect for. So you had Scott Challen on one side, you got Sam Badford on another, you've got Avi Rukshan. I don't have respect for Monica, but she's welcome to come on here and tell me I'm an arsehole. But they're all. What was pissing me off was that people that were just recent immigrants, so they were children of immigrants, or they weren't even born here, were lecturing people with a long ethnicity about what it is to be Australian. Now, Ben, my position on immigration is different from a lot of us, but I don't like the fact that they were lecturing people who had their heritage and the forebears that built this fucking nation. If you want me to support you, don't fucking dare put down those people. It's because of those people that you've come to this fucking country. It's because of those people you have better opportunities in this country. So don't try and tell us what it is to be an Australian. I know what it is to be an Australian. If you're coming to my country, you damn well better know what it is to be Australian and embrace that if you want me to continue to support you. I'm not going to go into this fucking multicultural, don't have to assimilate, bring your own fucking thing to my country. It's like saying to me in my home, open up your door, you don't know who the fuck your neighbour is, but you got to welcome them in, and then you the way they live. So if they don't get out of bed till 10 o'clock in the morning or midday, they're on the dole and they shit in your front yard instead of your toilet, according to Tony Burke, I've got to accept them into my house. So, that's the sort of shit that we've been dealing with. So I had an interesting thing. I just thought, before I start going off on this too much, I better just double check my own, how far I go back. So it was interesting on my grandfather's side. It was just before Federation, so 1901. And because Sam Banford said something interesting. And I just find this whole debate rather silly. He was banging on about ethnicity, but then he admitted that his mum didn't come out to Australia until after World War II. And he was saying to Dr. Jo Howe, who I think Dr. Jo's an unbelievable lady. You'll disagree with me on here. I think she should be, just on her abortion stance alone, because she's saving more Australians than most people. She should be Australian of the Year. She'd be far worthier than some of the idiots they give it to. But he was saying she's an Indian Australian, even though she's lived her entire life nearly here in Australia. But then I was listening, and Sam was making some, I actually defended Sam a lot on this, and he was making some really good points. But then he said that, and I said, hold on. Well, if she's Indian Australian, then you're British Australian by the same argument. And then I thought, I better check, before I start putting my two bobs worth here, I better trace my own ethnicity. So it was interesting. My grandparents came out, and my grandfather's side settled in South Melbourne just before we became a federation in 1901.
Damn.
And on my grandmother's side, it goes right back to the early 1800s. That's as far back as my sister's been able to get it. So we're not far off the first fleet, 1788. So I thought, oh, beauty. I can actually speak with some authority on Aussie heritage and ethnicity. So
you got more skin in the game.
Well, I do.
Skin in the game.
But again, why aren't our politicians looking at that heritage? Why do we have to be made so ashamed of it? I mean, for any new immigrant comes in, we should be going to those immigrants. This is how we built our country. These are the people who built it. These are the values they have. Bloody embrace it. And I think most Australians, if they did that, would welcome them. But we're not being told that. We're being told we have to accept their culture. We have to accept their way of life. That poor bastard in England, Henry Nowak, a 19-year-old kid who was at the start of his fucking life, lost his life to some fucking Sikh who's allowed to carry around a knife when a white Christian lad is not allowed to carry around a knife. The double standards here are ridiculous, and everyone's seeing it. And my fear on that steps forward, if politicians don't start understanding Australians, and I had a crack at Rukshan, who I've got a lot of time for, but before you lecture Australians, or what I call heritage Australians, understand them. Don't lecture us, listen to us, and understand our frustrations. Because if the politicians and people like this do not understand us, and let's say Albo gets back in next election and we're going back in, or worse, we get someone else in, but we find it's still not changing. And this is going to happen in England and America, wherever you go. There's only, history tells you this. There's only a certain time that people will start asking for change before they start making change. And as a society, we don't want to get to the point where when the civil population goes, no, screw this, no one's listening to us anymore, it's up to us. I reckon they're perilously close to that in the UK. I think we're a long way off that, I'm hoping, in Australia, but who knows? It's gone so far so quickly. Who knows how far, what more we can take. And I certainly think if we get more mass immigration continuing and heritage Australians, whatever you want to call them, I think the ethnic thing gets messy. What makes you Australian? I much prefer the heritage Australian part, which pretty much solves everything. But listen to us, understand us, respect us, and also respect our history, and also respect what made Australia Australia, and try and retain that as much as we can going forward. We've lost a lot of it. We've got to get a lot of that back. But I don't think outside, well, who knows? I want to say Pauline and Angus Taylor are listening. I'm pretty confident of Pauline because she's said the same message for 30 years. But, mate, how many times have we been let down by politicians in the past? I mean, they've said they're listening, and then they get into power, and then it all fucking changes. I mean, I thought Abbott was going to be, getting us back on the right track, and then they fucking knife him and put in Turnbull. And you just go, yeah, okay. And naturally, you've now got an inbuilt alarm system with any politician. So, yeah, mate, it's kind of sad. I've been good having you on, Ben. You've been good therapy. You get me to get a lot off my chest. But I do have concerns.
Yeah.
Where we're going to be in 10 years, where we're going to be in 15. Like, you're what, 25?
Yeah.
In 15 years, you're going to be 40. What if for your kids, it's actually worse again? What's going to happen then? And and I'll tell you then, you and your generation are going to have a different perspective, because when you become a parent, it's a different perspective. You don't want your kids growing up in conflict or anything like that. You're going to want the best for them. But what if it's getting worse? What if it's still getting worse? And a decade is not a long time. In 10 years, when you got your kids coming in, you're going to want to fucking fight for those kids, naturally enough. So I hope it changes in 28 in a big way, because if it doesn't fucking change, I'm a bit worried where this country will end up.
Lots of people are, Bob.
Hey, I've lost you again, mate.
Yeah, let me fix my connection here. It's just a new wire I've got, Bob. So
bloody Gold Coast.
Bear with me for 1 minute, mate. Bear with me.
Yeah, right. Keep talking. I can hear. Well, Ben's doing all that, everybody. Sorry for my language. Here we go. We got it back.
That should be better now, mate. Yeah, sorry. I had to readjust the little cable.
No, you're good. Wasn't as bad as our last, remember the Big J episode? Did
you get any feedback from that afterwards?
We got good viewership. I usually get between 80 and 120 views, and then it builds over time. But on that night, we got over 250. So we had a lot of views. We had a lot of people watching. I didn't get a lot of feedback. But I never do. The only feedback I get, mate, are from trolls.
Well, that means you're winning. No, but I heard the conversation with Daniel. I've got a lot of time for Daniel. I respect Daniel.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to have further conversations with him. And obviously, Rami. I've adored Rami for a long time as well.
I didn't realise there was a relationship there, actually, when you two were yabbing on at the end of it. So that's nice to see. From my point of view, that's exactly what we need to be having is those discussions. We can put 100 people in a room and they're all going to have a different perspective on things. But the one thing we've all got to agree on is we want this country to be its best, and we want it to be even better for the next generations. And I think a lot of these divisive conversations go away. I mean, and this is my big problem. So I'm a business owner. I've only recently become a business owner. But mate, if I make well, I don't know whether it's congratulations. There's a lot of fucking risk you got to take, and there's a lot of stress and anxiety in it. But it's difficult. But if you make it successful, then right, if you go out on your own where you can employ people, you've got to be able to have that carrot at the end where you're going to go, hey, at the end of this, I'm going to earn an awful lot of money. And that's going to go into investments for my kids, my grandkids, the next generation, whatever I want to do. Or, for me in my retirement, I'm going to enjoy my retirement. I'm going to be able to look after my health. But we just keep getting government, and this is on both sides, so this is not even an ALP thing. They just keep coming. Whether it's I was reading a post the other day, Australia has something like 130 taxes. Whether it's state, whether it's fuel, whether it's on your beer, whether it's on your food, whether, income tax. Now you've got this capital gains tax. If I start a business and I sell it for a profit in a decent, fair country, I should be able to keep that profit because I've already paid taxes on everything else as I've been building. When you run a business, you're still paying tax. Yep. I've actually just formed my business in a company, so I'll pay a lot more tax. But when I sell that thing and if it makes me a profit, why should I be paying more tax on a revenue that I've earned that I've already paid tax on? It's just an unfair system. So, and that's just one example that's recently been in the headlines. So when you take away all sort of initiative and hope and desire to build and have a good life, people are going to start looking inwards, and they're going to start looking at what divides us and what. And let's say I flip a whole argument. So I know you and I are both against mass immigration. You're more against immigration than I am. But if you were doing well and you could get a house and you got a good job and life was looking good, we're probably not looking to point the finger as much as immigrants. We're going, okay, my life's pretty good here. If they want to come across here and enjoy it and it's not going to impact on me, I've got no problem. But the problem is it's bloody impacting on us. So, and, I just spent a whole weekend with some great kids and families. And it was interesting. I found out that one family I thought was an Aussie family was actually a Kiwi family. So, I've said this to you before. I've got two Chinese family, an Indonesian family, an Aussie family, a Kiwi family, Sri Lankan family, and, I love them all. But if it's stopping, and I read a really interesting tweet today from a person. She was talking, what's Mark Boris? And she was saying a lot of the Chinese community now is moving behind Pauline Hanson and One Nation.
Yep, I saw that.
And I can vouch for that. I've talked to half a dozen, because in basketball where I live, there's a big demographic of Chinese community.
Yep,
they are great customers, mate. They pay you on the dime. Most of them have fled China or whatever because they want their religious beliefs and all that. They don't want to be. They want to get away from that dictatorship sort of style of communist reign. So I totally get that. The one thing that they have big concerns over, the two things why they're going behind Pauline, they're not for mass immigration. They're not for immigration that comes from Islamic countries. They've seen the problems with that. And the biggest fear of all is the crime on the streets. They come from a country where there's virtually zero crime. And I said to one of the parents over the weekend, would you ever consider going back to China? She goes, the dad said, Bob, we never thought we'd say this because we love it here. But if the crime keeps getting worse, we'll consider it because there's no crime in China. So there's none. He goes, no, there's not like it. He says, it's getting crazy over here. That's our biggest fear. And that's when I said to him, who are you going to vote for in the next election? He goes, for the first time, I'm thinking of One Nation. So they're all thinking it. So it's not just Aussies. And this is where I think, we've got to find that common ground that unifies us a little bit. And the ALP might be in for a bit of surprise. But it only gets resolved if whoever gets in, if we kick the ALP out, if that next group gets in, have listened to us and then takes action to address the issues that we're talking about. If they don't do that, well, we're back to square one. And so that's a bit like, mate, why with the business I've got planned, and I talked about this, I don't know whether you heard it before, I want to start these conservative hubs through these venues I'm starting through my company, so we can keep fighting for these things. I don't want to trust anybody in politics or bureaucracy anymore. I want to give people certain hubs where people who aren't like that can come together, and we can find ways, whether it's through podcast forums, meetings, whatever it is. And I think a sports venue is a great way, because the community does come together to find some common ground and make this country better. Because if we rely on the fucking politicians, I'm swearing tonight. I don't know we'll ever get there. I mean, and it's not just immigration. I mean, it's just this shit about that woman who went through the courts. You know, she had that female-only space on the internet, and she lost in court to a fucking man. That wasn't a woman. I'm sorry. And how stupid is society when we're having that debate that a man born with a penis can now be a woman and in some quarters maybe even get pregnant? We've got bureaucrats arguing that in Senate hearings. I mean, it's just right across the board. There's a lack of common sense that is going on right across in our Western society. And I think there's a lot of people from outside Western society, other nations, that are thinking, you guys are nuts.
Yeah, so you're talking about Sal Grover and Giggle versus Tickle.
Yeah.
You know, I think the most alarming thing about that entire situation is that for the duration of that court proceeding, or what's been taking place between both parties in that dispute, the entirety of that dispute taking place, we've had a minister for women. There's been a minister for women here in the federal government. And so one would expect, a reasonable person, one would assume, would expect that, that person, the minister for women, would be the foremost advocate for Sal Grover and retaining women's only spaces.
Well, mate, it's worse than that. It's worse.
But she has not done so.
But it's worse than that. You got the sexual discrimination commissioner or whatever.
I saw that.
Not only did she not get in, not only did she not take the side of Sal Grover, she was sitting on the prosecution side against her. So our government opposes biological fact. I mean, give the UK credit. At least in their courts, they back biological fact. Over there, there's a distinction between a man and a woman, finally. In Australia, we don't have that same distinction anymore. And that impacts on so many things. If you're running a pub and a man comes in and says, I'm a woman, he can go in the female toilets for whatever nefarious reason he wants to. For me, running a sports program, it's only a matter of time, I'd say, before I get a parent with a boy saying, well, no, he thinks he's a girl. What obligations do I have then? You know, so laws are interesting. It's through our politicians who bring in the legislations that make the laws, that become the law of the land. And until people start waking up to a lot of this shit, it's the same with our Indigenous industry, mate. I don't know how many of these on the Indigenous round, these welcome to countries you watch, but fuck, mate. I mean, I'm more white.
Would you know, on that then quickly, so you're getting back to there needs to be an acknowledgement of who the Australian pioneers were, the remarkable achievement they were able to attain by building the country from scratch was nothing. So if we are going to have an acknowledgement for those people, foundational Australians or whatever term we wish to refer to them as, would you be also supportive of something acknowledging them at sporting ceremonies similar to the welcome to country?
No, you know what I want? I want something we had not long ago.
Yeah.
I just want to turn up to the footy and watch a game of fucking football.
There you go.
I don't want acknowledgement of anything.
Yeah.
I don't want an LGBTQI plus Z whatever month. Yeah. I don't want a welcome to country. I don't want different jerseys being run. If it's a charity like they just had with Neil Danaher and MND, that saves everybody.
That's fine.
Fantastic. We're not a unified country when we have to keep dividing and discriminating and acknowledging different groups. How long before we have a Chinese Australia weekend or an Indian Australia weekend? We're sort of getting that because, I mean, how many politicians get on there and put the turban on their fucking head? I mean, it's just, you're an Australian for fuck's sakes. It's just, for me, it is infuriating. And again, I've got no problem with any person on this globe who come here and embraces our values and wants to build, but you got to become a fucking Australian. If I go to India, I've got to respect their culture and understand the way they live. If I go to China, I've got to respect their culture, Japan, whatever. And that's the right thing to do. But if they come to my country, you've got to respect our heritage, our history, our values. But the problem is, mate, all our values and our histories has got so twisted and turned inside out. Mm-hmm. Most young Australians now have very little idea what our culture is. I know what it is because I was raised with it. Yeah. I was raised by 2 World War II veteran parents who went through the Depression, went through World War II, had parents who were alive when we were a federation. They knew what it was. Dad had to have a family of 10 and build, businesses and do all this sort of shit. Mum worked her ass off. But we were raised with certain values that were uniquely Australian.
Yeah.
And the academics now have made being an Australian, that sort of Australian, they talk about it all the time. Tony Burke talks about it. Balbo talks about this new Australia. I don't want this fucking new Australia.
You didn't ask for it.
No, we never got a chance to vote for it. And you know what? I'll put this on it.
No one asked for it, Bob. That's the issue.
Well, the other issue too is I guarantee you a lot of immigrants who've come here don't want this new Australia either.
Hell no.
So,
hell no. They don't want to move to sub-Saharan Africa.
No.
They thought they were fleeing the third world to come here where there'd be civility as normalcy. Mate, and we're finding that incivility is becoming far more normal than
I've got 3 immigrant families in the team I coach. They left their countries because they were predominantly Islamic or they were atheist. So 2 came from Indonesia, 1 came from China. The 2 from Indonesia were Catholic families. They wanted to come to a Catholic that had a predominantly Christian basis. Australia, we're just across the ocean from it. From China, they wanted the freedom of speech, religion, the ability to give their kids an education without it being indoctrinated onto them. They wanted the Australian way of life. They did not want little China. They did not want little Indonesia. Indians, I'm not too sure about, especially after the altercations I had in the road with 3 of them on the weekend. To be fair, I've actually had some Indian kids in there and their parents are fine. I mean, the one thing that unites just about everyone is everyone, when they have their children, want a better life for their kids. Where we're failing as a country, we're not giving the next generations a better life than what we had. And I'm not talking, the argument could come back, well, and it's a valid argument in many ways. You could actually start a business from home on a laptop, which is true. You don't have to go through and do any university studies. Look at Elon Musk. You don't even have to go get an apprenticeship if you're smart enough and you're entrepreneurial enough, you could. I'm talking more about the way of life of what it used to be as to be an Australian, which you take away your academia, take away your wealth, take away all that. What was it uniquely to be an Australian? And everyone says, oh, well, you can't outline it. Well, yes, I can. When I grew up, you always looked after your mates. You never dobbed on your mates. You stood by your mates when they were in a bit of trouble. If you had an issue, you'd go down the pub, you'd sort it out.
Unless they knocked off someone. So yeah, we'd always,
But that barely ever used to happen.
No, I know, mate. But people say, well, you can never rat out your mates. No, there are times when it's expected, as a good member of society, for you to name people if you do know who is responsible for a horrific crime.
Oh, well,
everything else we can give a pass.
That is different. No, well, yeah. Okay. If we're going to go to that extreme, okay. Well, if someone's committed a crime, well, yeah, you can. I'm not sort of. So I'm talking the more innocent thing. If one of your mates had a girlfriend but slept with another girl, it was just intrinsic. You never dobbed on them. If someone did something that was going to get you into a fight with one of your teammates, for example, in your footy club, you never did. It was just something we were right. You never dobbed on your mates. So when we talk about crime or pedophilia and all that,
because it's disloyalty. At that point, it's disloyalty.
100%. Yeah. We don't forget, we came, and a lot of people underestimate that. If you want to understand the values of being Les Caroline, he wrote some great books on the Gallipoli campaign and World War II. I read the Gallipoli campaign cover to cover, and he wrote another book on the Anzac, the fort on the Western Front. And I read that from cover to cover.
Yep.
If you ever want to get an idea of what it means to be an Australian, beautiful. They had a distaste for authority. So they got on well with the English soldiers, but they thought their commanders were absolute idiots. They sent them to slaughterhouses.
Yep.
In World War II, if you read up, I know with a lot of your followers or whatever, they might not like it because he's Jewish, but if you read up on the history, no, it's true. If you read up on the history of John Monash and what he brought as a general to the Western Front,
spot on.
He was amazing.
Yeah,
it was that innovation from Australians taking on the troops that the Germans feared the most in World War II were the Australians because of the way they fought, the innovation, their courage, and through that courage, they came back and they built a country after World War I. Then read what Rommel wrote about the Rats of Tobruk, and then you read the history of that. That was the only military. I don't know whether it was a division. I think it was in Tobruk that actually stopped Rommel for the first time. And he was in awe of the Australian troops. But then they had to come back and were the first military to stop. The other one you read is about the Kokoda Trail. The young men that went up there weren't even trained. They were just a group of Army Reserve bunch that had to go up and stop the Japs. The first military force to stop the Japanese in their feet. And if you read through what they went through and how they came back, and what I have that probably most of the younger generations don't, I was raised by a dad who fought in World War II. Every Christmas, every Easter, every Anzac Day, we would have cousins, we would have brothers, we would have uncles that have their wartime stories. Later in life, Dad didn't go to the Anzac Day marches, but later on he did, and I went with him to a couple. And I got to talk to his mates who were part of their RAF squadron up in New Guinea. It was just, it was fascinating. I used to just sit down. Most people probably won't believe this, but what I used to make it a goal of mine was just to sit down, shut up, and listen to them and show them their respect. But these guys weren't colonialists. These guys weren't racists. These guys weren't bigots. They were just genuine, down-to-earth diggers, Anzacs. They would give anyone a fair go, anyone. They hated the Japanese. But they had a respect for the Germans. And I'm not talking the Nazis. I'm talking the German Wehrmacht, the actual army. Dad had a respect for, believe it or not, Hitler. But then he said he went crazy. So, but it was interesting to hear all their stories. It was interesting to hear their stories about what they went through during the Depression and how they survived it and what football meant to them. It wasn't just a day out at the football. It was that time where they could put all their problems behind them. So a lot of the Australian culture is overcoming adversity and building something better. And that's why it's so disappointing now that here we are facing adversity and we seem to be falling off that cliff that we're talking about. So, mateship, succeeding against the odds, innovation, entrepreneurship, overcoming adversity, and being united in a common cause, to me, they're Australian values. And surely that's what we should be embracing. And everyone wants to call those generations, and I find it the biggest insult. They talk about our colonial past and, the stolen children and all this sort of shit. But what they never acknowledged is the referendum votes where they first gave recognised the Indigenous as citizens, and then they gave them the vote. Do you know what the vote was in those two referendums?
No, what was it?
It was in the 90%. So they were raging racists. They were colonialists. They didn't, but those same raging colonialists, those racists, those bigots brought the Indigenous community into the country they built. And then not long after that, they brought the Italians and Greeks over. So this whole bullshit academia theory about Australia was built on racism and colonialism and all that. It's
rubbish. Yeah.
It's fucking absolute bullshit. And it's an insult to the people that sacrifice so much for us to have the country we've got. And this doesn't get taught in the schools. These same kids that I coached, there was 3 Chinese boys. I used to pick them up from school. Their parents couldn't get them the training. And they're good kids. And I asked them out of curiosity, what do you get taught about at school about Australian history? And, the Indigenous. I said, that's great. Well, you hear about them all the time. Do you know where Gallipoli is? Had no fucking idea. So they kept going. What about Tobruk? What about Fromelles? What about, do you know what the Kokoda Trail is? They had no fucking idea. I said, do you even know what an Anzac is? They had no idea. Fucking, and I'm going, that's our education system. Suspend. You're back in a minute. So,
I'm here with you, Bob. I can still hear you, mate. I was just grabbing a couple of books off the bookshelf I wanted to show you. So continue on with the little rant, and then
no, man. That's pretty. I'm just trying to define what an Australian culture is. He's getting more books. So Benny, you tell me your version. What do you think an Australian culture is? Australian values, probably more importantly.
Yeah, I'm not sure of what they are anymore. I think the list used to be fairly short, and most people understood it intuitively. And it was a thing about not being disloyal, sticking up for your mates, coming to the aid of a woman if she has been harassed. Decency. I think overarching the theme was decency. Okay, so Australia is meant to be a decent place, and decency is also a fair go, right? Because a fair go is something decent to offer people, particularly strangers or the unproven or untried. But now it's a litany of things, and many of them are just addendums added by people from different cultures who were not previously from here and were expected to embrace certain things. I'm not sure what it is until the government outlines specifically what they think it is.
And so that's where I think we make a mistake, and that's why I want to get I'm calling them conservative hubs. I'm still thinking on that. Sort of goes with the name, but I don't think we can rely on governments and politicians and bureaucrats anymore. I think there's got to be, and and you probably had a bit of this when you're in America. It's got to be a bit bigger. Okay, to get to the goal, what we want to come down to, we want to have elections. We want to elect politicians. They've got to govern, but we've got to have more accountability from those bastards back to us in between those elections. How do we get to that? And I think a big part of that is to try and define what it is to be Australian, and to start educating and mentoring people, and also listening to them. Very soon you won't believe this, but very soon you'll be talking about the next generations. You're 25, trust me, you'll be 40 like that, because I went through that. And you'll be talking about the next generation. You've got a mentor and all this sort of thing. And you'll be like us. You'll start thinking, well, we know it all and we don't need to listen, which I think is a really big problem. Like I get people on here. I try to listen. I try to understand their point of view. Where I disagree, and then I'll try and mentor them. But the common, I'm going to say something pretty big. The common enemy that every Australian has right now, is our fucking politicians.
Damn straight.
All right, and it's our bureaucrats. That's the enemy. They're not listening to Australians. They're dividing us. They're putting all this bullshit in there that we don't want. We've got to get to a point where everyday Australians can have a voice, a vehicle. And now a lot of them won't want it, but for those that do want it, we've got to have a way that we can come together, and without nefarious forces coming in behind trying to take it over. That's the thought I've got going with my little hubs. Because the way I'm going with the business, if I can establish it, I'll have 6 venues in the next 10 years across Melbourne. And because those venues will be indoor facilities, there's no harm, and you can't. You'll be able to reserve a space of that for these hubs where you can hold functions, run podcasts. We'd get you and me. You could come down to Melbourne. We'd do it properly. We'd have a few staff in there that could run it. We could do these across, and I'm not keen on forming any sort of political party, but it is something that can have political influence. Now, whether you want to call it a lobby group or not, but it's not for corporates. It's for everyday Australians who are out there working their ass off, trying to make a better life, trying to get a home, trying to start a business, trying to raise their kids right, coming in and say, okay, how do we make politicians hear us? How do we make them listen to us? And if you really want to be begrudgingly respectful, the socialist left do this in a pretty good way. They get their voices out there because that's all their fucking life's about. They're about to go and protest against Pauline Hanson in the western suburbs. And I think
I saw that.
Yeah, there's another protest going on elsewhere. Why? Because she has an opposing view. So
I was actually thinking about, well, I'm weighing up and considering whether or not I should jump on a plane because that's on Friday afternoon in Moonee Ponds at 5:45, I believe. Because
it's in the western suburbs. I'm not too sure exactly where.
yeah, and I believe it's in response to One Nation's intent to place an office there and
Yes.
also run a candidate there.
And why do you think they're doing that?
Well, maybe to set a cat amongst the pigeons.
Could be that. I think that's pretty smart because I think there's a lot of people in the western suburbs, and this is what the Liberals should have done years ago. I think there's a lot of people in the western suburbs that would, and the polls say it, that want the ALP out. And I think a lot of people in the western suburbs have this. Even I'll go one step further than the Chinese. There's a lot of Islamic people, Muslims, whatever you want to call them. They have this. They've fled Islamic countries to come to a better life. They don't want the radical Islamists coming over here and the ISIS prize and Sharia law. They love their life. They got kids playing footy. They're running businesses. They're doing all this sort of shit. I think people could be surprised how much support they could get in the western suburbs, and they need to get that support before November if they're serious about doing any damage electorally. So I think actually it's pretty smart. But
yeah, so just so people are sort of familiar with it, the western suburbs, we're not talking Footscray. We're talking Moonee Ponds, and Moonee Ponds obviously is that where Moonee Valley is as well?
Yeah, but some more. Well,
near Essendon
it's Essendon, sort of. It's sort of in between those suburbs and Footscray. It all sort of.
So it's almost northwestern, but it's not. It's not Tullamarine or anything like that. Yeah, but but that's an affluent area. Like I've seen houses there in Moonee Ponds and that near the racetrack, and they're wanting $2 and $3 million for an average house. So the demographic who actually resides in Moonee Ponds won't be your far left radical socialist activists. They can't afford to live there. They're priced out of that market. So seeing them all converge, that's going to be interesting to see. But
your far left activists, they pretty much reside in the city and around Fitzroy, those sorts of areas, St Kilda.
Yeah.
Anywhere that's, I don't know why, but it seems to happen in every major demographic. Look at Los Angeles. All your radical leftists are always city bound for some stupid reason. I don't get that. Like when
but they're not going to go up against, like in the western suburbs, people can think, well, who has typically lived in the western suburbs, and for lack of a better term, they've been old wogs, right? It's Franco Cozzo territory, which is all great. And
it's changed a bit. It was.
It was. It was that at a period of time, but that's not what it is now. No, it's different. It's not really the old wogs that are going to be concerned. It's people that you spoke about, people that have fled certain subjugation in countries around the world. They come to Australia to hopefully avoid that and raise their children in an environment where those things aren't normal, they aren't common, and in fact, seldom does it happen. But we're seeing an increase of the frequency of these things, which shouldn't be happening, from happening. And therefore, some of those groups who Labor would think would be rusted on voters for them, no, well, in fact, they will perhaps even consider or weigh up in their minds, is it worthwhile going One Nation? And that's why I think we're seeing this coordinated response to it. There's one meant to be taking place in Western Australia as well. There's other ones.
That's right. That's where it is. Yeah.
In Sydney. So I'd like to see One Nation meet it front on.
Oh, I think they will. I mean, the fact that they're protesting it, that says to me that One Nation's bang on target.
Yeah, exactly.
So the only thing I fear a little bit about it, and
it's going to be a shit show, Bob. It's going to be a shit 100%. Show. They're going to get violent, undeniably. There'll be.
I will guarantee it. If they only get graffiti on their shop front, their office front, they'll be lucky. I mean, don't forget down in Melbourne. At the moment, we've got these gang wars going on where they're burning down shops and all that sort of thing. They're not going to; those gangs aren't going to want to change the government. They're loving it under Jacinta Allen, the witch. The police aren't doing anything. They've just got carte blanche to go out there and do whatever they like. So it wouldn't surprise me, and I hope it never happens. But to have some sort of what do they used to call those things? World War II. You know, you had the bottle with the flame. What do they call them?
The flamethrower.
No.
Molotov cocktail.
Molotov cocktails getting thrown through a One Nation window. So I hope they're prepared, because whoever they put in there, they've got to make sure they're safe. Because those officers are going to have staff, all that sort of thing.
Yep.
I've dealt with a couple of the One Nation staff, fantastic people. So they've just got to make sure they're safe. But I do have a little fears for that. But if that does happen, who will that favour politically?
Well, it will favour One Nation.
Absolutely.
So
are the Victorian socialists that stupid? Maybe. Hopefully they are.
I think because of that, Bob, because of what you've just outlined, I think it's incumbent upon One Nation to have 24-hour security on the premises and have CCTV, 100 metres in each direction, shop fronts next to it and everything as well. And if that means they have to pay for the fit out of that to be placed into those businesses, by all means, they can do it. Just in case something does happen, they'll be able to go back and retrieve some of that CCTV footage if it's not already available to them. But I think they need 24/7 security on it. And there will be attempts made to damage the premises, undeniably, either the front, the back, whatever it may be. And I want every single instance of that to be arrested before it can almost come to fulfillment. And then those people,
you can tell you're on the Gold Coast. You're talking about Melbourne, right? They might arrest them; they'll be out in bail the next day.
No, I totally understand that, but what I think needs to happen is, because there will be attacks on the premises over the duration. If we are to consider that as a potential reality, which it most likely will be, there's going to be at least a handful of them that try it. They need to be arrested swiftly on that evening. The security has to apprehend them, put them under citizen's arrest immediately. The police are there. And then that's a story. And Pauline says, well, this is the culprit. This is who was there last night. They've been arrested, and show them. Then the next instance that happens, just keep showing who is perpetrating these attacks.
I agree with showing. So that CCTV footage and coverage is huge. But we have
ask questions of Jacinta Allen. Is she going to speak out in condemnation of it? Is Anthony Albanese going to speak out in condemnation of this? And are they going to provide resources to ensure that these political attacks aren't taking place?
You want to know what their line's going to be right now?
Yep.
This is all the fault of One Nation. They're divisive speech. It's ruining social cohesion. You've got to understand why people are thinking this way. Mate, they'll have their talking points all lined up. And if you don't think, all right, here's another controversial one. If you don't think the ALP aren't going to have some of their bullies go around, and even if some nutters aren't going to do it, if you don't think they're going to do a bit of a psyop where they get one of their people to go and do some damage there, you're nuts. Of course they will. Anything to divide and conquer going forward. But the more important thing is, I agree with you here, that One Nation have to have a response ready to go. Talking about the police doing anything, sorry. We're talking about two-tier policing. We've got statues in Melbourne that have been torn down, graffiti, blah, blah, blah. And they still haven't found who's done it. You know, where's the CCTV footage in Melbourne? It's all over the place. How the hell haven't they found these criminals? Mate, these bastards down here get on social media and promote themselves doing it. And they still haven't arrested anyone for doing it. So it's a bit like...
That's why it's incumbent upon One Nation, Bob, to hold up a mirror when because this is going to...
I agree there. But don't rely on them.
They've got to do it. And the mainstream media may not disseminate it for them, which means they'll be able to do it through their own social media platforms, and then the mainstream will have to pick it up. Because after the third instance of this happening, and there's seemingly these people are fleeting phantoms and there are no arrests made, well, that is frankly unacceptable. And I think more broadly, the Australian population will understand that something needs to be done to change this.
I don't know about you, but I'm starting to get a bit of a sense, though. At least on some networks, that actually mainstream, some of the mainstream, I'm not saying all by all means. In fact, I think a lot of the left-leaning part of our mainstream media are going to come hard for Hanson. But I also am sensing as some of the networks are actually softening towards Hanson. Like Channel 7 today, I can't remember his name, Torsley, he was really good. He had Jacinta Allison in a press conference and he went for a jugular. He said, there's rumors going around that you're going to be deposed as leader. And he went at her about 5 times. He just wanted, and like, Jacinta Allen's gone in there with the printed sheets about her talking points and responses to these very questions. So she got exposed by Channel 7 brilliantly. And, you know, there's been, and especially I think on Channel 9, they've had Barnaby Joyce on there a lot with Tanya Plibersek. And you can see, I can just sense they're leaning more towards, they're getting as frustrated with some of the stuff that Albo and them are coming up with as what a lot of other Australians are. So they're certainly not going to win over a lot of the media, but I think they, compared to what she's been through in the past, I think she's been, I don't know what, she's getting some breathing space. She's getting a chance to prove herself. So I hope she's, and I think she is now. I think she's a bit more, she still doesn't communicate that greatly, but I couldn't give a shit. But I think she's a lot more street smart politically now than what she used to be.
You think?
I do.
They're giving. Well, 1 second, Bob. So, do you think they're doing so because they think if they give her enough rope, she'll hang herself?
Could be.
Or do you think that it is because they're sick of just reading the teleprompter? They're sick of hearing the bullshit from Plibersek or whoever else. And now the journalists themselves, like even Dave Hughes, of all people, the radical leftist, he's pulling out his hair.
Yeah. Well, you've only got to look. What's his name? Karl Stefanovic.
Yeah.
Look at all the people he's starting to interview now. And I'm not necessarily a huge fan of Karl Stefanovic, but maybe he has had a bit of a turning. The early morning news presenter, Natalie Barr, she's been really hard on a lot of the ALP people. Now,
should she win a Walkley almost? Should she be she's the clubhouse leader for asking serious questions?
I think so. She asked him on both sides, to be fair to him. But I think it's swung a bit. There's only so much bullshit you can tolerate, isn't there? I mean, even for a media person. There's one guy, we'll get some media up here in a minute. He's a former journalist, and he was banging on about, how demonic it is that Pauline was accepting Ditch the Witch. Really? Is that all you've got to say? I mean, you guys in the media, what have you said to her over the years? And others? It's just bizarre. So I do think there's an academic class that's sneered down at everyday Australians, and a lot of them are obviously in the media. So that's why I mean you won't get them all. Mate, you never trust the media, just like you never trust the politicians. And listen, increasingly you don't trust. I think you've got to go searching for voices you can trust. And this, sadly, I think even social media now has become a cesspit of people that have different agendas that are trying to push their ideology. So to try and find that person, I don't think you ever can. So as an example on the influencer side on social media, I used to be a big fan of Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, and Tucker Carlson. I can't stand all three now. I think they're full of shit. But who's to say the next influencer that I really like I might change as well. So, yeah, I will follow someone in any sort of media, whether it's mainstream, whether it's social media. I'll listen to them, and where I agree, I will. Where I furiously agree, I follow. But I still don't trust that they will stay the course in some ways, if that makes sense. At the end of the day, I've got to be comfortable in my own skin, not their ideology. And, people agree with me. One of the reasons I started the podcast, I was getting so sick of fucking everybody else. I thought I've got to have some avenue to get things off my chest and my said. So, and I'm sure there's a
cathartic release for you. This is cathartic.
Yeah, well,
you have to, right?
It is a bit, and it actually is good. I mean, you must enjoy it. You must enjoy it too. You get it off your chest a bit. And I think, but you and I will talk about different ideologies, right? And we'll get here and have a discussion. We'll go back and forth. I mean, I tell you, one buffoon I just cannot fucking stand. Jeez, I'm in the swearing room today. Piers Morgan. I mean, he just sets up a panel, then he talks over all his guests. I can talk a little bit, but I'm pretty confident in saying I don't talk over all my guests, and I let everyone who comes on here show them the respect for coming on by them airing their opinions, whether I agree or disagree. And we, at the end of the day, sometimes we probably go too long, but everyone gets to have their say without everyone interjecting all the time. You watch Piers Morgan, it's just total interjection, talking over. He had one the other day where he had him and these three leftists on against this pretty smart guy. I can't remember his name. But it was 4 of them just ganging up on one. I thought, well, what's the point of this? You know, and so I find that kind of sad because, you know, when social media first was becoming big, it was your alternative to mainstream media. I'm finding now that more Piers Morgan's ex-mainstream media, Megyn Kelly's ex-mainstream media, Tucker Carlson's ex-mainstream media, and they've sort of started coming infesting the social media, which used to be your home away from home to get a different perspective from mainstream. So it's sort of pursuing us where we don't want it to pursue us. I don't need you. This was for independent voices, people that don't usually get a voice. That's the whole beauty of social media, but it's gone a different way now. So there's I still love it, but there's parts about it I don't like. So,
well, if you weren't doing it, who would be? So you're filling a void.
As are you.
Well, I've got nothing better to do. I've just got my whole life ahead of me. So.
Oh, wait, that's kind of sad to hear. Tell me,
it's a little bit more than that. Go on.
I was thinking that today. I had one of these trolls on him before, and I thought, and the troll to me is a very interesting sort of individual. I know you got your bots, which are automated, but then you got your trolls that are people who live in their basements. And you have to be a pretty sad person to get on my podcast to troll me. Like I said, maximum amount of viewers I've had is 250. I have my thing. I'm just an old boomer. And really, You've got nothing better to do with your life than sit in some basement and then troll me on a thing. I'm going, seriously, you must be the biggest loser on the planet that's all you've got to do with your life. Get on here and just send me all these messages. I've had about 3-4 times now. They come on and bombard you with messages. So I just block them now. But it's kind of pathetic that our society is developing individuals. I think it's more towards your generation. Do you have a theory why people go that way?
Go which way specifically?
Well, their purpose in life is to troll others on social media.
Yeah, I think there's unresolved issues in the individual where there may have been a period during their childhood or at high school where they were taken the mickey out of or whatever it may have been. And so now they've internalized that and now they're angry at the world and they're getting revenge against the people that harmed them back then against new people now. I think many politicians in our government have an axe to grind.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
And the axe to grind isn't because we did anything wrong to them personally. It's because this has been lingering within them throughout their youth and in early adulthood, etc. Or it could have been in the workplace and they were mistreated or whatever it may have been. So now it's payback time. But I think this is all just identifying the polarization which has taken place as well, Bob.
Yeah.
Everything is totally polarized now, mate. But the trolls do what the trolls do, maybe because they've got nothing better to do, maybe because they delight in it. But yeah, it's a pathology which is a different mindset than I have. It's not alien to me, the concept of what they're doing. Some are very effective at doing it. Others are just, frankly, a pain in the ass. Some are very skilled at doing it as well, and others aren't even as close to as skilled. But why are they coming for you? I think they're coming for you because they recognize, hey, this guy's got something to say. Maybe this guy will be able to persuade some people, or maybe be able to persuade them to change their minds or look into things a little bit differently or see things differently than how they've always seen them. And therefore you present a threat. And this is why some might want to come. And I know it's ridiculous, but for that individual troll out there, this is what happens. It only takes one of them, and they'll take a strong interest in you, and they'll become a hate watcher. So there's a term for it. They're called hate watchers, and they watch you to hate you. And they're yelling at their screen, or I'm not sure what they're doing, and they're making comments and everything. But
you want to know the 2 biggest troll groups I've had? Can you guess them?
Yeah.
Well, one's the ALP got lot. Once you get them, they come at you pretty hard. But your Groper group is pretty good.
Yeah, well, two different groups there, but
yeah, no, I know. That's why it's funny.
But the interesting thing about that is, some would say the Groupers are actually on a military footing whereas they won't take a backward step. They'll go hard and they'll continue to charge forward. But the socialist alternative and those communists, radical leftists, well, they're almost doing the same thing. So eventually,
I agree with that.
eventually, 100%, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
This is an ideological war taking place before us every day. But yeah, I don't know why the trolls come after you, but yeah, maybe they're bored. I honestly do think it's retribution for something that happened to them in their earlier life by someone who wasn't you, and now you become the target of them.
You know what we said when I was a teenager in my day, or what we got from the adults. So these are the adults when I was growing up, are the World War II veterans and people like that. It was always get over yourself or toughen up, princess. It was always, tough. You used to just cop a whack. I mean, they were just hard men. These are men that went through the Depression, World War II, came and raised kids, and they were your teachers, they were your sports coaches. You compare that to now what kids have got. You've now got these socialist Marxists. They've got the indigenous name of the town they live in and how there's social justice for everyone. Back in my grade 6 teacher, he was about 75, used to walk to school every day, and he was a World War I veteran. We loved him. He was an English teacher, and the reason we loved him is he was pretty hard and strict in class. He was our English teacher. But if we all did our work and got our results, the thing he did is he would let us go out for the last half an hour of the week, and he'd take us and he'd be the umpire in a cricket match between the class. We'd get out and play a game of cricket at the end of the week if we got all our stuff done. So just a different type of demographic that was raising the kids and running the country. And my old man used to have a theory. I used to think it was ridiculous, and I still don't want this sort of to happen. But when he got grumpier later in life, he always used to say to us, "You know what we need, Robert?" Because he used to call me Robert. He goes, "This country needs a war. We need to go to war."
We do.
And the reason he said what he said is, and I think what he was trying to say is, war unites the society.
It does.
And then it comes back better. And when I look at the forebears that raised our generation, like I said, teachers, police officers, sports coaches, they all came from that same sort of mindset, that Aussie culture. They were magnificent people. And then you compare them to what we've got now. It's just not the same. You read up a little bit. Every politician is going to have their critics. But the greatest premier this state has ever had down here was a guy called Henry Bolte. Right. If you read up about him, he had an amazing history behind him. A no-nonsense, no bullshit politician, called a spade, and made this state as good as it was. But then it started to evolve. And what did he have behind him? He had a farming business background behind him. What do the current politicians have behind them? A degree, a career, culture through politics. So different generations, different times, different all sorts of things. Anyway, speaking of which, I want to give you the floor because you just pointed out something. Tell us a little bit about your American trip when you're talking about socialists versus groypers and all that, and it all being polarized. My little conversation I had with your groyper mate long ago, it sounded like it was pretty bad over there. Give us a bit of feedback on your American time.
I had a great time.
Sounds like it.
I love it over there. Well, the people I hang around with are fierce proponents of the First and Second Amendment, so
which is great.
There aren't too many disagreements. If they're on board with that, I'm on board with them typically. Yeah. But being in America because I was there for 3 months, seeing the transformation take place was quite shocking on reflection, actually. I'm in the heartland of Texas, which was MAGA territory not too long ago, and didn't see any of it when I was in Texas. I didn't see one individual wearing a Make America Great hat again. Yeah. I didn't see anyone wearing a Trump t-shirt. I saw nothing pro-Trump when I was in Texas, and I was in Dallas, I was in Fort Worth, I was in Frisco, I was in Houston, I was in San Antonio. So and out in public as well, just didn't see them. Even at shopping centers, you see all different types of people wearing all different types of stuff in America. Like, it's quite outrageous what some people wear, but yep. So there was none of them wearing that. And then when I went across to Florida and was in Palm Beach, which is literally where Mar-a-Lago is.
Yeah.
That's Trump territory as well. I was there in 2024 on the evening when Trump was elected for the second time, and in the weeks leading up to that 2024 election. And mate, it was a sea of red, white, and blue. It was a sea of Trump, everything, everywhere. Trump paraphernalia everywhere. Guys in their pickup trucks, which are all decked out with giant Trump flags and Trump stickers and blazoned across the side of the pickup truck. So when I was there this time in Palm Beach, I saw once again zero "Make America Great" hats, zero people walking around wearing stuff advocating for Trump or what he's done. And in fact, I saw the opposite. I saw pickup trucks driving around with Donald Trump emblazoned across the side of these pickup trucks and giant flags hanging off the back of these pickup trucks, saying "fuck Trump" and "veterans against Trump." And I didn't see just one of them. I saw them on several occasions, and it wasn't the same truck. And this wasn't a coordinated thing by the Democrats just to go out there for messaging. This was a sentiment because those people feel abandoned. They felt they were sold up the river by Donald Trump. He didn't build a wall. Like, it's not hard to build a wall. He's building skyscrapers for decades. We just need a wall, mate. Can you build it or not? And so his inability to get that done and many other things which have taken place domestically in the United States, and also the involvement in what's going on with Iran now, the great falling away of MAGA has taken place. Now, there's still a remnant there, of course, because 80 million people voted for him. But in regards to the demographics, I would say that, maybe some of the boomers are still with him because there's no one else and they're just rusted on. They love him to death. They have shrines in their house for him almost. Yeah. But for younger demographics, they've either totally abandoned the MAGA movement and they'll never be won back over again. And it was just a very disappointing time in America for them to have to live through this and see what's taken place with the one guy who was meant to be able to transform things and turn things around from what Obama had done. That none of that has really taken place. So he'll never have them back. So Zoomers are lost for MAGA. Millennials are practically lost for MAGA. And of course, these are right-leaning millennials or right-leaning Zoomers, not Democrat-aligned. And you could say similarly for Gen X as well. So America, to me, it's never been more obvious that America is not the United States of America. America is the divided states of America.
Which has been that way for a while, though.
Yeah, absolutely it has. But Donald Trump was meant to allegedly rectify a few things. That has not happened. And in fact, they're going in the opposite direction. And so there's each individual I was speaking with about it, and I was speaking at length with lots of people about this when I was there. And each one of them had their own reasons for why they have abandoned Trump. One individual, which was surprising to me, it was a lady, in fact. I was at a venue, and she was an older lady. She was lovely, though. And she was all for Trump. And her and her girlfriends used to go around and hop in their cars or fly to different states and go to all of the rallies and all that stuff. And they were actually in Butler when he was the assassination attempt happened. Yeah. The infamous earshot.
Don't get in the conspiracies.
No. I'm not going there by all means. So I was asking her why she no longer supports him as vociferously as what she once did. And she said he curtailed the investigation into his own assassination. And I said, surely not. And she said, yes, like the investigation was leading somewhere into the alleged assassin. I think his name was Matthew Crooks.
Yeah.
And all of that sort of disappeared, and the investigation went nowhere, and no one's really trying to get to the bottom of it. And she believed that was because Donald Trump was presented with some information, which made it plainly obvious to him that he doesn't maybe want to go down that line of inquiry because there could have been.
I've heard that one, and Tucker Carlson's pushing that a fair bit.
Yeah, so that was just from her, though. So that was one woman, and so I was surprised because I thought, well, was it the war? Was it the economy? Was it Iran? Was it whatever else is happening? And it was none of that for her. It was the fact that the guy was almost assassinated and that he hasn't pressed to have that got to the bottom of.
So what's the theory? But I mean, is that the thought she's had put in her head, or is that something that's been confirmed that Trump has sabotaged that investigation?
Well,
no,
I'm unsure. I'm unsure as to whatever the response to that is, but I think we could both sit back and look at it and go, if that was us and we were the president of America and some guy tried to blow our head off in front of the world, why wouldn't we throw every single resource at trying to get to the bottom of how this was done, how the Secret Service missed him on the roof, how there were all of these failings in the so-called protocols which were meant to take place to prevent something like this from happening?
Fair question, but is that Trump, or is that maybe? And look, I don't know.
Yeah, but I think if it was either of us in that situation and we did have ultimate power as a leader of the free world, well, we would certainly be championing, hey, I want to get to the bottom of this. Let's figure out who tried to blow my head off.
Maybe. I wouldn't say necessarily. I mean, one, he's got a lot on his plate. Number two, the guy that shot him's dead. He's now president. He's now, he's had the issue in Venezuela. He's had the issue in Ukraine and Russia. He's had the issue with Gaza. He's now taken on Iran. I mean, I just think everyone, and I find that, I find that interesting. The other part I find interesting about it, and I've heard these, and I'm just wondering, and you've been there more than I, so I'm taking a verbatim on all this sort of stuff. My only thoughts on it is in the past elections for the Congress and whatever, every endorsed candidate that Trump put up got up. So he obviously still has a pull factor. I'm just wondering if it's like elections over here. You're not even halfway through his term, all right? Whether people have now gone, I do think there would be a bit of validity in this. They've finally got Biden out. They've finally got Trump elected. And let's be honest, me included over here, I'm pretty sure in America, not everyone was confident he was going to get up because they thought they'd rig it again, but he got up and he's back in the office, and maybe people have just moved on with their lives, and that's why you're not seeing the banners and all that. I'm not saying that's the case. You've been there, not me.
No, it's diluted. There's no more gas on that bonfire. It's almost burnt itself out. They're down to the last log. And that doesn't look like
okay, so their alternative over there is to do what? Vote in the Democrats.
No, this is why the whole thing is
so we're going
topsy-turvy, upside down.
If you tell me that over in America, and trust me, I've been watching this pretty closely. If you tell me that there's some legitimacy about a Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene ticket for the presidency, or someone like Candace Owens, I will go, fuck, America's lost.
Yeah.
Then America is fucking lost. And they don't. You're never going to. The funny thing with a politician, as we've discovered over here, it doesn't matter who puts their hand up, right? You're never going to get perfection. Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene are people I wouldn't trust with a 30-foot fucking pole. I would trust Trump for one reason, because Trump, out of all the politicians we've ever seen, I've never seen anyone like him. He will call a fucking spade a spade. He will come out and hold press conference after press conference. If he's pissed off, he'll get up and walk out like he did the other day. He will call out different politicians, both fairly and unfairly. You always know what the fuck he's thinking. Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, she's a person who's resigned from Congress, and she's timed her resignation so she could get the maximum payout on a thing. She's cheated on a husband, a boyfriend, all this fucking shit. And she's one of these politicians that went into politics with very little money, and all of a sudden she's a fucking multimillionaire. If you're telling me she is the type of person that Americans are seriously considering for, say, a vice presidency run, they have fucking rocks in their head. And Thomas Massey is supposed to be a Republican. He's voted more with the Democrats than he has with the Republicans. He's like a Malcolm Turnbull. Now, I can get why they're pissed off with Trump. And if someone had said it should have been a bit more, and there's arguments here too, with, for example, the Epstein files, which he seems to copped a bit of flack and lost a lot of credibility with.
Yeah.
But at the same time, no one in the Biden administration ever fucking opened up the files. Trump got pissed off with it, but there's been more files opened up behind that. Maybe what Trump said, there's a big nothing burger. Who knows? I don't fucking know. Just like with aliens, I don't fucking know. But what I want to do is get down to the nuts and bolts of what he is doing for America First geopolitical. It's interesting. So let me guess. Is this America First a big thing over there?
It's the biggest thing in town for right-leaning young men.
Well, yeah. Well, for those right-leaning young men, and I've had a few come at me.
Lots of women as well, right-leaning young women, yeah.
So I've been pretty critical on my X feed, and I've got a few USA followers. So I've been pretty critical of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. Can't stand them. Mm-hmm. So I cop a bit of flack and push back for that. That's fine. But I do find it funny how the America First crowd, they're all big on America First, but Candace Owens is over in Russia promoting Russia. Tucker Carlson's over in Qatar promoting Qatar. He's shilling for every Islamic regime on the planet. And then you got Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene having a fling in some fucking foreign country while they're fishing. But they're all American First and pushing about everyone else has to be America First. I mean, surely if you're America First, you pump up the tires of America. So I get that. I want to be Australia First, right? Trump geopolitically, and we're talking against China. I mean, there was a very good argument. I'll try and get it up. I'll try and get this right. Sorry, where Trump has removed Venezuela from the equation on being a puppet government for China, Russia run, and now they're working
the oil,
Yeah. And he's doing the same now in Iran, and they're talking about there's just certain moves he's playing politically. The 4D chess, I'm not too sure how much credibility there is in that, but I do think he's pretty smart. But they're saying what he's done in isolating China and making them now. The one thing I think Trump does brilliantly, you never know which way he can turn. If you're a President Xi right at the minute, you think, what is this mad mother going to do next? And I would say President Xi, if he had any thoughts of taking on Taiwan, right now we're going, I'm going to wait till Trump's gone. I've only got to wait 2 years. So he's sort of got them all shut up. In basketball, for example, I like teams that have hesitancy in their way they're playing because they're not sure, because I know we can beat them. And I think Trump's done a little bit the same thing with the BRICS, with the fuel supply. I mean, over in America, what was the price of fuel in the States? Was it cheaper than here?
I was, on some days, I think I was $5.50 a gallon.
What's that in comparison here?
Well, it's hard to figure. Well, the way I was figuring that out, if it was $5 a gallon over there, it was going to be $4 a litre or something here. It didn't get to that point, but most of the people in Texas, they were pissed because they remember gas at $3 a gallon. And $3 a gallon is good for an average bloke with a massive F-250 pickup truck or a Dodge Ram. Although it's a gas guzzler, they can still afford to pump gas into it as just regular people. But at $5 and just over $5, I think $5.50 a gallon, people were starting to lose their mind. And then I think Donald Trump was actually questioned about it a few times whilst I was there. And to paraphrase, his response was, "Oh, it's not that big a deal. Like, it's not that much. It's not that much of an increase." And that drove people up the wall.
Yeah.
So, yeah, are the fuel prices there a reflection of cost of living and all of that, just like here? Absolutely, they are. And they noticed it with their energy as well. In Texas, they're meant to have really super cheap energy. But, you know, on the other hand, I drove through brand new suburbs with all underground power and everything. So they were aesthetically pleasing. They weren't streets lined with power lines and just massive shit. It was lovely in Texas. And new neighborhoods, mate. You can get a 4-bedroom house for $250,000. 4-bedroom house, double car garage, 3 bathrooms.
Yeah, no,
but you can pay $1 million for a house there as well, no dramas, and you know you can pay however much you want. But entry level homes there, and these aren't in areas which are just the ghetto. These are in nice little neighborhoods that have been created, and they build a school and everything there as well for all those children in the catchment to go into, and local shopping centers and everything. Yeah, 250 to 300 grand. And so what's that? That's 450 to 500 grand here in Australia.
Yeah, I did a interesting trial not long ago. I got on a Google search because I had a couple of imports started last year, both Yanks, and one's a Canadian, actually. One was
Yep.
American. We were talking about property. They couldn't believe the property prices here. So
Yep.
naturally piqued my interest. So I thought, you know what? He's going again. I'll get onto the internet and I'll search real estate agencies in different states in America. When you actually got on there, what the biggest thing is the bang for your buck. You know, you can spend as much there on a property, like you just said here, but it's what you get for that spend compared to Australia. It's just chalk and cheese.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, and they couldn't believe our pricing over here.
You know, those places, Bob, just quickly on that. So the places that I did see in these beautiful new neighborhoods that are being built, and they're not remote as well. They're 20 minutes out of the city from wherever it was. But the backyards, they had backyards, Bob. I'm talking a backyard you could actually sink a swimming pool in and still have enough room to run a German Shepherd around.
Right, they have backyards, tennis court, and a swimming pool.
So their backyards are almost like 300 square meter blocks. Yeah. And we're selling 300 square meter blocks here for $1 million to build a house on.
No, it's not.
So it was kind of crazy. And so although there is a stack and pack lifestyle in America where lots of people prefer to live in apartments, that's more so in the larger cities. But in the residential neighborhoods, no, mate, people are getting backyards. And not only that, some of these backyards were absolutely massive. Some of the backyards were the size of the block that the house was built on. Because the way they create these neighborhoods, they don't square them all off. Some are angled out with triangles and whatever else it may be. So if you get in early, you can pick that corner block, and that corner block's going to give you basically twice the land as you would if you buy a house in the row of houses along the street. So it was interesting seeing the value for money and the bang for buck. Having said that, there's a lot of Mexicans there that are doing, or Latinos that are doing most of the building and construction, which is fine. So the costs are down. The cost of construction there is significantly lower than in Australia because the cost of labor is significantly lower as well. But yeah, it did open my eyes up to the fact that, you know, in America, if you're a young couple, this is the other crazy thing as well. They can get mortgages for the life of their loan at a fixed interest rate.
Right. Yeah.
And some are got on at 2% interest for the life of the loan for the entirety of the mortgage, or 3%. And a lot of the time, these people, I'd say, hey, what's your mortgage payment? And they're living in a 30-square double-story house. And so I'd say, what's the mortgage for this joint? They'd say it's about $1,500 a month. And I was like, what is that all? So you can imagine if it's at 6%, that's going to be $2,700 a month. So it makes it out of reach for those people. But otherwise, families can do these things. And a lot of Americans have got 15-year mortgages as well, Bob. They don't need a 25-year mortgage because if they earn it 2 or 3% rather than 4.5%, 5 or 6%,
they have extra dollars to keep paying it off.
Yeah, 100%, mate. And so although there is a desperation amongst young people in America in regards to affordability and opportunity for a career in a field that they have a tertiary degree in or a university degree in, if they're willing to live somewhere that's not San Francisco or not New York City or not Los Angeles, and because America's developed the whole way across anyway, so they can pick whichever state, you can actually still buy a house for 450 grand or the equivalent of 450,000 Australian.
So young people can still have a family
for a brand new home, mate, of course. And that's the reason why they've been flooded with all these migrants from around the world as well, is because there's still upward mobility in America. There truly is.
Now, you said they haven't finished building the wall, but from all reports, and even a lot of the Democrats say this, now that you've touched on migrants, they've shut the border pretty much, though, haven't they?
Yeah, I believe so. Like the numbers have certainly slowed from Joe Biden, the caravans, the millions of people that were coming in over those couple of years. But
and at least they're trying, or they did, especially in Minneapolis, a bit of migration. They hit a few hurdles by shooting a few people, but
so what they would like to see, what a lot of these people that are ardent supporters of Donald Trump that are now no longer as loyal to him, they wanted to see Tom Homan and ICE going in and mass arrests. And if that meant you're taking 5,000 people out of a neighborhood and you're taking them to a detention facility, then putting them on a plane and getting them the hell out of here, you've got to do it. And it's going to be horrible. And there's going to be screaming and tears and wailing and gnashing of teeth and leftists coming in to fight police and everything. But because it didn't happen as severe as what it needed to happen, those people think that he's a paper tiger. And they they're almost now given over to the fact that it will never happen. You'll never be able to mass deport 45 million people from the United States.
They want to mass deport 45 million.
Minimum.
Wow.
Yeah,
Is there any? Is there? Look, this is part of the thing, right?
Because they don't even know what the population of America is right now. They've been saying they've got 11 million illegals there since the late 90s. That's what Chuck Schumer was saying on the floor of the Senate in DC. And they now try to address it. Or there's X amount of illegals in the United States, but they don't call them that. They call them undocumented persons or whatever it is, because illegal is the bad word. But yeah, mate, some people are making an assessment, and they say there could be 60 million illegals in the country. We've got no idea. The number is far surpassing 11 million, and it could be closer to 40, or it might even be 50.
If what you're saying is right, I've got no reason to dispute it, so let's say it is. Yeah. If it's 45 to 60 million people, I would make the argument, even if you wanted to deport that many people, you couldn't do it.
Yeah. No, logistically, it's impossible. I ran the numbers of how many planes you'd need every single day. Yeah. Well, and how many flights out of every airport in 50 states across the country every day to get that many people.
Where are you going to deport them to? Other countries aren't going to take that many back in.
This is the contentious issue about it. Some people are saying, we don't care what they say. We're putting them on planes, and that plane is landing there. Otherwise, we're just landing an autopilot. We'll just fly the plane there without pilots on it, completely autopilot, or let the pilots parachute out when it's about to leave American airspace, and then just send it autopilot on its way and let them deal with it there. Now, obviously, that will not take place. But, yeah, mate, it's an impossible task. The scale of the job is almost insurmountable. And so that's the predicament they're in now. Some other people might just say, "Oh, we need 15 or 20 million deported," but there is a consensus that a large cohort of people in the United States need to be removed, because fundamentally they're not American; they're anti-American, if anything, and they're trying to advantage themselves to the detriment of people who are American.
No, I think there's a similar argument going on here. You know, you hear Scott and Sam Banford, all them talking about it. I'm pretty sure you'd probably be a proponent of it. And I'm not totally opposed to it, right? And this is remigration deportation. Scott Challoner said, and I've been trying to get him to come on so I can verify it with him, millions have to go. Anyone can pluck a big number and say millions have to go, like what you've done, 45 million or whatever. What you're saying, others are saying, I should say, not what you're saying.
Yeah. Just things have been told to me by them.
Yeah. But the reality of saying, like even in Australia, saying millions have to go. Well, out of a population of 27 million, that is a huge number. That's my concern in all of that. And I don't disagree that any illegal immigrant needs to go. Anyone who doesn't have a visa has to go. Anyone that's a criminal or has a radical background has to go. But I doubt there's 2 million of them. So are we also saying we're rounding up anybody that might be innocent of any of all that, and they have to go too? I think when you magnify that to 45 million and 60 million, that for me, there's still got to be that Christian humanity side to it. Now, I know this is probably where we'll differ maybe a little bit, but even then, the ability to be able to do that in America, 45 million, 60 million, I just find that impossible. That's you can't do it. In Australia, I would argue millions would also be nearly impossible. You've got to be able to track them down, arrest them. We're going to put them, before you deport them, in camps. Are we actually going to be that sort of country? I think there'd be overwhelming support for the radicals, the criminals, and all that sort of stuff. And I'd be very surprised if our, ASIO or stuff do not have a good handle on who the arseholes we've got to get out of the country. I think you'd have unanimous agreement on that. But when you're talking, let's say best case scenario, 1 million of those fit that category, but there's 1 million people that don't, that have actually been living good lives and done the right thing. They're just technically illegal. Are we actually also going to be pushing them out? Or are we actually talking, as one person put to me, anybody, for example, that doesn't have white skin? All that sort of thing. What there's got to be, I think if we can get some clarity around what we're talking about, then I think your chances of winning that debate actually become a lot stronger. When there's no clarity and we just have a big number, I think you're going to get natural resistance from a lot of people, and you're not going to get that unity you'd need to pull it off. So I think people have got to sort of get away from. It's a bit like the what is an Australian debate. Get away from being too generalistic about it and try and become more specific. And then once you get those specifics in, you might be able to actually mount a winning argument where you can get universal. You'll never get universal support, but as close to universal support as you can. And even for the detractors who come against it, you've got a very strong argument to put back in their face to say, well, no, this is where we're going with it. So I just think a broad paintbrush is not a good idea. I think 45, no president, doesn't matter who you're voting in, no president's getting rid of 45 or 60 million. And I don't, for example, if the America First guys think Thomas Massey's their answer to that, they're fucking joking themselves. He's a Malcolm Turnbull. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing in my book. But anyway, I'd say good luck.
The America First is because America First is Fuentes and the Groypers, and if Tucker and them want to now sort of align a little bit with it and call themselves America First, which I understand because there are things they agree on.
Okay, so but Fuentes has said he's isn't he encouraging all the Groypers to vote Democrat?
Yeah.
How's that an answer? They're just going to open the fucking border again. You're not going to have 45, 60 million. You're going to have 100 million. This is where Nick Fuentes...
They want to over-egg the pudding.
Yeah, but no, you're just going to commit suicide. You're going to commit cultural suicide.
Yeah, because then it's time to lock and load.
So he wants a civil war.
Well, it needs to happen. He's not a proponent of it. He's a realist that a civil war is coming to America, regardless of anyone's opposition to it. It will happen. It's unavoidable at this point.
We should hope and pray it doesn't. But
yeah, I know. I'm right there with you. But you can only have so many tens of millions of people with vested interests of various sides and different racial groups, all willing to kumbaya for the remainder of their lives. When many of them say, "I don't want anything to do with those people," and each racial demographic actually has close to a majority of people. A part of that racial demographic that is supportive of that. They'd prefer to live amongst their own. They don't all want to live next door to people who don't look like them, and they don't want to.
It comes back to color of skin, does it?
Yeah, but not necessarily, because there's.
Well, you pretty much just said that, though.
No, I understand. I didn't say it's going to be a race war to start with, but it's clear.
They don't want to live in neighbourhoods with people who don't look like them.
That's exactly right.
So when you say don't look like them, be specific.
Well, I am. So they in Frisco, which is in Texas, for example, they've had an influx of several million Indians have moved there in the last several years, and they've captured it basically as an ethnic enclave, where upwards of what?
Hasn't there also been a big Islamic enclaves getting established there as well?
Yeah, there's one up the road from Frisco. It's in a place called Plano, Texas, and they're building mega mosques, and it's going to become basically the domain of Islam in the center of Texas. And a lot of Texans are very upset about that.
I can imagine. I was going to say, how the hell did Texas go down that path of all states in America?
Yeah, because it's been flooded with people who aren't Texan, and those people don't want to vote in alignment with who the original Texans were, because that doesn't advantage them. So instead they vote for politicians who will be more favorable to them and less favorable to the original inhabitants of the area. But yeah, so there's ethnic enclaves that are being arisen right now.
Okay, so good. So bringing that back then to Nick Fuentes and the Democrats, are you saying, which was being predicted, there's a lot of people that got sick to death of what was going on in LA. So they, as Elon Musk did, left California, moved to Texas.
Yeah.
And so now you got a lot of those liberal-leaning white bastards with all up for mass immigration, all the woke agenda. They're now starting to infiltrate Texas.
Not in all cases, but yeah. So what it is Texas used to be a safe red state, as they called it, or Republican territory. And it was never going to be a blue state immediately, but now it's almost a purple state, because a lot of the people that came over the southern border, they would vote for the people that allow them to come into the country, or they think there's more of Uncle Sam's money for them if they vote for Democrat, etc. So Yeah, it's a purple state at the moment, and it will flip. It will flip. It will turn from a red state to a blue state, and this is why they think this is on the horizon sooner rather than later. If something's not done about it shortly, there'll be no way to
recover.
Yeah.
Well, the interesting elephant in the room, though, and I agree with you that I think Trump's done a lot of good, but I also think there's stuff there he could have done better. I'll be the first to admit that. But I'm also wondering a little bit with Trump. He knows he's only got 4 years. He doesn't need to keep everyone happy. He just needs to do what he wants to do. If he's not standing for the next election, you're sort of going to not worry about the polls, are you? You're just going to, you're president, you can do whatever. The biggest issue he's probably got is in the midterms, because if he becomes what do they call it?
If the Democrats win the House, he's going to be impeached 100 times again. And
well, if they win that, depends. He'll get impeached in the Congress. It's got to get then voted through in the Senate. So
I'll gum up the works. They will literally just throw everything at him.
Yeah, and he'll become, I forget the word, he'll become a do-nothing president because he can't get anything through. Mm-hmm. So, but then it comes up to your next election. Who's your candidate for the Republican candidacy? So, I mean, it would be interesting if everything you're saying is true, for example. And I don't know what talk there is about, but I think he's super smart. And I'm not talking J.D. Vance. I think Marco Rubio would be a very interesting candidate because I think he's an excellent debater, number one.
Yeah.
I think he's super smart, number two. And he has that Cuban Spanish background, number three.
Mm-hmm.
So I think for a lot, especially the Hispanic community, I think he would be very appealing. And I also think politically he's very savvy.
Oh, of course.
And in many ways, he's far better than Trump because he can communicate things far better than Trump. But that's the guy. And
he's very measured, though, as well, Bob. He's very measured.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. And he's the type of guy who I think, don't forget, the other part with the American elections, the presidential elections, you're basically from the midterms, your next election is your presidential. So they'll have a 2-year run going into it. So Rubio, if he wants to be a candidate, will have to put his hand up and say, yeah, I'm in on this. So he starts his own campaign. So all the focus will actually then start going off Trump onto that next presidential election. And once that starts to happen, the whole debate then will start to revolve. So you might see what you say, for example, with Trump not being on the thing, but I don't think that actually matters that much at the moment because the next election, Trump's not on the ballot.
That's exactly right.
So Rubio could be on the ballot. It could be if it's Rubio versus what's that fucking idiot from California, Newsom?
Yeah, Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, I think Rubio win it every day of the week and twice on Sundays. And that's the other issue. Who is going to be the Democrat candidate? I think actually an independent candidate would probably give Rubio more of a run than the Democrat candidate would be, but who knows? I don't know. You've been over there more often than me. But that would be my gut feel. But
Newsom is Nancy Pelosi's nephew.
Even.
So they've had a long and storied history about being in charge of, major apparatus in the United States government for a long, long time. So, and Nancy Pelosi is basically the queen of the DNC. Obama's the boss of the Democrats still. But Nancy being the Speaker of the House for so long and being there for, 40 years, longer than Bernie Sanders practically. She wants her nephew to get on up. She wants her nephew to become president. Yeah.
Well, Nancy Pelosi, though, is one of the craziest politicians I've ever seen. So if Gavin Newsom gets up, I tell you, then you probably are looking at, it'll be 2 years in and maybe what you're talking about where a civil war is coming, that may actually happen because that guy to me is just a little insane. But anyway, it is that polarizing type. I mean, it's even worse over in America. I mean, it's interesting how a lot of the Yanks are getting involved in UK politics, right? And what J.D. Vance said last week about the UK politics, I 100% agree with him. But on the flip side, I'm thinking maybe you should be looking in your own backyard and getting that all right first, and then maybe criticising other countries. Leave England to England. You were proponents for being America first. You've got a lot of issues in there. If you're going to be a nominee for the next president, maybe you need to start addressing some of those issues. And I don't think it's very smart to have, if what you're saying too, with the Groyper movement, having Tucker Carlson in your corner who has issues with Nick Fuentes in the Groyper movement. So and this is where I think Marco Rubio is being super smart. He's traversing straight down the middle. He's not connected to really anyone on all those sides, so we can actually claim a little bit of independence on it. So if I was a Republican strategist, there would be only one candidate for me the next election, and that'd be Rubio. Oh, by a mile.
Yeah, but what about all the big money that created the entity that is JD Vance, that has put him there and gave Trump tens of millions of dollars so Trump would make him VP?
Well,
that's what happened. Is the creation of Peter Thiel.
Who did Elon Musk have their big fight with in the White House? It was Besant. It was Scott Besant.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
There was allegedly he struck Elon Musk and gave him a black eye or vice versa. Allegedly.
But when they write books about the Trump presidencies, it's going to be quite interesting, I've got to say. No matter what you think of him, some of the stories that are going to come out to be great. Mm-hmm. But it's going to be interesting where, for example, someone like Musk would land. And I think Elon Musk will land somewhere with a candidate.
What if he decides to bankroll Tucker?
He won't bankroll Tucker.
I know that. He wouldn't do it publicly.
No, he wouldn't bankroll. I couldn't possibly see. I think Musk. Trump summed up Musk really well the other day. He says, we're good friends, but every now and again, said 80% of the time we're good friends, but 20% of the time he does stupid things and we get in arguments. I think that's sort of Elon Musk, because Elon Musk is either all in or not in. Like what he did with Doge. He was all in to make that work and whatever. Scott Besant undermined him, so he had the big falling out with Trump. Now they're back together because, Trump is over in England getting into their politics rightly again, and he's like being independent. But now Musk you're seeing quite regularly, like when they went over to Trump, who was at Trump's shoulder all the way through it. Musk was, he's around Trump quite a lot again. And who's on all those trips with Trump? Marco Rubio. Who's not on all those trips with Trump because they can't have the president and vice president together? JD Vance. He's left at home. So I'd say if Musk is developing a relationship with probably anyone, it's someone within Trump's orbit. And I reckon Marco Rubio, you look at everything that Trump gives Marco Rubio responsibility to deal with. You can see, you don't judge a man by what he says, you judge a man by what he does. And the responsibility he's given to Rubio tells me that Trump absolutely trusts Rubio. And I think you probably find Musk in there. I think there's going to be, I even think there's a bit of a civil war from what I can see in the Republican Party. I reckon you've still got a bunch of those MAGA Republicans, and then you've got those independent Republicans like Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene and all those. Who are the Republican donors are going to swing behind Rubio, and who would swing behind? It's going to be a fascinating 2 years. That's all I can say. It's
well, the tech titans' billions will go to JD Vance because he's their Frankenstein. So there's a desire for them to put their man in the White House, and then all their dreams will be realized as a result of them putting their man in there. But then it is also...
When you say he's their Frankenstein, you mean they built him?
Oh, they did. Absolutely. That's on the public record. They did.
Yeah.
He has a storied past, and he is meant to be overcoming. He wrote the book about it called Hillbillyology. And JD Vance has changed his name several times, and he's not sure of who he is as a character. I guess this is why he wears mascara still sometimes. Men typically don't wear mascara, but he's self-conscious of his self-image.
Yeah.
And he's before the world, so that makes him feel more comfortable. But if he's more preoccupied with applying mascara to himself when he wants to address the world as vice president, perhaps we should go for an individual who isn't concerned about putting mascara on their eyes, particularly when they're a male. But no, Rubio is... They're probably similar IQ because Vance is meant to be off the charts himself. But Rubio's performance as Secretary of State has been nothing short of remarkable in regards to him delivering impactful messages to people in other countries who may not have wanted to hear such stern messaging from the United States. Because when he speaks to the world, he's speaking on behalf of the President of the United States. So everything that he utters is basically considered, this is Donald Trump telling me to say this to you as well. I know he's got his own free thoughts, but he understands the geopolitical situation far better than JD Vance ever could, because JD Vance hasn't been flying around to all of these countries around the world as Secretary of State. Will Rubio have an appeal based on his Cuban history and then want to be a capitalist and all that? Yeah, most likely, 100%. But I can't see Peter Thiel and the Silicon Valley Mafia who created Vance from saying, nah, sorry, JD, you're not our guy this time. I think they put him there expecting for him to be the candidate in 2028.
Well, that'd be interesting because, if what you're saying is true, and they don't want people in America don't want to be living along or in the same neighborhood as people who don't look like them.
Yeah, they don't.
Silicon Valley are backing a candidate that's got an Indian wife and half Indian kids.
No, that's exactly right. And this is...
So how's that going to get up?
Well, this is one of the reasons why Fuentes and co have said we're just going to vote for the opposite, because they'll vote for an American over an American who's married an Indian wife and named his son Vivek because his best mate is Ramaswamy.
Well, let me put this hypothetical by you. If Rubio does, in fact, run, he's Hispanic, and I'm pretty sure he's married to a Hispanic. He's a Catholic, as is his wife, as is Nick Fuentes. He's got a sharp wit. He's Donald Trump, but he's articulate. Like when Rubio speaks and he wants to be critical, he can cut deep on any opponent.
Yeah.
Is there a world? Because I think he's very convincing as well.
It's not easy. Just one thing on that, Bob, and I'll let you continue. So what Rubio's been able to do is he can get up and he can give a speech for half an hour and still keep myself or other audience members captivated during and throughout.
Yeah.
A lot of the time when politicians get up to speak, it could be Trump, it could be anyone else as well. It doesn't matter what their popularity level is. Because of the way they're delivering the message, and people are tuning out within 5 or 10 minutes most of the time, even shorter. But yeah, with Rubio, he's able to keep the attention span of the listening audience far, far longer. And that's a skill. That is a serious skill. And it's because when he speaks about things, he speaks with authority, but also it's almost like we fundamentally understand this guy understands what's going on here as well. And he knows far more than us.
Oh, great.
So we respect him. We respect him from distance as well, which is quite strange. Because we've got no association with him whatsoever, but we are looking at him more favorably than other candidates. So something is working there.
Yeah. I mean, what makes it interesting is Rubio's now come out several times and said he's not looking. If JD Vance runs for president, he won't run. I can't believe that would be the case. He'd be the first politician I've ever seen that would knock back the potential to win the White House.
Well, they're going to have the debates again. So the GOP will have their debate, and they'll most likely... Well, when Trump was running in 2016, I think they had 12, 14 or 16 candidates on stage initially.
Well, the other part that we probably haven't touched on is the debates happen on obviously both sides, the Republican and the Democratic side. I mean, who are going to be your Democrat candidates for the presidency that are going to be debating each other? I mean, there's talk about AOC.
She's the one.
Being
the queen, it's hers to win, man. It's hers, bro.
You reckon she'll be the candidate for presidency?
Well, they stole it from her and Bernie the last time around. And because her and Bernie were going strong in 2012, 2013, it might have been 2016 after Trump, because AOC hasn't been there for that long. But yeah, she's their queen, mate. They love her, and she ticks all the boxes for the Democrats.
God, I hope she will. I would love to see a Rubio versus AOC presidential.
That is a non-contest. That debate is going.
So that's sort of what I mean. I mean, all this Trump and all this stuff that's going on. I'm just looking in 2 years' time. Well, hold on, this whole thing's going to change. The pendulum's going to swing. And Trump's probably getting to the age now he needs to start thinking. Retiring. Man, every time I look at him, I saw him in the basketball. He actually looks tired. He looks very.
He's over it, Bob. He's an old man. He's approaching 90 years old, for goodness sake.
I think he's desperate to finish this Iran war. Get his ballroom built. Have his UFC fight.
Yep.
And get some good things happen on the economy run, and then he can walk off to the sunset.
I'm so disappointed with that as well, because I got invited to go to that UFC event.
Oh, no.
Taking place this weekend, but my visa was up.
Oh, no. Is that on this weekend, did you say?
Yeah, I believe it is. Yeah, it's or maybe the following. It's on the 15th.
Right. I'm not into the UFC fights, but I reckon I might tune in for that one. That might be something a little special. It'll be interesting. The whole thing is the problem is with that whole polarization. Usually there's an old saying, when America sneezes, we get a cold, So I'm just a different type of political environment, obviously. But when are we going to get to that point where it's as polarized? I hope we never get to that point, but I can see on the horizon where in Australia we could get that far. I actually think the UK situation is far more dire.
That's a huge problem over there. So the UFC White House it'll air Monday here, Monday morning in Australia. So it's Sunday in the United States, Sunday evening. But that's what a disappointment that was. If I had have known, I would have left a week or two later than what I originally did to fly over there initially.
I think you have 3 months over there.
Yeah.
Don't stop being greedy.
But if I had have known at the time, because I had no idea I was going to be offered one, but there was going to be a whole process as well. Every single person was going to be in attendance for that UFC thing, because at the White House you had to basically get a national security background check.
Yeah.
You had to give them, the NSA, everything about you. They had to determine whether or not you were going to be able to be issued passes to attend. But the UK, they've got a huge problem because when we've seen what's happened with the Sikh man that stabbed someone else and then told the police that this guy's fine. That was an entire debacle. The police handcuffing him and all of that, and him telling him he's been stabbed, and them telling him he's imagining it. But then seeing what happened in Belfast, the guy mounting the other man in a public street in broad daylight,
trying to decapitate the poor
multiple times. And I was, one of the most alarming things for me watching that is there were obviously several people standing around, and I understand they were at distance, and many of them were women, so we couldn't expect them to try to interfere with what was taking place, apart from yelling at him to stop. But then I was thinking, this is happening for a little bit of time here. Why aren't some guys, a bunch of guys, just running over to this and physically stopping this man from doing it, and then dealing out some punishment back to him, I guess, to stop whatever the threat was? And I think we saw in that clip, there were a couple of guys towards the end of it, they ran to him, and it looked like one guy was carrying a shovel.
Yeah, apparently it's in Ireland.
And he smacked him in the head a few times with it.
It's a sports stick. And, I can't remember the name of it. It's not garlic football. There's another hurling, I think it is.
It was one of those.
He's hitting him with one of those, giving him a good old whack. They've got about 3 different sports over there. But, at least some people did intervene. I mean, I've seen some clips where people just don't intervene. There was one of a guy in France, another one, an immigrant, running around and stabbing people, and he stabbed this baby in a pram. And there were these people just walking right by. You go, fuck, when are you going to stop? He's just walking around stabbing people. I mean, it's just... So, and that's the hard part a bit about social media. You're getting all these different random things coming at you in your screen from across the globe that 25 years ago you would never have even seen. But now you see it all. It's all there in its dark glory. And I mean, did that always happen on the other side of the planet 25 years ago? I don't know. I probably don't need it in my feed. But
yeah, is it happening more frequently now, or are we just seeing it more frequently because we have the social media? That is a question to ask. In
Australia, I'll give you...
How are they going to fix the UK, Bob?
Oh, well, it's not up to us. We can't.
No, how are they going to fix it over there? Like, if Rupert Lowe gets in, will it be fixed or not?
Yes, I think it would. I don't think Rupert Lowe will win. I think Nigel Farage will if they have an election. And I don't trust Nigel Farage. There's some things he says I just like. I'm a big fan. You might disagree with this one, but any person that goes to prison because he's fighting for his own citizens and fighting for the young women in his country, and he's prepared to go to prison with the enemy. So I'm a big fan of Tommy Robinson. So just for that. And there's some other things he does I don't agree with, but mate, if you're going to sacrifice your own life, he sacrificed his family, he sacrificed his wife, he went to jail. In that jail, he had to put up with Muslim inmates that wanted to kill him. He really put his life on the line because he wanted to expose the rape gangs and the hypocrisy and the double standards. So when Farage just throws him under the bus, I'm going, hold on. You don't have to agree with the guy, but don't throw him under the bus. He's fighting for what you're saying you're fighting for, but he was prepared to go to jail for it and sacrifice a lot. You want all the perks of Parliament. And don't forget, Farage was part of the Conservative movement that put fucking England in the place that it is. So I think, and this is why I just don't, you got to be.
His shine has worn off, Bob. His shine has
that's why I think Rupert Lowe will do pretty well. But if he gets in, he's going to blow the place up. But I don't.
Sometimes the house needs to be demolished.
No, I'm not necessarily opposed to that either. And I agree with what a lot of Rupert Lowe says. But I do see in England they've got the same problem as what we've got. So, they're not even halfway through their term, the ALP government. So it's great to have Rupert Lowe and Farage. And even, I think Kemi Badenoch has been very good for a Conservative leader. And she's torn strips off Starmer in Parliament. But if they don't get rid of Starmer, you've still got Starmer. And like in Australia, the next ALP person off the bench is no better. So they've still got another 2.5, 3 years of ALP government because they've got a 5-year term. So do they get to the next election? Don't know. Will the place blow up before they even get to an election? The way it's going, I mean, if you keep having citizens attacked in the streets, killed, that guy could have been the next death. He could have had a decapitation filmed and spread on social media. I mean, what if they have another Southport? What's going to happen then? I mean, you're talking. There's 3 events that have happened in the last 6 months. What's going to fucking happen in the next 3 years? And are there certain sections of the British community? So I'm incorporating all of them, illegal immigrants, the whole lot. Are there certain ones that would want to bring about something other than an election? I'd argue yes. So I don't know. That could go anywhere in England, and it wouldn't be. Where it goes, it won't be pretty. The big difference between England and America, mate, is what you said before. The Second Amendment. If someone comes at me north in America, you're getting fucking shot. So, but they're not going to do that in America. In England they will because, the police aren't even armed. So they will attack a citizen because outside a little sporting stick, what have they got to defend themselves with? And immigrants can walk around with knives because that's part of their faith.
Yeah, it almost comes to the point where because as Western nations, the hard and fast rule has always been you can't be guilty of something before you're convicted, right? Guilt by association, everything else. But now people, I think, are almost at the point, particularly in England, because of these extremely violent incidences where innocent people are being slaughtered on their streets with blood-curdling screams, witnessed by people as well, including 6-year-old girls who were stabbed at a bloody Taylor Swift get-together by savages and by a level of barbarism that is so foreign to us that people can't even get their heads around it. I think what you're going to see is, it will come to a head.
One way or the other.
I don't want to go into it too much, but we understand. I think anyone with a bit of common sense can look at the situation and go, "This isn't going to be pretty."
And we're not talking randomly. I was watching an interview not long ago where they had an ex-military guy, like a high-ranking officer. He wasn't in the army anymore, but his prediction is said it's inevitable. This was his words. It's inevitable. We will have a civil war.
Yeah, and it's the same in America. It's because of the demographic breakdown and everything else. But the politicians aren't assisting it. And so when I was saying that stuff about, you can't be guilty of something you haven't done, and we're meant to have hard and fast rules in our nation. Well, I think people now are beyond the point because there have been so many instances of violent attacks happening, that then looking at groups of people and saying, do you know what, it's just not worth it. You may not have done anything, but there's an exercise, Bob. So imagine you've got a bowl of Skittles or M&Ms before you, mate, and I put them on your lap and I say, there you go, Bob, there's 100 M&Ms for you, mate, get stuck in. You say, oh, thanks, Ben, but I say, but 3 of them are laced with cyanide. But it's only 3 in 100, so you'll be all right. Are you going to partake? Are you going to put your hand into the bowl and eat a handful of M&Ms?
I understand your
Yeah, and so this is where people are getting to in regards to certain people from certain ethnic groups living in close proximity to them, particularly in certain areas of England.
I agree.
And they prefer a hard and fast. If we get rid of a lot of them, then we won't have one instance of this happening. But by doing that, you're actually going after people who haven't done anything
That's
wrong.
right. But the other part, if we're being brutally honest, I mean, that does simplify it a little bit, because even if you did that, you're still going to have some of those incidents happen, because look, white people are guilty of committing horrific crimes against white people as well.
100%.
In every demographic, you have demonic people, right? So even, with the M&Ms, so you might have your M&Ms, but there's your ethnicity M&Ms, that are the same color as you. Amongst those, there'd be also 3 poisoned M&Ms. So, but the problem you've got is it's when the general populace, whether they're ethnic, let's go back to Australia, whether they're ethnic Australians or whether they're recent migrant Australians, is when they say enough of them, and we're not going to cop it anymore. History, forget, this is not a conspiracy theory or anything. History tells you that's when populaces rise up. The Americans rose up against the British Empire to create their own civilization. In England, the Magna Carta came about because they rose up against their king. You throughout European history, you had revolution, the French Revolution, for example. You read some of the horrific things they did in that. So the Russian Revolution, a whole bunch of different places where people just go, you know what, we don't want this bullshit anymore, and we're going to bring this into our hands. The American Civil War. History after history after history tells you can only push a citizenship so far. And here's a hypothetical for you, more than M&Ms. What happens if let me pick a suburb. Toorak.
Yeah. 3
immigrants do a Southport. What's the Australian population going to do? They slaughter 4 6-year-old kids at a dance party. What's going to happen in this country?
You're going to have vigilantism take place.
Which leads to?
Well, 100%, man. Like, it's on. It is on. Like,
I don't think we're near there like it is in America and UK. But I'm just saying,
no way.
There is going to come a point. If I'm being brutally honest, and Daniel would hate me for saying this, but I think it's a fact. It'd be interesting to see your thoughts on it. I don't like saying this because I've got so many friends in that community. Okay, this sounds awful. So everyone out there who knows me well, please forgive me.
Well, both of us, Bob. We don't.
No, I know. But there's others that are listening, so I just want to make sure I get the context right, because it's not something I believe in. But if the Bondi massacre had have happened and it wasn't the Jewish community, I think we'd already be there.
Yeah.
If that was a Christian get together, I think the walls would be getting torn down now. I think it's sad, by the way. They were innocent people, innocent families. Somehow, I don't know how Albo's done it. He's managed to put that under the rug. He swept it under the carpet. Where the real rage should have gone, which is against radical Islam, somehow it's become about anti-Semitism. Forget the anti-Semitism. Radical Islamists against the Jews, they're against us, they're against all that sort of shit. I'd be surprised if we get the full video out that somewhere if that guy's cutting off the guy's head and looking to decapitate, what other religious faith across the globe has publicly paraded people to be beheaded? It's not Christian faith. It's not Hindu faith. It's not even Sikh faith. So you've only got to have that little bit of dominate, that flame lit to blow everything up, and it can happen. And look, I don't think we're anywhere near as close as the UK, probably not even America.
Hell no.
But it won't take much to get us there.
Yeah, the right type of incident will act as a perfect catalyst for whatever's going to take place after the fact. And so if Bondi had have been nippers, the little kids that do life saving, imagine if it had been a bunch of them. And so it would have been on like Donkey Kong already. So you're not wrong. I guess we have and this is almost, even thinking about it, I'm like, I don't even know how to say this correctly, so we'll just go ahead and say it. If they weren't Jewish, if they just had been regular Aussies, there would have been a big problem about this. I think the Islamic community has escaped a lot of what would have been retribution against them because the victims were primarily Jewish.
Which is a disgraceful thing to be saying.
Yeah, that's why I said I can't even believe we have to think that way. But that is a consideration.
But we're living in that world. Sorry, I know they were rejected, but Piers Morgan, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, a lot of these ones that we're talking about, even, I won't say your mate, but, even your guy, Nick Fuentes, they deny it, but they promote anti-Semitism. And you know what? I'll give Nick Fuentes some credit. He doesn't deny it. The others do. Nick Fuentes owns it. So, but we've got it over here. We got the fucking Palestinian marches every fucking week. They've thankfully died off a bit, but now it's going to move over to the Iran regime or whatever. I go back to my time growing up in this country, right to the 2000s, before you were even a twinkle in your parents' eyes. We never had this shit. I didn't give a fuck whether a person next door was Jewish or black or, we didn't have a high demographic, but it didn't matter. I mean, back in my day, growing up in Melbourne, when I first moved to Melbourne, if there was a horrific murder, it was over all the front pages, right? Someone got stabbed to death or something like that. It'd be a major event. Now, if someone gets hit by a machete, well, who cares? That's just another machete attack. The world's changed that much. It's just not a big news event. It used to be a major thing. If a woman got raped in the middle of the city, it would be all over the news, but it doesn't rate anymore. And that's how much our society has changed a little bit, which is pretty sad. Funny thing is, I do, when I get out, so I have my social media side. I've also got my business side and the other stuff I do. And like on the weekend, we had a basketball tournament for my kids, and you got out and, with all sorts of different people, demographics and all that. I went out, coached my team. We played against all these other teams. People walked in and out. We all got along. There was no issues. Kids were playing basketball, having fun. Parents were having coffee. We'd go down the restaurant. We'd all have the parents and the kids would get together and have a lunch. And then the other team, from the other club was doing the same thing. And, 90,000 went to the G for Neil Dallagher's game or whatever. So there is that part of Australia that's still great, that people can get by and get along and be unified by everything that makes us great. There is this side of me that still says that maybe because of the social media and our screens, does it get amplified into our lives? Because what we never used to see, we see so much now. I actually hope that's still the case, because maybe we won't get there. But people from that same experience, everyone is still talking about the same sort of shit we're talking about in their conversations at those restaurants, at the basketball games. So, for example, we were talking with the Kiwi family I was talking about. I said, why'd you immigrate to Australia? And he go, we're chasing the dream. I said, what, the dream of capital gains tax? I go, you guys don't have a capital gains tax over there, do you? And this guy runs his own business. He's a builder. And he goes, well, you got a point there. And he goes, but the cost of petrol in New Zealand is still ridiculously high. And he goes, there's more opportunity for business. I said, yeah, no, I get it. I'm just stirring up. But, but we then got in a conversation about politics and all the things. So a lot of these similar issues are still being talked about. But do Australians and people in Australia have the pitchforks out yet? I don't think so. Do people in England have their pitchfork outs yet? Not quite, but they're probably sitting within arm's reach of the next major incident.
A few, yeah, probably less than half a dozen more sinister attacks on the streets in the UK.
You reckon half a dozen?
Well,
I would have thought it'd be less than that.
Well, it might, but yeah, I try to be conservative about things a little bit in regards to that because we're hoping to avoid it, right? We're hoping to avoid it.
I would say,
but yeah, it could take one. It could take one.
It would depend on the incident.
Yeah.
If it was like another Southport thing, then that's it. I think England will blow up. If there was another arsehole that went in and killed a bunch of young kids and did what they did at Southport, and those poor little darlings and all that sort of shit just get murdered the way they got murdered. And worse, if the government, here's your big problem, going back to what we started this whole conversation with, if the government yet again try and cover it up or play it down, then you'll have some serious issues. If you have another Southport incident and they try and cover it up or do their two-tier policing or approach to it, I think the Poms will say, no, fuck this. No more. Man, you know what? They'll have every right to do that too. So,
you know, I've been hesitant to actually take a trip over there because I don't want to see it. I don't want to see how bad it really is. But I know plenty of people over there. They've invited me several times to get across there and have a look and make content. And the safety isn't guaranteed when you're over there, Bob. You know, walking around London, filming people, getting in their face, asking provocative questions, whatever it may be, filming blatant acts of criminality in broad daylight in central London, that could lead to consequences, which is unfortunate because you should be able to go to London and be fine and feel good. I should be able to go to Birmingham and walk around Birmingham and speak to English people. But if I go there, I'm going to be in an enclave which looks like somewhere from the Middle East and not London or not England.
You know, the funny thing,
it's a problem.
It wouldn't have been an issue in that enclave if they weren't bringing over their issues. You know, if they were just getting on with life and building a life and having getting a career and raising their kids and doing all this without all the colonialism bullshit, without all the anti-white shit, without all the you know, threats of Allah Akbar and all their different cultures and all that sort of shit. You know, you can have your heritage. This applies whether you're Indian, Sri Lankan, Islamic, whatever. You can have your heritage, but you come to a country for a different life, then embrace that life. Recognize your heritage, but do something different in this country that's giving you this opportunity. Don't try and fuck it over. But they don't. It's just, and again, if anyone has watched me, you might even sense it yourself a bit, Ben, but with that incident, it was so confronting. I can understand those people who are going, which, you know, I'll argue against, the whole white man made bad, everyone else made good. I mean, I totally understand it. And this is what I was trying to say with people who don't, instead of lecturing white Australia, start understanding their concerns. And then we might have some hope. Because white Australians, heritage Australians, ethno-nationalists, like any other demographic in this country, have their concerns, have their issues. Why can't we air our issues? And that's coming from a person, as you know, who I try to be empathetic with pretty much most demographic groups. So, but we are a demographic group too. Our issues need to be heard. And then if everyone gets a fair hearing, we can come to a common place, our country's got a pretty good chance to be successful. If you can't get there, what do they call it? Your social cohesion chances are just screwed. They're gone. So, anyway.
Yeah.
We got anything else more joyful to talk about?
Well, hard men create good times, good men. Oh, sorry. Yeah. What is it? Hard men create good times create weak men.
Weak men create
hard times, and so on and so forth. So we're in that cycle. Are we at the fourth turning or not? Most likely so. Are things happening similarly at the turn of this century and in this decade as they did
are we blackpilling
last century? Are we sorry?
Blackpilling. Seeing the very worst.
No, I think there's nothing wrong with being a realist. but I think we have to retain our sanity in the face of how alarming that realism can be. I don't think it's all doom and gloom just yet. I'm pessimistic of politicians, but optimistic of the people,
Yes.
and I'll try to retain that attitude going
Well,
forward.
when I go out and mix with the community a lot more, that does restore my faith a bit, like the weekend. And you know, I've got a lot of really good friends from different groups. It does give me hope. But I'll tell you one incident that could set a flame, which we talked about already in Australia, is if Albo or them ever actually had the stupid idea to try and ban One Nation through those hate speech laws.
It's going to be on
Oh,
them. It will be on at that
yeah.
point.
Great.
I almost want to see it. I don't know why I feel that way, but it's almost to the point now. Well, do you know, we like watching. People like watching explosions.
There's an old saying, mate, be careful what you wish for.
No, I'm right there with you. I understand, because it's going to be absolutely horrible. But you know, let's.
No, I think we get a better.
I don't want to say too much.
Yeah,
but
no, be careful.
It almost needs to happen. Like this, we can't keep, kicking the can down the road.
It's got to be confronted. So let's hope Albo always goes towards his better angels and goes, okay, I've got to win this democratically. Let the better idea win. So if he thinks Pauline Hanson and all them are so bad and One Nation is so bad, well, then he should rump in the next election, shouldn't he? So take it to the next election, have your debate, call her a racist. He can call you a witch or a warlock. She can, sorry. And let's have debate and let the people decide who should govern this country. Will they allow that to happen? If they allow that to happen, if Albo's better angels allow that to happen and the ALPs, then there's maybe some hope for this country. Because whether we want to agree it or not, democratically it's got decided. We've got to move on. We'll go and fight for the next one. But if they try and ban 30% of the Australian population from the party they want to vote for, then, I think your social cohesion shit is going out the window. Yeah, so...
well, there is no way they will not, because they've already demonstrated that they do not afford One Nation any grace. They interpret anything they espouse as anti-Semitic, racist, hateful, whatever it may be. So given that that's the recent track record of how they interpret One Nation, and their rank and file all fall into line behind that designation of them as well, I think that they will try it. In some shape or form, they will have to try it, particularly if the polls keep advancing One Nation.
I'll give you a counter. I'll give you a counter to that.
Yeah,
and again, gives me hope. All these front benches for the RP, they've been there for decades. They're all on lovely salaries. Albo's on close to $500,000 a year. They've all, interestingly, how before the capital gains came in, they also a lot of them sold up and got their full profits.
That was interesting
on their real estate, even though they've been grandfathered them all. So they've made sure they've all got their own little nest egg in, and for them to blow the whole place up and put at risk the other next nest egg of their political pensions, if that happened, they're sacrificing that. Are they really going to commit? Forget the political hurry-curry. Are they going to blow themselves up financially and with everything they've got to look forward to the remainder of their days? I mean, even someone like Tony Burke, if he loses the next election and retires from politics, mate, he's got a privileged life ahead of him where he's going to be wealthy, happy, looked after, never going to have another problem in his life. That sort of gives me hope. Why would you blow it up? Why would you actually then, as an ALP frontbencher, then take that move? If they did it, it would be total insanity. But I'm not underestimating the insanity within the ALP ranks. Who knows? Because they've done some crazy, stupid shit before. I don't know. Is there a bigger...
Do you think they're going to go hell for leather? Will they go hell for leather now? They think this is their moment. They've got to seize the opportunity. They're not going to turn around and go backwards, are they?
Call an election or...
No, just in regards to the direction of the country, like Labor seems fiercely committed to whatever this
I think for the next 2
is.
years, yeah, they'll throw as much of their ideology and their policy and what they're trying to do. They'll definitely keep the immigration going.
Hey, can I ask you something about the immigration then? So what if it was a one in, one out policy, right? Okay, so if an Indian wants to come here, okay, cool, an Indian can come here, but guess what? That means an Australian has to move to India. How many Australians have said, "Hey, I want to get out of this place. I want to go and live in
Who's going to
India,"
vote for
for
that?
example?
I thought you were going to say if one Indian comes here, another Indian has to go. But again, take this the right way. I just think when you have these sort of things thrown out, it's got to be a little bit more articulate. So, yeah, it's like millions have to go. Well, okay, give me some detail in that. I don't mind. There was a policy about if you introduce one law, you've got to get rid of another law, so we're not overburdened by legal things. I think that's really good. If you're going to create one ministry, you've got to get rid of another ministry. All that sort of thing, so you don't just keep piling on the laws, the fines, all that sort of shit. I think immigration, and I'm a person who wants 10 years freeze on it. I think immigration can be done right. It just needs a bit of common sense. And one, you don't overwhelm your current populace. Two, you have people who come in that will embrace our values and understand them. And three, they've got to accept our way of life. But it's been so muddled now, a lot of Australians don't understand what our way of life or our heritage is. So you've got to get it back to that sort of thing. And to his credit, I don't think anyone's listening. I think Angus Taylor's immigration policy wasn't half bad. Now, is it going all the way that a lot of us would want? No. But at least it's addressing issues that would make our immigration policy work. So, I'm also a big proponent to protect our heritage. You've got to have a 70, say 30. Now, some will argue 30 is too much. A 70-30 breakup of your, what they call the Anglo-Celtic European heritage with the other immigrant thing, Now, what those who make that argument, 30%, and I understand the argument, the 30% they're talking about is there's an argument out there that if this was brought about by the way the Islamic caliphates came about, that once they got to a certain percentage, they then took over countries and they overwhelmed it. And very quickly, places like Lebanon became Islamic countries where they once were Christian countries, right? Now, 30%, of that 30%, it's not all going to be Islamic. It's going to be Vietnamese, Chinese, Indians, all that sort of thing. But if your majority was having that Anglo-Celtic European heritage, whatever you want to call it, you can then protect our way of life moving forward. I actually think that needs to be discussed, debated, and I think it then needs to be legislated. I think that's how you overcome a lot of this immigration stuff. And you've got to address these issues. Well, if we've got 2 million people that shouldn't be here, and I'm taking Scott Challen's word at that, for example, I find that a bit hard to believe, but it could be true. I'm not disputing it. The question I've got instead of the remigration, which fair enough, how the fuck did we get those 2 million people here in the first place that shouldn't be here? There's a problem with our immigration policy. So
there is.
Whoever gets in has got to fix that. It's the biggest issue. It's the biggest concern, not just facing Anglo-Celtic people of descent, but as we spoke about, Chinese families, 1 or 2 generations living here, they don't want this mass immigration.
Well, they moved to Australia because it was super majority white.
Yes.
They wanted to live in that type of country. They didn't want to move to a region which reminds them of somewhere else in the world. So that's what we're up against.
Yeah, and this is where Sam Bamford, I think, makes a lot of good points. We could not go to China or India and overwhelm it and turn it into little Australia. Couldn't do it. They wouldn't let us do it. But if you keep allowing this mass immigration in, and then our heritage population gets so diluted that it becomes a minority, you're making something Australia it never was. You're basically having a conquest of Australia through nefarious means. So I get that argument, but there's also the flip argument. We don't want to be also that country because it's not what my parents raised us. How do you protect that heritage? To me, it's simple, the 70-30 demographic. It comes into legislation. If we're going to have managed immigration, it's got to be over a period of time. It can't overwhelm us. And more importantly, we've got to have the freaking infrastructure there that is not going to impede the hopes and aspirations of other Australians. To me, that's just common sense. But what do our politics? Let's just bring them all in. Let's put a turban on our head. Let's go to the fucking next mosque meeting. Let's do whatever we fucking want to do to, let's have a meeting in Chinatown and ban every other person who doesn't have the Chinese look about them from coming in. Let's just cater to all the minorities, because we know they're going to give us some donations or lobbying or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. But we're just basically going to throw everyday Australians under the bus because we don't like you very much. That's the message we're getting, is it not?
It is the message. The 70-30 split is interesting. We're going to have a further conversation about that another time.
Yeah.
Because we could really drill down into that.
We're not doing that because it's already 11 o'clock. And I know you're a night owl, but I'm not.
Yeah, time flies when you're having fun. But I think some of the fiercest proponents of the mass deportation, they want it 95-5. But there is, once again, we'll talk about that another time. But Bob, there's 195 recognized countries on the face of the planet. 195 countries. Okay, well, what if our immigration, if it is an intake of, let's call it 500,000 a year, which I know is too much, but for the argument, we'll just call it 500,000 a year. Well, what if that is made up of individuals equally made up of individuals from each of those 198 countries? Wouldn't that be the fairest approach to a migration intake into the country?
No, I'd argue.
No.
I'd argue we need to go back to what we once had in this country. We used to target immigration from countries that we know people would come here and complement our country. Why do we have to take 100 people from 195 nations? I'd make the counter argument, why can't we pick the best 30 nations that will complement our way of life and allow immigrants in from that country? Why do we not take white South African farmers that face discrimination in their country every single day and lose their lives over it? Why can they not come here and contribute to our farming community? Why does it always have to be? And I'm only using this as an example because I do have a couple of good Sudanese friends, but why does it have to be the Sudanese immigrants over the white African farmers? I don't understand it. Surely we have to bring in people that it can help build this nation, build our values and whatever. I'm getting really worried if we have another elbow, and even with Pauline Hanson coming up in the polls, there's still every chance the ALP win the next election because of our stupid preferential system. So if they get another term in office and they keep bringing in this amount of immigration from places that don't complement what we want to be as a country or what we used to be as a country, is it then going to be so overwhelming that it's too late? So is the argument going to be, well, what is in Australia now really just changed? Because the people who don't want to have that colonial history from the Celtic, Anglo-Celtic, they can say, well, listen, 40% of Australia is now immigrant history. It's not that history. It's the new Australia. And you're going to have, don't forget, this is what I think part of the problem you've got with your NSN mates or whoever mates, whatever they are.
Wait. Let's just wait a second.
No, I shouldn't say that, should I? I'll get you in trouble. The 95 to 5.
You'll be in prison for 15 years.
Yeah, sorry. So the 95 to 5 mob, right? You've got to remember that within the Anglo-Celtic percentage of the demographics, there's probably 30% of them that are woke leftists that would like to see white Australia torn down anyway. So 100%. We are, if we're being pretty honest, I think if you want to go,
there's extreme arguments on both sides. You're correct.
Well, I think the white nationalist sort of thing, and this is why I think they're making a silly argument. If you go down that road, you're going to lose because there's going to be a lot of whites that aren't going to go with you down that road. And then you've got all the naturally the immigrants who migrated here and could be third generation, second, first generation Australians won't go with you. I actually think this is where the One Nation is doing this intentionally or not. I actually think the times have sort of come to meet her time, if you understand what I mean. I'm not too sure whether it's politically savvy by Pauline, but because 30 years ago, her message was still the same. It was unpopular. The same message now, because of the times we're in with the mass immigration and the issues it's creating, it's now gaining support even from immigrant demographics, right?
Yeah.
So all the one nation approach right now is actually incredibly smart, because it's actually drawing people from, and this is what Trump did in the last election. He drew support from all the different demographics, from Black communities, Hispanic communities, even Islamic communities. So if Hanson can repeat that, she's now drawing votes away from the ALP, because the Chinese communities will come in behind her. I would even argue some of the Islamic communities would come in behind her. People like Rami, who is a Christian from Iraq, and what do they call them? Can't remember now. Orthodox Christian. So people who've immigrated to get away from these Islamic dictatorships, they're going to look for someone who's going to take a fight and a stand against that sort of immigration coming to this country. So you'll find that she'll just rise for the times. And whether it's accidental,
because nothing will stop an idea, or nothing can stop an idea whose time has come, and what you're laying out for the people, and it's obvious to everyone as well if they've got eyes once again to see. These things are all culminating, and there's a convergence of this happening, and it's leading to the sentiment which you're espousing right now, Bob. So, what I think Pauline has got an opportunity to even go one step further, because she's already said things which obviously resonating with the populations, or a segment of the population, which is why they're achieving the poll results. But there's not one Australian politician in Labor, the Greens, or the Teals who have stated on the public record that God made them men and women. So if Pauline just wants to stand up and say, what are we talking about with all this trans stuff or whatever? God made them men and women. But have we abandoned God in this country?
Oh, the answer to that is yes.
Yeah, I understand, but I want her to ask it to the Senate and to Parliament. Ask the question on the floor and look at other people and put it on them. And if she has a debate with Albo, ask Albo about his faith and his belief system. There's a lot of ammunition there for her to utilize, which would
to reveal Albo's hypocrisy.
Yeah, but also enable them to gather further support on the women issue alone. If Pauline has to stand up and be a champion of women that says men aren't women because women aren't men, and I've got a pair of these and I've got that, and men haven't got a pair of these and they've got that, and that's it, and that's the way God made us.
Have you read their policy page?
No. Should I pull it up? Let me check it out.
I'm pretty sure it's on there. It's overwhelming. It's interesting. I read Scott Challen's for his lobby group and Hanson's one.
Yep.
Pretty identical. There's a couple of differences, but either one I'd support absolutely. The only problem I had with Scott, and it's not a big problem, and why I want to get him back on the program, I just wanted clarity about the remigration. That was about it. But the rest of it, I'm furiously agreeing with. I'm pretty sure they had something there about. I know with my interview with Malcolm Roberts, he was totally for biological men and women, all that shit. They want to get rid of that entirely. So I've got no doubt that they're espousing it. Whether that gets enough traction, I'm not too sure that Pauline. My understanding, I could be wrong here. I thought she was an atheist. I'm not too sure she's going to push the Christian message too hard.
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
I think that's a big problem. At the time I used to try to emphasize to people that we shouldn't have a prime minister of the country who is A, childless, and B, an atheist. And people would say, how dare you? Her name is Julia Gillard. She's allowed to be childless and she's allowed to be an atheist. And I said, okay, that's good. But if she doesn't have a child, she doesn't have a vested interest in the future of this country, because, she hasn't got something there that's constantly reminding her.
Okay. If you've got that opinion, I've got a better question for you.
Yeah.
Should Australia be a secular country or a non-secular country?
It depends what type what type of non-secular country.
Christian.
Yeah. Damn right it should be.
Yeah. Well, there you go. We furiously agree. Now, I think here's the thing, though.
But we shouldn't have an atheist as a leader. And the reason why we shouldn't have an atheist as a leader is because an atheist, by definition, doesn't believe in any consequences for their actions throughout the course of this life, which they will receive in the next life if they've done bad things during this life. Whereas at least people with faith, they may not all have the same
Really?
level of faith, or they are considering the actions they take in this life
Some of the biggest
can impact them in the next life.
some of the biggest arseholes I've met in my life
Yep.
are people who proclaim themselves as devout Catholics.
Yep.
And some of the greatest people I've met in my life are atheists. So
I don't understand where morality comes from in atheists. I think atheists are Satanists by default anyway. Because
no.
Well, they are. They have taken the stance of adversaries, sir.
No, I mean, a lot of scientists, for example, I can understand why a person's. I'm not an atheist. I'm a Catholic.
I should say atheists, in my opinion, are Satanists by default. They're not conscious of their.
They're not worshipping Satan.
No.
Worshipping Satan.
No,
how can they be Satan? We found a point of difference here.
That's good. I can lay it out for you a little bit. So I'm not saying that they are, they've got a shrine at home and they're reading the Satanic Bible. No, I'm not saying they're that level of Satanist. What I'm saying is an atheist by default has obviously no affinity for the Creator because they're an atheist, right? So they won't acknowledge that. And as a result of them not acknowledging that, who does that favor in the battle of, God versus the devil? Well, it's the devil because it's deception, right? God created us all with a spirit and consciousness, so we should be able to look around the world around us and realize that something put us here. But for many atheists, they can't. So atheists, they believe that seeing is believing, whereas people of faith, a lot of the time, interpret it differently, and they see it as believing is seeing. So I understand the argument that can be made from both sides, but yeah, I think the country would be far better if we had an upright and moral person who had a strong faith in Christ leading the country and emphasizing that.
Well, depends. I'm not convinced. The only reason is because history says that's not true.
Yeah, of course. We don't want a theocracy straight away.
No, we've got Albo, who proclaims himself as a Catholic. I'd say there's a lot of, for example, the bigger Joe Biden, Albo share something. They both proclaim themselves as Catholics, and yet they're pro-abortion.
Exactly.
So
there's litmus test to all this stuff. So they could be called out on it.
Yeah, and there's lots of atheists, for example, I know, that are pro-life. They think people come to their different, and I think this is even what's the greatest gift that God's given every human on the planet throughout the history of humanity? What's the greatest gift He's given?
Free choice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's to accept or reject Him or whatever. So by accepting an atheist, you're actually accepting the gift that God's given. So I'll put a hypothetical.
I've told plenty of them. This isn't a surprise.
Let me give you a hypothetical. We've got an atheist. Let's say we have an atheist prime minister.
Yep.
But let's say we live in a non-secular Christian society. He's an atheist, but he accepts, which I know a lot of atheists do, that even though they don't believe in Christ, they accept that the Christian way of life is one of the greatest gifts to humanity that we've had. And you've only got to read through the 10 Commandments plus Jesus' 11th to realize that is a moral way of living. So you can be an atheist, but also accept the Christian faith and the Christian life and the way it has benefits for the community. So, for example, I've got a lot of Jewish friends. Technically, by your definition, they're atheists because they don't accept Christ as the Son of God, right?
No. Wait, we're going to clarify this. So we're speaking about atheists. We're speaking about atheists, people who deny the reality of a creator when we live in a creative environment.
In a non-secular Christian society, a Jewish prime minister would be okay, but an atheist prime minister would be not.
I'd like to make a distinction here as well. It is important. So I'm not speaking about agnostics. I'm not speaking about people who profess to not know which is the reason why they do not hold a faith. That's up to them.
Yes.
I'm speaking about people who want to say with a straight face, there is no God, nothing created this. This is all just as a result of a big bang, and there's nothing after this life. Because if that is the case, there's many. If many men didn't think there are any consequences in the next life for the course of action they take in this life, they could become pretty murderous pretty quickly. And that isn't to say that people of faith are not just as murderous. I'm not saying that because okay, there's the Crusades and everything else. Yeah, so I'm not naive about it.
Well, there's a debate. There's a discussion we could get into about the Crusade.
In an ideal situation, though, I think it's probably better. Just in an ideal situation, it's probably better for a child to have two parents in the household.
100%.
So I'm not speaking about agnostics, give them a pass. I'm talking about atheists, because for anyone to profess that they literally know, and therefore denigrate people who do hold a faith, but more importantly, just deny the reality around them. I don't think that they're probably the best person to lead the country. That's all. It's not a personal thing.
No, I'm not. If I had a preference, I'd agree with you.
Yeah,
but I'm not. But where I probably wouldn't go with you, and there are these types. If you had an atheist out there that respected the Christian faith and respected the fact that, if we ever did become a non-secular Christian society, that's what we wanted and would serve in that manner, I'd have no issue with that. They have to be answerable to whatever. To get that across, and I've made this argument a few times, we'd have to become a republic anyway, have a new constitution, a whole bunch of things. So they're going to have to respect that constitution, all that sort of thing going forward. But there's a bunch of people, by the way, we are in the minority. I think the majority would say they would rather a secular society, not a non-secular one.
100%. Yeah.
But I just see the benefits of and I make the argument, even atheists should support a non-secular Christian society, because ultimately that creates the most civilized societies history has known. Western civilization, for example, was magnificent.
And we have mercy on our enemies.
Yeah, forgiveness.
Right? Yeah.
More than mercy, forgiveness, turn the other cheek, love your enemy, all that sort of shit. It's interesting when people talk about heaven and earth and all that sort of shit. I've always made the argument, if everyone lived by the 10 commandments plus Jesus' 11th commandment, that we'd have heaven on earth.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have murder. You wouldn't have rape. You wouldn't have theft. Everyone would work to be loving each other. Mm-hmm. There wouldn't be these divisions. And yet everyone, and this is where I do think, and they're always there, there's demonic forces who try and tear down Christianity, because if Christianity ever did become the overwhelming force of good it could be, you wouldn't have all these sorts of issues going, and we'd be there. So, if you really believe your Bible, us old Christians, that is coming with the second coming of Christ, mate. I don't know whether I'll be around to see it, but you may be. Things are falling off a cliff.
According to prophecy, by no means will this generation pass away until these things take place. And we got all the way through to Generation Z, and then the alphabet has to start again, right? So are we at the 70th week of Daniel? How long has Israel been in existence for? Is the abomination of desolation far away? All these things are right there.
You can read 40 different quotes of the Bible. This is the most amazing thing about the Bible, and it will tell you 40 different things. And so as a Christian, I sort of roll my eyes, and I've got a few relatives that do this. They get out the Bible and they start quoting, and they get a bit of surprise when I quote another section back, which is total opposite to what they've just said. I mean, I try, I'm not getting much success with it lately, but I do my daily Bible reads as a tribute to Charlie Kirk. And
keep doing that.
Yeah, ever since he got assassinated. So I've just sort of made that a little thing of my own, because he used to preach the Bible a fair bit. But actually, it's been really good for me, therapeutic in many ways, and that it's been interesting even. And again, don't take it, it's one that comes straight to mind. It's more with Scott Challen talking about, pushing people out. Yeah. It's in the Bible, there's quote after quote that were referenced, like a lot of gropers, for example, or even if you want to go the NSN, the Nazis, whatever, they are Christians. They're white nationalist Christians, they proclaim themselves to be. But to be that, you've got to ignore so many passages in the Bible. And when I'm reading through it, I just come across this, and it's this little book here. And it's not anything rehearsed or anything. It's just a book my mum got me years ago when I was younger. And it's got a different quote every day, a different passage out of the Bible. So I don't even know what I'm reading. So every day when I've got a subject on, it's amazing how many times I read that passage, and it just actually is really appropriate to the debate of the day or what's up front of mind or all that sort of thing. And it's amazing even how it contradicts itself from one passage to the next. So I think that in many ways is a bit of a miracle in itself. And if I was having an atheist, the first thing I say to any atheist, have you read the Bible from back to front? I said, I'm nearly there, but I haven't quite got there. But it's thought-provoking, and I think that actually helps you in the journey to become a Christian. But, I find it very interesting. So I sort of roll my eyes when people start quoting the Bible too much, because my own experience is, I think it just makes you more confused.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But I was basically just annexing on to the remarks you made.
No, I know about the end of days.
Yeah, the second coming and things. Hey, do you know, on that interesting note, so when I was in America, I met a contingent of people who are part of a church, and this is their belief. They believe the second coming has already happened.
Oh, yeah. And who's the answer?
They believe it happened a couple of centuries ago.
Centuries?
Yes. And all the lovely castles we see around the world and on hilltops throughout Europe and everything, these wondrous buildings carved out of stone and everything else, they believe they were the mansions given to Christ's people. That was the inheritance. And we are currently living during the little season, as spoken about, when Satan is released for a short period of time to enact his final attempt to try to corrupt and steal as many souls. No, they firmly believe this. They're called post-millennialists. So they number in the several million in the United States. So they are a cohort of believers.
Wow.
But they're different. All the evangelicals throughout the Bible Belt are waiting for the second coming of Jesus Christ and looking for circumstances around the world to be brought about, which will enable that second coming to happen sooner rather than later. But then you have another cohort, which is far smaller, but still numbering a couple of million, that believe it already happened, and that right now the reason why the world is in such despair and misery is because this is Satan's final attempt to try to snatch as many souls away from men and take them to hell with him and his demonic hordes, and to deny them from being able to go to heaven. When I was asking them what led them to believe this, and they said, look around, the evidence is abundant. And I said, okay, I'm looking, but
at any point of history you could say that, like, for example, in the middle of World War II, you could have, after America dropped the 2 atomic bombs, for example, and millions had died, you could have made a far greater argument for that. I don't mean to be
these people believe the little season is potentially a century as well. So World War I, World War II, and World War III. So it's not 10 years.
What about the plague?
Well, who knows what's been happening? Of course, like
it was.
No, but yeah. So there is a belief system. But I met those people, Bob, and they're
I've got no doubt.
And I was like, wow, like I hadn't seen this in Australia previously. I hadn't heard about this.
None of that surprises me with the Yanks. I mean, you've only got to watch a few of the evangelists on their channels, and I mean, some of them are scary people. And I'm going, and thank God, Australia. So when I say I want us to be a non-secular Christian country, I don't want us to go to that degree that the Yanks have. I just want to get back to a country that we used to have. And Australia, the reason I say, for example, a non-secular Christian country, because in 1901, if you look through the speeches and what constitutions and all that, it was predominantly based on Christian faith.
Of course.
I think one of the biggest mistakes the founders made was to make us a secular country. We should have been non-secular from our federation, but that's just my opinion. Wiser men than me might have had a bit of a point to do it. But you can make, like, at the end of the day, all of us, all we can do is the very best with the time we've been given.
Mhm.
And if the Antichrist is here already, or if the second coming has already happened, or it's about to happen, guess what? I don't have much bloody influence over that. All I can do is live my life the best way I can live it and hope it's good enough to get me through to the next one. And that's something I think as you get older, you sort of come to terms with. You know, there was a time when you were younger, and believe it or not, for all you Zoomer types out there, us Boomer types can still remember quite clearly what it was to be like at your age. We probably think about it most days. Every time we see younger ones doing the things we used to do, we're bloody envious of it, or we can remember the good times we had and what times were like and all that. That I would say would be a daily thing with me, which I think is quite natural. But as you get older, you sort of also come to a I was going to say position is not quite the right word. You come to a point in your life where you sort of, you got to become comfortable with what you've done or where it's going to, and you realize that a lot of these things that you used to lose time and sleep and anxiety, they're not that important anymore.
No, they're not.
Yeah, no, and I think a lot of that will come, you know, for a young guy like you, when you finally meet that right woman and you have your first child. I think that's when, for a lot, and I think, you know, that's part of our society that's quite sad. A lot of people put off having kids until later now, when it's probably the greatest blessing they'll ever have. And I've never had kids, but every person I've spoken to pretty much has said the same thing. The greatest thing in my life that happened was, you know, the arrival of my child. And that's what changed their lives. A lot of people went from being just total arseholes, not worrying about anybody else, but then they held their child for the first time and they're going, shit, I've got to raise this thing. I've got to look after this thing. I've got to, you know, and most people do a good job of it. Arseholes, some of them don't. But I do think parenthood, and this is where I think the whole LGBTQI revolution, you know, when we made the stupid decision on marriage equality, we tore down what do they call it? Nuclear family. I was thinking of the atomic bomb with the Yanks. The nuclear family, because the nuclear family was the core basis of what our society was all about.
It's a building block. It's the building block of society. Without that, the whole thing crumbles. Well,
it's not there anymore. You can have one parent. You can have two parents of the same sex. You can have two other people bearing your child now, and you get given it. One of the most disgraceful things I think I've seen on the net is where two gay men have got a woman to be impregnated, and the woman has just given birth to this baby, and then walking the baby from the delivery room to give it to the two men and taking it away from its natural mother. Yep. I mean, what sort of fucked up society does that?
And then having a fake breast on that man.
Yes.
And that man force feeding and the baby's obviously looking for its mum. It's its instinct. And it's not getting it. And so that bonding, that pair bonding isn't taking place. Those children will be malformed.
Yeah, not even wild animals do that. So there's and the fact it's getting put back, and even now, you know, look at the rates of male suicide now, because they end up splitting from the wife, they lose access to the kids, they can't see him. I had a good mate who took his own life because his crazy girlfriend just wouldn't let him see his two girls. No, 7 or 5 or whatever. I met his brother and he told me all about it. So you hear about case after case. So it just, what you said before, the perfect environment for kids to grow up in, and I was lucky enough to have this, I'm assuming you did too, mate, is to be raised by a loving mother and father in a good household. And that's what we used to have for the majority of the population. And that's disappeared, a lot of it. So, and you see it more and more. I had another really good friend. She'd been married, had four kids, thought she was in a great household, and then her husband deserted her and shacked up with another younger woman. So we've lost a lot of that morality that we used to have, and society, I think, breaks down because of it. And you know what? I'm going to say something that might shock you.
Let's go.
At least in the Islamic countries, they seem to have a bit more respect for I'm not going to say, I've got to be careful here because they treat women horribly, but they do seem to have a bit more respect for the concept of family than what we've developed in the Western society, in modern Western society, in this new Australia.
Say that again. Just say that again for me.
I think in Islamic society, they have a better feel for what the role of a man is and what the role of a woman is.
Yeah, clearly defined.
Yeah, and they also have a bit more respect for the family structure in their faith than what we do as a modern Western society these days.
Well, undeniably.
There you go.
That's not a controversial statement to make whatsoever. And it's also true to say that Islam is right about women, but it's also true to say that Islam treats women like shit in a lot of regions around the world where Islam is the dominant religion.
Well, the only part where Islam...
But there's a reverence for family. There is a reverence for family, and there's an order to things, and there's defined roles for the genders as well.
To a degree, because a man can have 5 different wives and all that. So there is parts, obviously, that wouldn't go. But I'm just saying, in the whole scheme of things, family and building family and having kids is a massive part of the Islamic faith. So we've lost that.
Should it be a requirement? Should the state require adults who are citizens in this country to have children? Should it be a requirement? You've said how important it is for the development of a man and an individual and to gain an appreciation of life, et cetera, et cetera. And
so what are you going to say? You're going to legalize it? Make it a law? So if you don't have kids, you're breaking the law?
Yeah.
Okay. So what happens if you're impotent?
No, of course.
So there's an exemption.
There are exceptions for things because people are unable to do so. Like some women can't get pregnant. It's extremely unfortunate.
What if you never met the right woman?
Well, do you know what? If people knew there was going to be a punishment, maybe they'd meet the right people sooner than putting it off longer.
I think there's better ways than legalizing it, but it's an interesting concept.
Yeah, it might be an ill-conceived concept. It was just on the fly. I could explore it further and actually probably come back to you with an argument about it.
Well, are you aware? Well, here's something for you to explore a little bit. And
primarily, it came from a place, or it was spawned from, we need to increase our birth rates. So how do we do that? And we either import more people who are of different cultures who have larger families, or we somehow require adults in this country.
Okay, I'll give you another one from left field that you probably wouldn't expect from me. In Adolf Hitler's Germany, and I remember reading about this, there was I'm pretty sure, I'm trying to do this from memory, there was a policy that with more kids you had, the more the state contributed to your home ownership.
Yeah.
So you became a homeowner because you had a family. If you had
I think it was like three or four kids. Yeah, had the entirety of the house.
Yes. So I think there's a lot in that.
Well, there are regions in the Middle East where things like that still take place. It's mostly in the Gulf states, but young couples who say they want to get married and then have kids and get a house, they're fronted the cash. The government gives them the cash for that type of stuff and says, "Here you go."
Show it up. If you had one kid, you got a certain amount of thing, like what you said. You had 2, you had 3, and if you got the 4, well, you just got the title of the house.
Yep.
End of story. That if a government could look into that and bring that in as policy in this country, if you want to increase birth rate, there's your answer.
Mate, how many houses can I have? I'll start loading them up, man.
All right, have 4 kids and you get your own house. There you go. And it actually, and you put a bit of requirements around that too, obviously. The way you've got to, we don't want all these kids then being put into these preschool things like they're doing now. You've got to have a mother and a father. You've got to have a stable relationship for those kids to grow up into, because you don't only want to increase the birth rate, but you also want to make sure you're raising great citizens through that birth rate that are going to complement your country. So, we're giving you the house as a country, but we want you to stay together with as parents, for example, until those kids are adults. And we want one of you people to stay home and raise them. We don't care whether it's the mum and dad, if you want to be that way, but they've got to have a stay-at-home parent, because we don't want the burden of, parental welfare through having kids being thrown on the government. We're giving you a freaking house. So there'd have to be some sort of conditions on it. But I definitely think there's scope for that sort of policy in this country. The only thing, which demographic might take the most advantage of it, don't you?
Go ahead.
Oh, come on. You can tell me.
Well, they like having big families. Yes. Yeah, they like having big families, and a lot of people in the country would prefer that we reduce their numbers rather than increase them. So, yeah, of both cohorts, as a matter of fact.
Yeah,
so,
I know.
These are interesting things. I'd love to see more politicians have conversations like this.
Oh, well, if you raise that,
I like exploring the ideas, Bob, and I believe you do as well. Because I can detach myself from it, and there is an animosity behind it. I'm content with exploring them because I'm content with my belief system. But some people are unable to have conversations involving topics like this. They lose their minds.
Mate, this is where I think having business owners in politics is good.
Yeah.
Like if you're a business owner, and I do it every week, you're trying to think up a different idea that can help your business grow and make more money and more wealth. Now, you might think of 20 different ideas and 19 of them are just screwed up and they can't do the job. But you hit that one idea and guess what? It works. You've got to have that same sort of thinking in our politics and in our government and our bureaucracy. So, for example, this clean energy bullshit is not working. So let's get rid of it and move on to the next idea. Our housing policy is not working. We just came up with a random idea. Would that work? I think, well, one, and this is where someone like, this is where I'd love a politician to have the courage. God, I'm going to get myself in trouble here now. This is where I'd like to have a politician, because the birth rate, I'll say, the birth rate is not a problem, is in the Islamic demographics. They have large families.
Yeah.
In the Indian demographics, a lot of them have large families.
Replacement level plus.
Yeah. So if we want to maintain our culture, we've got to find a way, which will never fly in our political climate, to encourage heritage Australians, those of Celtic, European heritage, to start having bigger families. So could you put a housing policy just targeting that group? If you tried that, you'd be held down.
Okay, so what about mandatory contraception for them? And contraception for anyone but them is illegal.
Mandatory contraception, what, for the Indian and Islamic communities?
Yeah. Put all their women on the pill? All of them?
You'd never, well, I find it amusing, but you'd never get it up.
Well, their fathers would, oh, well, no, I won't say that. That's fine.
No, be careful.
Yeah.
It would be an interesting debate. But the goal is, if Australians don't start, and this is where the white nationalists, I think, missed the point, is the problem with white nationalism in Australia. A lot of it's got nothing to do with immigration. A lot of it's got to do with we're not having enough kids. So we've got to find a way, and I understand all the thing about cost of living and housing and all, it all goes hand in hand, but we've still got to find a way that Australians who have been born and bred here for years start having more children. If we keep only having one or two kids or no kids, then we will get replaced. It won't matter. And that won't matter whether it's by immigration or by invasion. Sooner or later, this is a big continent, and other people are going to go, well, they don't want it enough. We'll go in there and take it. And again, that's been going on since man was made.
It's true.
Conquest and all that sort of thing. And we live in an area of the world that has massive populace. Look across at Indonesia. Look at the Philippines. Look at Thailand or Vietnam. Massive per square capita. We're not even talking China, Japan, and Korea. Why wouldn't they eye off Australia? So, again, a lot of people talk, well, we only have to have a small population. I agree with Sam Bamford. You've got to define it so you can defend it. You've also got to populate it so you can defend it. If you've got 5 million here and there's 200 million on your doorstep that want something better, you can guarantee those 200 million are going to find their way here sooner or later. So it's a pretty – the sad part is, like you're saying, you can't have that discussion or debate without being targeted as a racist or a bigot, where it's actually a valid debate. It's a valid discussion.
It's actually maintaining diversity.
Yes.
A diversity of nations and diverse peoples who reside in those nations exclusively.
Yeah.
Because Philippines is Filipino and et cetera, et cetera. Now, we can still have some intake. We're not saying we would have zero intake.
Well, actually, now I'm thinking
at least
of
just
it.
yet.
Now I'm thinking of it.
But that's how you preserve diversity, to allow people who are from a region to stay there amongst their own people.
Well, let's
bringing
talk
them
about,
all into country actually eliminates the diversity. It makes it a uniformity.
Instead of diversity, let's talk about culture and values and thing. All right. So it just got me thinking, that house policy that we just put up. When you said, now, okay, Angus Taylor, and I think Pauline Hanson said he stole the idea. He talked about that values assessment. You know how you have to accept Australian culture, go through some tests and all that. So you actually have to commit to being embracing Australian values, culture, heritage, all that. So that housing policy would only go to people that would sign off on that value statement. You take the whole racist, bigoted thing out of the argument.
Let's go one further. Let's evolve that. How about if it was only for foundational Australians?
I think then you'd have trouble.
Yeah.
Well, where do you draw the line at what is and what isn't a foundational Australian?
Well, there we go. We'd have to figure that out, wouldn't we?
But why go there? Well, why dilute your support for something that could have?
It's an impossible task. I understand. I asked the question so we could get to that. Yeah, it would be almost impossible to implement that, and it would cut yourself off at the knees and prevent you from being able to do what you want to do. Yeah.
Yeah, but excuse me, I'm going to sneeze in a minute.
You're right. Well, let me say this then. So what I'd love to see is, because I don't see any visionaries in our government, and I ask politicians a lot when I speak to them. Tell me what it looks like in 2050. And if maybe they might have some idea, tell me what it looks like in 2100. And I'm talking about infrastructure. I'm not talking about racial demographics at all when I pose this question to them. Just give me a vision of what Australia looks like. And they're really dumbfounded. They haven't thought about it. They can't see that far into the future, even in a fantasy. Even in well, let's see if we could maybe do this. Wouldn't this be a great idea? So they're void of any types of responses like that. So we have to bring in skilled tradespeople, because we need more houses built. And allegedly, according to the government, the reason why we've got a housing shortage is because we don't have enough skilled tradespeople here to build the houses for the demand. Okay, cool. Well, what about someone in government reaches out to Elon Musk tomorrow and says, Elon, you're building these humanoid robots. They're going to be ready to roll out to the international market next year. They're going to be extremely capable. We're going to be able to equip them with software where they'll have certain skills, which will be beneficial to the wider community. And if we're taking all of that into account, okay, Elon, we want 100,000 of these robots, and we're going to fund you to bring over the factory here and start producing them. And when can we have these 100,000 built? And he might say, by 2028. And we'll say, okay, great. Because once the factory gets up and rolling, these robots are going to be building each other faster than they can roll Fords off the factory line.
Yeah.
And much easier components, much less parts and all that type of stuff. And it's all uniformity as well. So we need 100,000 of these. And then can we just equip them with the skills of carpenter and tradespeople? Because we need them to be out there building houses. And therefore, well, what does that immigration intake need to be then in regards to skilled migration?
Zero.
For construction. Exactly. And then how efficient are these guys? Can these builders work in all weather conditions?
Well,
absolutely.
Extend that out to where it's actually happening, especially in places like Japan, I think even in America, where your AI robotics is actually replacing human surgeons in the health industry, because there's no shaking of hands, there's no alcohol, there's nothing in there. These machines are going to be precise in surgery, and they're going to be able to perform surgery in a far quicker and more efficient manner. Look at the hospital waiting list we've currently got. So it's not just even in building; it's across the board. And what is Elbow and all them all talk about? Who is going to be looking after you in your nursing home? Who's going to? What was his name in South Australia? Who's going to be wiping your ass? All right. Well, actually, it could be a robot by the time I'm in a nursing home, and in fact,
Mm.
it's going to be a robot because they're predicting the jump from, we talked about this, I think, in the last thing where we go from one intelligence with another in AI is going to be 2030. I actually did a really interesting grok question.
Okay.
When you talk about 2050, and Glenn Beck had an episode, and he was putting the history of all what I was talking about before. This is where I got the 30% from. All the Christian countries that were converted into Islam, and at what point did it become unstoppable? And what he said, it was basically 30%. Historically, this wasn't his theory. It was historically 30%. Once your Islamic population got to that, it will become an Islamic country. It's a matter of certainty. So I thought, that's interesting. So I got on a grok, and I said to grok, at what point, if the current birth rates keep going, will the Islamic population in Australia reach 30%? Guess what year it said? 2050.
Yeah.
At that point, it's saying it's a grok, I mean, it doesn't matter what you can put it into any AI. This is this super intelligence. It's telling us as a statement of fact, if the current birth rates get the way they're going in this country, that we will get to that 30% if the birth rates don't change by 2050. That's around the corner. That's 25 years. 9/11 felt like yesterday. So God help you guys in the next generation. By 2050, I think I'll be gone, and I'll have met my maker. But I think you might be still battling around with your kids by then, Ben. So you're going to have AI to deal with, and you're going to have an Islamic caliphate in Australia if those numbers keep going. But the AI stuff is pretty frightening, actually. But it could be. Who knows? It could go one.
As a concept, though, should the government be incentivizing Elon Musk now? He's not going to pack up his factory, SpaceX, because they've got it down in Texas. I was there. Yeah. The thing is gargantuan.
Yes.
It's the biggest factory you've ever seen in your life. Now, Elon has just done an interview, and he said they're going to 10x it. They've already been approved for another data center there in Texas, a different location. And they're going to try to generate as much power in that one data center as what the entirety of the United States uses combined every single year.
Wow.
And so this is taking it from the space shuttle to a SpaceX rocket, basically. So the scale of the building project itself is it's unfathomable. It's the equivalent of building, I think someone laid it out and they said it'd be like trying to build 20 MCGs.
Wow.
So there's a parcel of land. They've already got one MCG. Okay, guys, we're just going to go over there on the other side of the Yarra and we're going to build 20. Now, that's a massive project, right? Now, Elon's also saying they're going to be able to utilize some of the Optimus robots to assist in that construction, which is obviously going to be cost beneficial for them. But yeah, I really think we should be incentivizing him to build something similar over here, including Teslas as well. I would love to see Tesla factories here. And then give Australians the option. If the government's meant to be all in on EVs, but there's a lot of animosity towards Elon from leftists because of he bought X or because he's friends with Trump or whatever it may be, when he used to be the darling of the environmentalist Greens and everything for bringing this in. But yeah, no, I think the government should do that, incentivize him to come on over here and get it done. It would be phenomenal. And he could inspire so many of our innovators and entrepreneurs and people in tech as well. And then with the, I guess, outcome being we need 50,000 or 100,000 of these robots ready to go to be distributed and dispersed across Australia for whichever skills we need them to utilize. But yeah, construction would be one immediately. And then also fixing infrastructure would be another. Potholes could be removed pretty quickly. We put these little guys, an Optimus in his own little Tesla, and he's just driving around 24/7. He finds a pothole, he stops, the flashing sign comes on, the robot hops out, and he fills it with bitumen then and there, and it's fixed pretty quickly. So
bus drivers, train drivers, tram drivers.
Yeah, but I don't want to put them all out of work straight away. But no, for the housing straight away.
You're not going to have a choice.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I don't want to alarm everyone that they're going to be rendered obsolete pretty soon, including the white collar. But yeah, no, I think we need to do something like that because the reason why housing is so expensive in the country, allegedly, is not just because of materials, it's because of the wages they have to pay you, because builders need fair wages. We understand that they can't work for pittance. So that being the case, how do we reduce the cost of labor? And let's just say that these Tesla bots could only build entry-level homes as well, Bob. What if their task was to build 100,000 homes on an annual basis that are all entry-level homes?
Do you watch Clarkson Farm?
No. What is that show? Clarkson Farm.
Jeremy
Oh yeah, when he's out there on the farm. I've seen a couple of clips. Yep, go ahead.
I just had season 5 come on, and there was 4 episodes. I watched them all last night.
Yeah.
And the reason why I was so definitive about AI and how it's coming, it showed this bot tractor, this AI bot tractor, and what it did on the farm. Unbelievable. And then they showed another one in a
magic. It's like magic. Right? It's like magic.
It is incredible. You can see within an inch of where you want it to plow the paddock and seed it, this tractor will go around. And not only will that, they've got another part to it where it scans the entire paddock and it targets the areas of the paddock on where it's going to be most fertile, where it grow the best or not. And on top of that, to make the unfertile parts more perfect, it's where they can pour the programming is so powerful, it will take the truck to all their dung, the fertilizer. They'll pour more elements on fertilizer on the unproductive land and less on the productive, so they get a bigger produce out of their land and they make the maximum dollars. They're doing this with drones, bot tractors, scanning things. It's like next level. And they had Clarkson, his mate, who are just your traditional type farmers looking at this, and they're going bang. And Clarkson's like your you remember Tim the Toolman Taylor? You probably don't. It was in the 90s. He wanted all the gadgets and latest gizmos. Yep. So Clarkson's like that. So he's gone out and he's worth millions. So he's bought this bot tractor and they just showed it working. You can, with a little hand control like a PlayStation game, you can control that tractor. It can plow these massive fields. And as a farmer, you can set it, forget it, go and do another job, come back 12 hours later, and it's all done. So that's just a sort of AI where it's coming, and there's nothing stopping it. And I think it's actually a discussion that a lot of politicians, again, don't want to have, because I think ultimately, and again, in one of our last episodes, we've talked about the universal wage. They're going to be able to, this is not going to be like the dole. They're going to actually be able to make this appealing to a lot of people that put them onto a very good, productive universal wage that can give them a good life, because ultimately it's going to mean a huge savings to both corporations, governments, the whole thing on their ultimate expenditure. What individual's not going to take that? You can go and do whatever you want with the kids. You can have your own robot in the garage, can do all this thing, live a great life, and you're not working for it. The bots are. That's a pretty easy. I reckon that's a pretty easy sell. And I reckon in Australia, that would be massively popular. So I'm not too sure it's going to be the biggest confrontation for people that you may think it is, if it's sold properly. But I'm not too. I don't like the idea, because I actually like the idea of running a business and doing all that. But I think I'd go batshit crazy if I wasn't doing anything. But other people, I think, would like it. And mate, during COVID, that was proven to be the case. So,
I'm right there with you with all that stuff. I've read quite a bit about it and been following it for the last decade. I think I can clearly see the writing on the wall for where this is heading.
Yeah.
And any time Ray Kurzweil and these other luminaries in that field are speaking about what they intend to do, and it doesn't matter if it's Sam Altman or you can name them, they're all there. They're involved in it. I think I have to get into a new business, and I have to do it pretty soon. And what that business would be, and there's no one listening, right? So it's just us having a chat. So no one's going to steal it.
I think we had 9.
No, I'm only sort of joking. I don't mind, because there's going to be room
19.
But
Yeah.
Bob, do you know what the business of the future is? And within 2 years, you can be able to make $1 million a year out of this. But you're going to be able to.
I'm all ears.
Someone will have to be able to acquire them. So you're going to have to get over there. You're going to have to get to the Optimus factory. You have to sign a distribution deal and say, look, I know the first allotment's going to Saudi Arabia or the US military, and then by extension, you guys are going to use them here in your factory. But I need an allocation. I need 50 or 100 of these machines within the first 6 months, or these robots. And then you get into the rental business. You're driving past Coates Hire, and there's car hire companies and this and that. You can hire catering companies. Well, guess what? You can get in the robot hiring business. And businesses are going to start renting them off you to provide security or check tickets at a gate. Or maybe you'll just have one at home as a occasion to come and mow your lawn. Or you could have a party at home, and it isn't going to be interesting for all the guests who are at the house or at a child's birthday. They're going to have a robot there holding trays of food for them. And so, yeah, mate, that'd do gangbusters business immediately, because they're going to be cost prohibitive for most people to be able to get their own initially, just like when mobile phones and everything came out.
Actually, Musk had a different perspective on that.
Yep, go ahead.
And even I fell over. Musk was saying, so this would be US, it's probably about 40,000 Australian. He said when they start coming off the line, they'll initially be about 25 grand US.
Yeah.
And he said, but the more of them come into cycle in society, he said you're going to get more in the factories, more in the manufacturing, more of this, those prices will drop.
Yep.
He said it will be like the iPhone. Initially, not everyone will have one. Within a few years, they'll be in every household.
Yeah, exactly.
So, like you're talking with these Optimus Prime robots you're talking about, you're talking about you're basically going to have an assistant who can walk around with you everywhere. The mobile phone will go, it will just become non-existent because your robot will be your mobile phone. It will be notifying you about a call incoming. They'll come up on a screen. All this, the imagination can take you anywhere on this. You could get in your car, and it might be a driverless car, or your Optimus bot will drive the car for you. Imagine this for people, for example, who get to an age where it's a bit dangerous for them to be driving. Their eyesight might have faded, or they've lost a limb or something. Well, now you've got your bot to take you around.
Yep.
Your bot's going to be able to walk your bloody dog. There are so many things in life that these bots are going to be able to do. Cook meals, wash clothes. And if you're a business owner,
they'll clean your gutters, mate. They'll do everything.
They'll fix you. They'll service your car.
Yep.
If you're a business owner, if you're going to be paying 25 grand for a bot who could do 4 people's work or even more,
thank you.
Why the hell aren't you buying a bot instead of employing someone?
That's exactly right.
So that's
which is why these bots. Well, for example, there's in all industrial areas across the country, every evening there's security companies that put in a little security guard. He drives around in a little 3-door little hatchback. Typically, they're not putting in big Escalades or anything like that, or Land Cruisers, right? They're in these little buzz boxes, and all they do is just drive around these areas, and then they're driving past. Is this gate open still or locked or whatever? And they don't, if a crime's happening, I think they just call the police. I don't think they jump out of the car and train guns on the assailants. But there's no reason for a business to pay that guy 65, 75, 80 grand a year, because there's night shift work involved with that. And then all of the associated taxes and costs and insurances on top of all of that. So businesses naturally will go, do you know what? We can have one of these things in its own Tesla for 60 grand for a car and bot package. It's going to operate 24/7 and never have a sick day.
Well, think about the airline industry.
Yeah.
You're going to have bot planes. Forget even having an Optimus bot. You're going to have a plane like this tractor you can program to fly from New York to London, and the bot will come in there as your hostess,
How many pallets do you think? There's pallet factories around this country, Bob. You've seen them, mate. A standard pallet, like everything is getting transported on the back of trucks to supermarkets. It's all on pallets.
Yep.
Those wooden pallets, mate. Well, some of that is automated in a sense, but a lot of it is literally a bloke with a nail gun there and lining it up and banging. It's in a frame and crack, and it's done. They're rolling them off an assembly line. Mate, there's no reason for humans to be doing that anymore. This Optimus is going to stand there and it's going to make pellets all day long. So, blokes will be able to start businesses pretty quickly and get up to scale pretty quickly as well because of the productivity and the low overhead of not having to pay for all of these new employees to come on through. So, yeah, it's going to make it more accessible, certainly. But yeah, man, I really do think that there's a serious opportunity there for the rentals initially. But will the cost come down? Of course. Me and my friends still laugh about it. I can remember there was some ad we saw a while ago, and it was a JB Hi-Fi catalog, and I think it was around the turn of the millennium, or just after the turn of the millennium.
That would be interesting, right?
And it was like PlayStation 2s were the new thing, and they were $600. So we were looking at what games and everything they have, type of thing. But they had TV and they had computers and stuff for sale, which is weird. But there was no iPhones, there was no mobile phones at all. There's no iPads, the smart devices, things, no watches, none of that existed. But what was interesting, they had plasma TVs. Plasma TVs were the new thing back then.
Yep. Of course.
And they had plasma TVs in this JB Hi-Fi catalog, which I think is only like a 40-inch plasma TV back then, or it might have been a 55-inch, but not the massive, super massive 80 inches or 100 inches we see now. And they were asking $39,990. $39,990 for these televisions.
$39,000 for a plasma TV.
Yeah, well, basically $10 short of $40,000 for plasma TVs at JB Hi-Fi back in this must have been 2003, around then, I think.
Now, 1,500.
Yeah. Oh well, you can get them for $300 from Kmart, depending on which brand you want to buy. So yeah, the costs come down significantly. It's true to say. But so me and my friends were like, what could you buy back then? What type of car could you buy for $39,990 back then? And we pulled it up, and you could buy a brand new Subaru WRX for the price of a television.
Were there even phones in there then?
No. There were no phones. PlayStation 2 was happening. I don't even think.
And that's only
Xbox wasn't even there. So Xbox, Microsoft hadn't even built that. Yeah. So what's going to happen is going to be pretty drastic. I was just watching. What was I watching? It might have been the former boss of Google, or I think it might have been the boss of Nvidia, who's making all the chips actually. And he was saying something according to they thought it might be 5 years away, but it may crash into the world within 2 years. And as soon as an industry starts saying, hey, we can replace you guys with this AI that we've now developed, there's no coming back for you guys. And it'll be like a mass culling. Do you know when a lot of people get alarmed when they say, oh, the bank just terminated 500 employees, or this major organization has just terminated 1,000 of their staff because they're cost cutting? Well, that's going to become very normal. And then I want to see what the societal fallout of that is, because a lot of these people are going to lose their minds.
Well, that's right. But that's where the governments are going to have the concept of that. And that this is where I'm not, I wonder if anyone in the Australian government is even thinking this far ahead. But Musk is, because he's one of the first ones who brought up the idea of the universal wage, along with a few of these other guys.
Yeah.
So the only way you're going to have to keep your society and your citizens content is that universal wage. You're taking away their way. If they don't have a job, how are they going to survive? Well, the only thing that can help them will be that universal wage. And there's a lot of merit in that, because the savings that governments and corporations are going to make are going to be massive. So it's in their interest to keep their citizenship happy. So, otherwise, what's the point? We may as well all stop having babies, go extinct, and let the bots rule the world. Is that what we ultimately want? I don't know. Maybe the aliens from the next planet do. Who knows? It's all sort of now getting, and maybe those people in America are right about, what do they call it, that little term you said, that we've been going 200 years in the end of days already?
Oh, yeah, the post-millennialists.
What do they call this little period?
Oh, the little season, Satan's little season.
Maybe we're coming towards the end of Satan's little season, the end of humanity. But I hope not. It's interesting. It's funny, they used to have the Simpsons about they can predict the future.
Mm-hmm.
There's an older cartoon, I don't know whether you know about this one, that sort of simulates the future now, and that's the Jetsons. You know,
Yeah.
did you ever see that?
Let's see, George Jetson, his wife, or his dog Elroy, or whatever.
Yeah, and
I'm
they had
familiar with that.
the flying cars and all that sort
Yep.
of shit. That's legitimately where the drone technology combined with the bot technology. How long is it? They're flying now food deliveries to residences. How long it is before you just jump into your bot little car that's a bloody drone that can fly you from, you don't even need a freeway. How long before even cars become, you don't need them? So where it could go is incredible. What's the most incredible thing though is how, and you just touched on it, is how quickly this is coming. We're talking about where this could go, but how quickly we're going to get there. We could be in 10 years, we might not be able to recognize a lot of what we're seeing.
I think his name's Eric Schmidt, who's a boss of Google as well. Is he still the current, or he might be the former? But he's been there for a long, long time. He is, one of those prominent CEOs on the face of the planet, and super smart. And I've been watching him speak a lot recently, and he's also saying that. He's saying the world better get ready because it's going to transform, and it's going to transform into something that most people would have thought was sci-fi. The flying cars are interesting. When Elon Musk was recently having a conversation with someone, it might have even been when he was last on with Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan was pressing him about the new Tesla vehicle, which was going to come out, the Roadster.
Yeah.
It's going to be faster than every Ferrari. It's going to be the fastest thing on the planet. It'll be cheap and do all the good things. But there's going to be a few additions to it as well. And Joe Rogan said to Elon something akin to, give us an idea of what you're talking about. What do you mean this car will be able to do things that no other car can do?
Yeah.
And his response was, and he said he can't obviously spill the beans because that's going to be on the evening when they spill the beans and release the product to the world. But he said, imagine this thing is going to be better and more capable than every single car James Bond ever had.
Oh. So it'll probably be able to be fly in the air, be
Mm.
submersible, drive on water and land. Oh, mate, who knows?
And then Rogan said to him, what do you mean it's going to have wings? And he said, well, to fly. So
why not? That'd be Elon Musk. Why not?
So who knows what this thing is going to be? But yeah, Elon wants the Jetsons' future. He was speaking, and I've seen him have other conversations about it, and he says, yeah, we should just have highways in the sky. And it can all be set up through the AI, and it'll make sure there's no accidents and no crashes, and everyone will be kept at a safe distance, and it won't impede aircraft airspace at all. It'll be so many thousand feet below whatever they can get to. There'll be limitations placed on all that stuff. And if that means you can't fly it yourself, that means you push the button and you're taken there by autopilot at an already regulated speed defined by the government or whatever it may be to comply with safety and all that stuff. Well, that's just the way it'll be. But if that means I can hop in that thing in the backyard and get to Brisbane in 15 minutes rather than sitting in traffic for an hour and a half in the mornings trying to get to Brisbane from the Gold Coast, I'd take it every day of the week.
I think everyone would. It's like that. What was that film Tom Cruise was in?
Minority Report, or
that's it.
Yeah,
it'd be going along those lines. It's wild because you like what you say. If you go back to 2000, look how far we've come in 25 years. And every time you have an advancement in technology, the next advancement comes quicker. If you only go back less than a century, so it's 2025 now, you go back to 1925. Planes weren't much of a thing except for military.
Yeah.
Back then they were celebrating someone flying from one continent to the other.
Yeah.
I mean, now they go through, space to get from one continent to the other. So,
and Qantas, did you hear when I was in America, because I caught Qantas there and back a couple of times and whatever, I was reading one of the pamphlets there at the lounge, and they were saying that Qantas is now going to be one of the first commercial airlines in the world to be able to have a new plane which can travel a vaster distance than any other plane currently in existence. So it means you might be able to fly from Australia to London direct. So it might be able to be airborne for 24 hours without having to refuel halfway there, etc. Which I guess it's still a shit flight. Anything over sort of 10 hours is horrible. But if that means you could fly there direct, I guess people would prefer that than flying, having to land halfway, refuel, go around the world or whatever it may be. But they're utilizing a new system in that where it's not burning as much fuel, but they're able to retain the same speed of what they are. So the distance they'll be able to cover is just through efficiency, and that efficiency has been designed by AI. That's because AI is able to look at things that humans are doing in regards to engineering and think of something that a human could never conceive in regards to it being more efficient, because they've got the entire human knowledge history
Yes, right.
within their control, and everything on the internet as well, and all the various juxtapositions of that. So, we might see planes pretty soon that you can just hop on it and it'll take us somewhere, Bob, and it'll drop us off and it'll be nice and easy, and there'll be there'll be no pilot.
We might take it one step further. You might get
Mm.
the old Star Trek, what do they call it? Where you stand there and it beams you from one place to another.
Yeah, that's like teleportation devices.
I
I would love that.
The imagination will be unreached. I mean, you got to, and everyone sort of, and they do this to a lot of very serious people through history. They sort of, laugh at Musk when he talks about Mars. I would never underestimate anything Elon Musk says. And, he wants to be getting our first colonization of Mars. I think he said in the mid 2030s. So a lot of, and he basically said that whole colonization of Mars, you don't need humans there. I think it's going to be built by AI and bots, and then the humans will come after that. So they don't need oxygen. They don't need all this. They're going to build that city or whatever it's going to be, that base.
Terraform the planet, exactly.
Yeah. And imagine we go there. I mean, then it makes everything that we're talking about with our divisions and our little bloody disputes and that makes it seem so irrelevant. So,
what about are we going to send the most heinous criminals off planet?
Send them to the moon.
It could be a consideration. Like, why do they need to remain amongst us? Why can't we send them up there to labor camps or whatever the hell it is? They've forfeited their right to live in human society because of their inability to not kill innocent humans or whatever it may be. So I think there will be arguments made to start removing people pretty quickly.
It'd be interesting, for example, if you get, which has happened, you get someone wrongly accused and they get sent off to another bloody planet. Poor bastards. That'd be a bit harsh, mate.
Well, do you know, we're not going to have a problem with refugee intake anymore. We're just going to send them to the other planet, mate. Right? Hey, guess what? India
have you got your visa for Mars?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. If they want to apply for a visa here, we just say, "Nah, sorry, here you go. Here's a visa for there. Go there and create a life. Do your thing." No, but man, yeah. So all this is converging. Yeah, look into. If you haven't seen much of Eric Schmidt speak recently, have a look at a couple of his conversations, because he's at the forefront of it. The boss of Google, he knows exactly what is up, and he's trying to impress upon us all that things are going to change, and it'll be. He said it'll be more impactful on the world than when Henry Ford rolled out the Model T.
I've got no doubt. Even in the stuff I do for my business,
so we can't even conceive what it's going to look like. We've got no idea.
Well, one thing I do after watching Clarkson's Farm, I've sort of got a bit more motivated about this, just for the little things I do. So, just as an initial point, now I run a publication called the Community Forum, and that's to service local businesses. So we're trying to do that to get some more support for our basketball club and whatever. But, I used to do a little bit of article writing. I had at one stage about doing a journalistic course, but then I thought better of that. I don't want to be a journo. But I just write these feature articles for business so they can put them on their Facebook and social media and cross-promote, and just a great way to, get some extra business coming in. So I was doing that myself for a while, but that would take me, you have to do the research, find out about things, get photos, go talk to the business people. You're talking a day to do one article. And then not long ago, I thought, well, been reading about this AI. Oh, and, because I was on X and doing that, and Grok was becoming a big thing, I started doing a few articles via Grok. And then I looked in it, taught more. And I realized now I can, just by putting in a prompt, I basically do 12 articles a day in the space of 3 hours, and I can publish a newsletter with 3 hours work each week that covers 12 to 24 businesses And the businesses think, oh my God, how good's this guy? He's the author of these things. He's pumping out 24 articles a week. I'm not pumping out anything. Grok's pumping up. I do a few edits, add a photo, put it in my website. Boom. I'm up to, in the space of 6 months, I've serviced 500 businesses just doing that. So, that's just a small example of how a little thing, AI, can help you become far more productive. Then, the one thing I've been waiting and dying for it, you might know more about this, is I've got to get some AI software, whether it's Grok or Claude or something, ChatGPT, who can just do my tax returns. That's what I want. So I get maximum benefit back from my tax returns. It can give you advice, but it won't do your tax returns at the moment. I haven't found one. So if anyone out there knows it, let me know, because I want to keep as much money out of the bloody bastards of government as I possibly can. So, hey, mate, I'm going to give you the last comment because it's already 12:30. I'm going to have some food and go to bed soon. So you got anything you want to summarize, mate? Been a good chat.
Yeah, no, I think I've just looked at it. We've been going 4 hours and 40 minutes by the looks.
Yeah, I think we've probably lost it. But interesting, I don't know if I've got the stats on. I think I do. It goes up and down with how many viewers you've got. I reckon we probably started with a few, but they haven't stuck with us.
That's okay, mate. People have got things to do. I'm happy just having a chat with you, actually. So yeah, I guess. So they get upset because you can't call Elbow a liar, right? But every single one of us has told a lie in our lives. So this whole thing that people don't lie, and particularly politicians don't lie, and them feigning such offense by being referred to something, whatever, like, it's bullshit. So I wonder if the speaker is going to say and reprimand individuals for calling him a liar when he clearly did lie about something, what if you called him a disingenuous bastard? Can you call him a disingenuous bastard? Will that be interpreted the same as a liar?
That would be interpreted as unparliamentary, yes.
To call him disingenuous?
No. Well, not disingenuous, but disingenuous bastard. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so
you just called him disingenuous. You probably could get away with it, but the problem you got in the Parliament, the Speaker rules the whole sort of thing, and he has the final judgment. And
I just wonder why they don't think on the fly like that, though, Bob. So the individual who was reprimanded for saying it.
To give the Liberals credit, if you've listened to Question Time, they have. They've come up with other allegations, which the Speaker really is having trouble with. There was one he tried to rule on the other day. I thought, hold on, now you're going a bit too far. I think the whole speakership in the Parliament's a bit stupid anyway. I think it should be an independent person that can be appointed by the Prime Minister, but has to be supported by the opposition. And they can't have any political tying. So you can get a bit more. I mean, Question Time is a total waste of time. I have Question Time in the background because I can sit at home while I'm typing my AI articles. It's just on in the background. I can get some work done. It's like having the music on the radio, but most Australians are out earning a living, whether they're driving a truck, in a cab, accountancy firm, whatever. They're earning their thing. They're not listening to Question Time, and Question Time pretty much is a waste of time. But you get those 30-second clips of it, and it was pretty. It was a bit of a news story because everyone knows Elbow's a lying, bullshitting artist, and here you've got his own guy running the protection racket, and he lost credibility for doing it. So the media are always going to cover it, the political media. It's a lot of the stuff you watch, like the interesting one to watch if you want to get into it is I get onto YouTube and you get the actual parliamentary proceedings both before and after Question Time. I mean, mate, some of the speeches before and after Question Time are just utter bullshit. And you're thinking, what are we paying these bastards for? How is this helping our productivity? How is this getting us any closer? It's just all this back and forward ideological bullshit. It's not advancing our country. So maybe it's part of the process. You just got to go through it. But I am going to be interested. I know there'll be a lot of meltdowns.
Are you going to run for One Nation, Bob?
Sorry?
Are you going to run for One Nation?
Run?
Yeah, are you going to throw your hat in the ring?
Oh, fuck no.
You don't want to be a candidate?
I don't want to be a politician, no, mate.
No, not a politician. You're not a politician. We understand. You're not a
Well,
politician.
if you're running for a candidate, you're a politician.
No. The game is politics, but some people are politicians. But I think what we need some people who aren't politicians involved in politics.
That could be you, mate. That could be a good thing for a younger person.
That's right.
No,
Marine Faruqi, look out! I'm coming for you.
Actually, it's going to be really interesting. I'll tell you what will be the most interesting thing with One Nation. It's going to be interesting, obviously, in the lead up, and if they win government or even win part of government, so they form this, which I think will eventually happen. I think you will get a One Nation LNP coalition. I just don't see how it doesn't form. The power will make sure that does, and that'll be an interesting dynamic in itself. I think that would be a good outcome because I think to run government, you need people with experience and knowledge of the government. And the one thing One Nation is lacking is that the Liberals actually have people that do understand it, as long as they get the right people from the LNP. That's it. There's a lot of ifs in that. But that leads me on to the next one let's say we all want One Nation to win. We want the Liberals and Nationals, the Uni Party got rid of. We want a total change in what we're doing. But what is a One Nation government going to look like? You know, who's going to be your treasurer? Who's going to be your Minister of Defence? Who's going to be your Minister of Agriculture? What ministries are they going to get rid of? Kemi, I don't know whether you watch her much, but she's really impressed me. Kemi Badenoch from England, the leader of the Conservatives.
Okay.
She is super impressive. Dark woman, doesn't bother me, but in Parliament, she is super smart, can talk really well, has some one-eyed issues. She came up with Keir Starmer. She was ripping him to shreds in Parliament. The way they conduct their Parliament is quite different from ours. They can get up, in ours they can ask a question or whatever. They get up and in PMQs, which is Prime Minister Question Time, they somehow can manage to get up and they can speak for quite a while, 5-10 minutes, and they can rip in. And the people from the other side can interject and say, can I have some time to say? And she's going, yeah, I'll allow you to speak. But then she can bring back a time. It's a lovely way of doing it. So Badenoch was just ripping in at Keir Starmer. And the point she made, which I thought was really legitimate, and I think this applies to Hanson and One Nation, is sometimes it's easy to take the pot shots of opposition. The harder job is when you transition from opposition to government, and then everyone's taking the pot shots at you. And you better be getting everything right, because being in opposition is not the same as being in government. Being in government is much harder because you've got the weight of expectation from everybody. And I do think there's a lot of validity in that. If you imagine Hanson gets in, but a bit like with Trump, if she's not delivering on what everyone's expecting her to deliver on, her poll numbers will drop pretty dramatically.
And she's done, and One Nation will never recover.
Yeah, well, I don't even know. I just wonder then whether our democracy would ever recover. Because people they've had enough of the two major parties. They're looking at her for hope. If she gets in and she screws it up, I then wonder where we go to from there. Yeah. Maybe we can elect a few bots, put them up to be our candidates for a political party.
Well, I'm ready for it. Otherwise, we can just force digital symbiosis into all politicians, where the AI will read their thoughts and then be able to tell us in real time with a red or a green tick, or a red cross or a green tick, is the statement they just said true or not true? Are they lying, etc.? So lie detector tests are going to be implantable eventually, and let's implant them into politicians' minds.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the other experiment I did with AI, when Albo introduced his budget and all the proposed changes, this is a bit before it, I actually asked Grok, how could Australia, I just put a simple question to start with and then evolve from there. How could Australia address its national debts while reducing the tax burden on its citizens? The answer it came back to with that question was quite fascinating. It was basically your traditional conservative libertarian. It was a combination conservative, libertarian, capitalistic policy. Basically what Western society was built on. And it said, this is where you got to do. You got to reduce basically everything, bureaucracy, government. You've got to increase productivity. You can only do that by reducing taxation, encouraging businesses to go, all that sort of shit. It just went through it, and it just blew the government policy out of the water. And that's coming from AI, which is incredibly smarter than the whole front bench of the cabinet. It's talking about, what is common sense. What we talk about, our capacity to be an energy superhouse through the nuclear power can produce, the coal power can produce all this sort of thing. But then you got to manage it, with its impact on the environment. So it did put in all those things. But it was, and then I just kept asking it questions. And the more I asked the questions, the more it came around to rejecting everything that the uni party, if you want to call it, have been doing for the last 15 years. It basically rejected it and said you nearly had to do the complete opposite to what they're doing if you ever wanted Australia to be successful. I'm going, well, there you go. There's your policy platform. Go to Grok. Put them in charge. Yeah.
Oh, no, I guess we can wrap it up, or we'll leave it there, Bob. I know you're tired and it is late, mate. But yeah, we can continue all of this in a future conversation. Oh, one thing I did have, you were going to interview a young lady, I believe.
Yes.
Did that happen, or has it
No, actually, that's my fault. I've got to get back onto that because I do like following up on people I promised to interview, but work has been just so freaking busy. And I've got a unique opportunity to do something good, so I've been just throwing myself into that. So yeah, she's just taken a backstage. She probably won't. She was a pretty volatile sort of young lady. I liked it actually, but she probably thinks I'm some old Burma conservative old bastard who doesn't want to speak to her now. So she probably knocked me back now if I ask her, but I will. I'll ask her again if she wants to come on. So yeah, but not yet. That's my fault, not hers.
Okay. And also, so Neil Danaher, that was the story. Was it yesterday? Collingwood lost to Melbourne. So I have the book of Neil Danaher.
You got yourself on mirror image, mate.
Yeah, no, that's all right, buddy. So yeah, so there's Neil's book. I've had that for several years. It's a good book. It's called When All Is Said and Done, and he's telling the story about a few things. So that was awesome. But there was an announcement that there was an anonymous couple from Queensland.
Yes, $40 million.
Yeah, well, they'd first donated 10 million towards MND, and then that was the first AFL game they'd ever attended, according to the reporters. And then they were so moved by what they saw take place there, they said, let's throw another 30 million at it. So they gave them 40 million, which is extraordinary. And so immediately, and there was a Queensland couple. There was a Queensland couple that just gave $40 million to this charity. Did you wonder who could that be?
Well, they're no longer anonymous, mate, because they're on Channel 7 News Tonight.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I looked them up. I can't. I think it's Quinton Britt. And they own this massive construction company that works in the mining industry. They're worth hundreds of millions, right? Close to $1 billion. So it's like Elon Musk giving $40 million to a charity for that. Look, it's a absolutely unbelievable generosity, but they're not going to miss it. They're still going to be filthy rich.
Tax write-off and everything else.
Yeah. So they'll get all those benefits. But there's a lot of people in their position wouldn't donate a cent. So good on them.
Do you think that will... The reason why I was asking, because when the news happened, everyone was trying, well, who was it? Who was it? And then lots of people were just saying, well, it must have been Clive and Anna. They thought it was just Clive Palmer and his wife Anna that threw it. But Clive Palmer wouldn't have been able to attend the footy match at the MCG with 90,000 people and no one take a photo. Hey, guess who's at the football today? Clive Palmer.
I'll find out. Well, before we finish, I'll find out it wasn't them.
And so what I think is, it was an extraordinary act of generosity. They said that they were moved and they were inspired by Neil's story and what he was trying to achieve. So they got on board with it. I do hope it will act as a catalyst for other people of significant wealth like that to throw large portions of money at things that scientists have been able to get to the bottom of for some time. It doesn't have to go to cancer research. There are other needy causes. And
Yeah.
yeah, let's see if a few more step up and we hear another one next. Wouldn't it be nice every month we just hear one of these stories, a couple who's been phenomenally successful in this country, who's not really going to miss the money per se. Yes, is it going to be a charitable contribution and tax deduction? Or okay, all of that was standing put into the side. But wouldn't it be great if every other month there was an announcement like this, that some family has donated this massive pool of money to something?
Yeah. It's
I just think it'd be good for the country, mate.
I think so, but their name's Quinton and Kylie Britt.
Yeah, there you go. Well done. God bless them.
No, exactly. I think it would be brilliant as well. Where are we going? I'm just trying to get it up. Just trying to find out what their business was. 40 million to fight MND. A Queensland philanthropist couple have donated an astonishing 40 million. Construction. Oh, God, bloody age in paper. Construction magnates Quinton and Kylie Burt made the donation at Fight MND function on Monday. The couple believes in Dana's legacy, blah, blah, blah. They previously donated 57 million to a life-changing Central Australian football program. Their donation came as a record crowd of la, 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 la. I'm just trying to find out.
Damn. Yeah. I've just pulled them up. I'm having a look as well. Okay. Well done. Yeah. So they're big in the mining game.
A lot of people I've dealt with, and I've had a few that I've been very lucky to meet with, and some of the most generous people you can find are the very wealthy.
Of course.
Some of them are very tight, but I think in the vast bulk of them that do give their money up, it's done on the quiet. They don't want any publication about it. So if a person's going to donate a lot of money, but they say, listen, I want this to be anonymous, you're obviously going to do your best to respect that. But they had them on the news. They just look like, the funny thing, mate, is they look like just an everyday Australian couple. That's all. Nothing, for these guys that are worth, like, I think it was either 500 or 750 million or something like that. Some ridiculous thing. And they're just donating money. They're boomers, us boomers. And they just look like everyday Aussies, even had the same slang and accent and all that. Yeah, if they were down a pub or an RSL club, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference from them to anybody else. So, good on them. I agree with you. It would be good. I think a lot of wealthy people like just to keep a lot of their charity a bit on the hush-hush. That's just what I've noticed from a couple. But I agree. I think it would do the country a lot of good for them. But then again, in Australia, you do have the tall poppy syndrome. Sometimes people will, get poured out, what else are they giving their money to? What's their background? Why are they so wealthy? Would it be better going somewhere else? I do think, sadly, that comes a lot with these sorts of donations in Australia too. You've only got to look at Gina Reinhardt. She gave an enormous amount of philanthropy to a whole bunch of projects, but she's always accused of being a far-right bigot, racist, all these sort of things. So why are you going to donate money when all you're going to do is get torn down anyway? So
she looks after the Australian swim team as well, the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Gina's been bankrolling that for however long.
Well, you look into all the Indigenous projects. She was into the netball.
Australian athletes at Olympics level.
She's a great Australian. She's just like these people. So, but sometimes you get slagged off for it, and she's copping flack now because she's developed a relationship with Pauline Hanson. She donated that plane. But there's multimillionaires that support the ALP too. So why does Gina cop it? So
it's a total double standard.
Yeah, and look at that guy who what's his name? Who owned AGL and blew up the coal stations. Brooks something. He donates to the Greens. So
Mike Cannon Brooks.
That's it, Mike Cannon Brooks. So
Atlassian.
They're all, exactly. They all take their own sort of shit. And he's Atlassian. Apparently, Atlassian, you might probably know more of this than me, but apparently Atlassian's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, AI might put him out of business.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. So wouldn't happen to a nicer bastard. But on that note, mate, that's a great place to finish.
Okay, so let's get Clive on a future podcast. Let's have a chat.
Clive Barber.
Yeah.
I'd love that, but I don't think he'll come on. But you never know.
All they can say is no, so we can ask the question.
Yeah, the problem would be trying to contact him, but yeah, well, mate, always give everyone a try.
There's phone numbers out there. There's businesses. You call
I'm
reception and leave a
yeah,
message.
no, I've done that before. Trust me, I haven't thought of Clive. I've been trying to get. I have been trying to provoke. If he's out there, he probably won't listen this far on the tape. But I've been trying to get Avi come on board. Can't.
Little Avi Yemeni.
Yeah, there's things I respect about Avi. There's things I just grate me too about him.
He doesn't appear as free. You'd think Avi would be a regular on all the podcasts in the country, right?
Yeah, he's got a pretty large following though, so he probably looks at mine and thinks, "You're small fry." And listen, you know what? I can understand that. He has replied on one or two. Rukshan, Rashan, or whatever his surname is. I've had exchanges with him, and they've been
Rukshan Fernando.
Yeah, they've been pretty respectful, and I've had a crack at him when he, what I was talking about with the lecturing of heritage Australians or ethno-nationalists, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, you involved yourself in all of that. You became a part of that conversation, the broader conversation. And which camp were you in and all of that type of stuff?
Well, I found it difficult because I was sort of going down the middle road a little bit. But I did get offended by being lectured. Don't lecture us heritage Australians that were born from a stock that helped build this fucking country. If you want us to be sympathetic, and this is what all right, we got one more subject to finish. So if people like Rukshan and Avi want us to support them, all right, people like me, don't start lecturing my forebears, my parents, my grandparents and all that, and don't tell me what it is to be Australian. I fucking damn well know what it is to be Australian more than you. You should be asking, what is it that upsets you about the current situation as a heritage Australian? What is it that you want to see fixed? That's where the conversation should go. But the problem when you put that form, and this is what Rukshan put back at me, is, and I guarantee he would cop a huge amount of flack. I've got no doubt. You've only got to read his threads. Oh, but that's just a dog whistle for white nationalism, or get those sort of. And Rukshan hasn't said that, but others have. I'm going, no, I'm just asking something that's pretty reasonable. Don't lecture to me about what it is Australian when I've been born in Australia. I've lived 62 years in Australia. My dad fought in New Guinea to save Australia. My mum supported my family, went through the Depression. Their grandparents came to Australia in 1901. We go back to nearly the first settlers. I think I fucking well know what it means to be Australian. I don't need to be lectured by a recent Australian. And that's where I understand the argument from Sam Bamford. But I'm also not quite all in on Bamford with, the remigration of absolute millions. And I am open to being convinced of that argument. But no one's coming. It's just a broad brush at the moment of all that.
So I think what we need with that is it'll be fee for service. And so it needs to be somewhere. It needs to be in a theatre or something, an auditorium. There needs to be an attendance of at least 2,000 people. I'd prefer 5,000, and it's ticketed. And there needs to be a panel. And Rukshan and Avi need to be on stage, and Sam needs to be on stage, and a couple of others need to be on stage. It needs to be moderated by the right individual who can understand all their arguments and detach themselves from it. And the conversation should happen and would be massive. It would do huge numbers.
That would be massive.
And the clips from it alone would saturate social media for a long time. It would advantage every participant in it to their own audiences. But more importantly, if they were reluctant to participate, they could say for each person, we're going to donate $25,000 to the charity of your choice, for example. And this is the date we'd like to get it set. These are the people. We understand you're all reluctant to appear on each other's shows. Or I know Sam would have them all on, but they're not all saying, hey, let us come on your show or you come on our show.
Yeah.
So someone outside of that little sphere needs to facilitate it and arrange it and have all the logistics and everything set for it.
I think
in coordination with them.
I think to be fair on all of them, look, I've asked, and again, I'm small fry, so I get this. Scott Challam was good enough to come on the show. But I've asked Scott several times since, but he's got a lot going on.
He's busy.
I've asked Sam, and this is all via Twitter, to come on, but he's got just as much going on. They're both out of the same group, but with his podcast, he's got Big Fry to try and get on there, so I get that. Same with Avi and Rukshan. And I get this too. Avi would look at us two and think, why would I bother with those guys? I've got 600,000 followers. He's got 11,000, whatever it is. You know, I'm not into the clicks. I'm not into the following things, all that sort of shit. I just have my say, and if people want to listen to me, I'm as blown away that there's 11,000 people that think what I've got, my opinions are worth listening to. So
I've been down at Avi's studio.
Have you?
Yeah, I know him. He's well and truly aware of who I am. And
really? Have you been interviewed by him or just been in his studio?
No, when he's been there and done an episode of his show, I've been there with him and Rukshan and the guests, and Joel Jamal and a few others were there. Right. But yeah, no, he's fully aware of who I am, and I'm aware of who he is. I know about his story as well.
What do you interview?
Avi. Avi is hesitant to have any conversations with me because I'm his kryptonite.
Which is? Come on, expand.
There's a lot of things there. I'm happy to talk to you about it privately, but no, he understands if he has a conversation with me, his arguments can be torn to shreds pretty quickly, and he has to define himself as something, and that means, can he publicly state that he is Australia first, not Israel first? And he is unwilling to do so, so he's lost the argument at that. Just from that alone, are you Israel first or Australia first? Because you can't be both. Because the people who are Australia first, we don't have an Israel thing.
No,
we are Australian, and that's it. So we've got nothing but this. So of course we're Australia first. We don't have to think about it. Are we Australia first? Am I? What does that? No. Are you Australia first? Absolutely. I'm all in for it. 100%.
Yeah, no,
first.
Yeah. I'm all same here.
Yeah.
But I do think. See, that's where I think.
I don't need to back him into a corner, though. I don't need to do that. I could have a reasonable conversation.
Even if I was Avi and you put that question to me, I'd say, I would be trying to. He's what I would call a post-World War II immigrant or a recent. So I broke down Australians as recent Australians, post-World War II Australians. So that's all your Italians and your Greeks who came and immigrated here after World War II. And then you have your heritage Aussies, because before World War II, it was very rare outside European immigration we got anything from anywhere else. So predominantly Anglo-Celtic, you would have some German, all that sort of thing coming across. But Avi, I think you could make an argument if you're in Avi's position. I reckon he could put I'm Australia first, but I think people just need to understand, and I would make this argument, for example, as a Catholic, right? I'm a Christian nationalist. I love my country. I love everything about it, what it is, what it still is, what it could be. I would do what I can to help my country get better and its citizens get better. Before I'm an Australian nationalist, I'm also a Christian. And this is where I think the state of Israel, it's different from a lot of other nations.
It is. There's nuance there.
Yeah, because really it's also, and they like to deny it, but it's also, I think it's one of their greatest assets, but they don't, a lot of them won't embrace it. It is also part of who they are, their Jewish ethnicity in Australia. And we've got a lot of, may disagree with this. Let's not get into it. Could be another debate. But there's a lot of Australians that have done a good that are also Jewish, right?
100%, man. We don't tie everyone with the same glass. I don't.
So there's a lot of stuff that. So the part I think Avi made a mistake on, and he'd probably disagree on this. I used to have a huge amount of time for Avi, and I still got a bit of respect there for him now. But before he joined Rebel News, remember they had all those protests with BLM and all, and he used to just go down there and interview all the mad lefties. And he used to make a fool of them. I thought it was gold. I thought it was just brilliant. And then he got on to be Rebel News. Now, I understand that probably lifted his profile, got him a bit better paycheck, all this sort of thing. But then he sort of started drifting into the grifter class a bit. And I started to lose a little bit of respect then for him at that point. Had nothing to do with his Jewish background. It had to do with the grifting background more than anything else. So I think you can make an argument you can be Australia first, but I really have a strong connection to my culture, my Jewish culture, which is intrinsically linked to Israel. Me being a Christian, even though I've never been there, I mean, I also have a cultural connection to the state of Israel. That is the nation where my Savior, Jesus Christ, was born, where he lived, where he died, where his disciples, his mum, his dad lived, breathed, and died. That's the place where he walked on water. That's the place where he turned water into wine. So that also has a connection for me as a Christian. So if he could come at it from that way, I think he could probably get, and this is the problem when you're not prepared like you and I are to have a discussion. You can discuss your differences, but also find common ground. If Avi ever listens to this, I would encourage him to take up what you're saying and what I'm saying and get on board and not be so worried. Just explain your position. Now, if your position then is so feral that you're fully on Israel first, then I think you got a bit of explaining to do, and really should be you be jumping in to Australian discussions and debate about the future of the country when you're more signed on to the future of Israel. No one, I think Avi, I would agree with you, avoids that debate. Is it because he feels uncomfortable? Is he worried he's going to lose support on
clicks? Yeah, of course. He cannot win the debate, but that's where the debate is right now in the country. The zeitgeist has moved there and it needs to be addressed. And if he wants to be one of the foremost political commentators in this country, he has to weigh in. And there's a line in the sand here. So and if that means he has to renounce citizenship over there to demonstrate that he is Australia first, okay, so be it.
So he's a dual citizen, is he?
I imagine so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So this goes for America, goes for any country. I don't see how you can be British first if you're a dual citizen. I don't see how you can be America first if you're a dual citizen. I don't see how you can be Australia first if you're a dual citizen. If you're Australia first, you're an Australian citizen. So that's just my simple, basic logic on it. The interesting one, talking about engaging debate, then we
can have a chat with Rukshan any day of the week, though. Like, I can do shows with Rukshan. He wouldn't be hesitant about that.
No, and that's why I respect Rukshan.
I've got time for Avi as well. Avi's Bob. It emanates from Monica Schmidt had called Put Australia First event on last year down in Melbourne. Yes. Well, there was one in Sydney, and then the following day it was in Melbourne. Lyle Shelton, other people, Pauline Hanson was there at both of them, James Ashby, the whole cohort was all there. Yeah, it was. But Monica asked me to go along with her. So I was down there. I went to Sydney and then Melbourne and was doing a couple of things behind the scenes there or whatever and catching up with a few people. And Ozpil, or a young guy, Hugo Lennon, he was there with a couple of his guys, and they were just standing off in the distance. It was at Treasury Gardens, I think, in the CBD, in the court precinct. And
Avi pursued him.
Yeah, Avi sort of went over to the federal police, or all the police, Vic Pol that were there, and pointed them out and said, "These guys are Nazis. You've got to get them the hell out of here." So the next thing you knew, they were accosted by dozens of police and exited from the park. I'd seen them. I had them in my gaze, and they had committed zero infractions. They weren't causing any problems. They were literally standing in the park watching speeches of politicians on stages. Then after that took place, I was a little bit closer to the action of what was going on up near the stage, etc. Yeah. And Avi was making a beeline through the crowd with his cameraman, as he does, and he came upon myself. And hello, Avi, how you going, mate? Nice to see you here. Welcome. And he was, how's it going, type of thing. And I said, what's the issue? We're all having a great day here. This is Put Australia First. And at the time, I was wearing an Australia First hat. And at the time, I'd already put Australia First hats on Monica's head and Pauline's head and James Ashby. So everyone was there, was branded correctly, Put Australia First, as we did a previous day in Sydney. But Avi saw that hat on my head and he thought he could come to me and treat me the way he tried to treat Hugo or Ozpil. And it
he had an Australia First hat on.
I had my Australia First hat on, yep,
All right.
because I was issuing them to people in attendance, which was fine. But yeah, Avi took exception to my hat saying Australia First, and he was trying to interpret Australia First as meaning something different than Australia First. And he thought I shouldn't be at that event with a hat that said Australia First. And obviously there was a point of contention there because the event itself was called Put Australia First. And as I said, Monica was wearing one in her head, and the other prominent people there, the speakers on stage were. Now, Avi, here's a hat, mate. Put it on your head. Australia First. Put it on, Avi. I've got one here for you as well, mate.
And you wouldn't put it on?
Oh, of course not. But this was all happened on his live stream as well. And so there was a little bit of a conversation, and he had a few accusations which he launched at me, and I had to immediately pull him up on that because I was amongst a crowd of people, and some of these people were people of significance, and I was an invited guest of several of them, and I sure as hell wasn't going to be typecast as something that I'm not by him in public in front of those people, which appalled them and shocked them, and they communicated that to me afterwards and said they would let him know that he's not to do that ever again to somebody like myself in public. Otherwise, he would be precluded and prevented from being able to attend potentially. Who knows? But yeah, I got into a bit of a back and forth with Avi and had to immediately call him out and say, "Don't you dare say those things. That's absolute rubbish, and you know it. How dare you? You should be ashamed of yourself." And called him out quite publicly about it, and became far louder than him as well. And you know, he's
that would have been an interesting conversation.
It's all caught on camera, and then I realized what he was trying to do and what he was trying to typecast me as, and so I pushed back on him, and I punched back twice as hard, and he went weak at the knees very quickly. He tried to quickly escape, but I would not let him out of the situation. I had him cornered, although he was in an open area. But I had him cornered. He was on his own camera. The question was put to him. If he turned and walked away, that's tucking his tail between his legs. So it was incumbent upon him to respond immediately. And when he was unwilling to do so, I put the question to him again and again and again, 5 times in a row, as a matter of fact, on his own stream, before he tried to turn around, feign ignorance, shook his head, didn't want to admit it, and then finally tried to give a mea culpa. Yes, I admit it. And at that point,
being Australia First,
and a couple of other things, but at that point, he revealed himself, and he knew it. But he came at me with animosity, and
I might have actually seen that because I was watching that live stream and that had him on. I actually think, because I remember when he confronted Ozpil, and
he didn't need to do it. He didn't need to do it. He didn't need to come. No, he can go for other people, but he didn't. Yeah, but he knows I'm not them.
He knows he doesn't need to do it, but you know why he's doing it.
Oh, he might have been trying to get some clicks or
absolutely
stir some controversy, whatever. But if that was the case, I said to him, Avi, jump on a Twitter space tonight, mate. Let's have a conversation. Hey, Avi, come on the show. Let's do this.
With all these people, it's like, for one of the better word or whatever you do it, the woke right in America. I find it very interesting with all those guys, not Fuentes. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff I actually like about Fuentes. I think he's probably funny. He has his opinion. He gets on and he just does his own thing, a bit like what I do sometimes. But I don't have anywhere near the following. But all the other ones, the Candace Owens, the Megan Kellys, the Tucker Carlsons, the Sean Ryans, they all just regurgitate themselves interviewing each other on the same shows. And I'm going, this is just pure blatant propaganda. And what the reason they do it is like what you've just said with Avi. They don't want to get into an environment where people can push back against them with superior arguments, which is what the ultimate debate should be. Piers Morgan always gets Cenk Uygur or whatever his name is, the big fat
Cenk.
Yeah, and Dave Smith, the worst comedian on the planet. They just regurgitate them all on these different interviews with each other. They don't allow other opposing views that might challenge them because God knows we can't have our authority challenged. I think Avi is on the other side of the divide, but he's doing exactly the same thing. So
He feels like a victim. He feels like he's constantly under attack. Now I've said to him, "You're not a victim, mate. This whole victim card doesn't work.
Yeah.
You're a big boy. You've got a martial arts training school. You've been an IDF soldier. You've done plenty of things. You're not a victim, and you're successful, and you're a prominent person, and you're doing well in life.
So. Yeah.
So good on you for all those things. You're not a victim.
But victimhood sells.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So and you got the one thing you got to give to him. He's what do you call it? This will happen when you get older, mate. You'll have all these words on the end of your tongue. He basically, even though he tries to portray himself as a journalist, he's actually more of it's not the right word, but like an entertainer, right?
Mm.
The more he can entertain through his gladiatorial combat with the supposed enemy and making the victim, and he's the one taking on the big guy, then the more clicks you get, and the more clicks you get, the more revenue you freaking make. I mean, which is kind of the sad thing about social media. But yeah, it's interesting. You bring up am I going to offend you if I say anything about Monica Schmidt?
No.
Okay, good.
People can have their own views about whoever. I don't take offense.
Well, I just find, and I've asked her on the show a few times. She'll never come on with me because I've sort of called her out for what I think she is, and you can correct me here. I'm happy for you to. But she creates. I'll give you an example. Monica to me is the ultimate grifter. All right. So we had the march, and I think this is Avi, Rukshan, Monica, and Topher Field, my other favourite. So they all organised a lot of these marches during COVID and all this sort of stuff. And what has happened after COVID, you've got all the March for Australia stuff started generating.
Yep.
The old green-eyed envy coming out. How dare you organise marches when we're the organised marches against government? You can't take our bloody shtick. We're going to be doing all that sort of shit. So when the March for Australia group came out, Monica decided initially that she was going to oppose it. Then when the March for Australia started getting things, oh no, there's Nazis. She was opposing it because there was Nazis involved. And then which I said, okay, fair enough. Then 4 days later, she flipped. Says, oh no, it's too important. We've actually now got to support them. And I had a crack at it and said, hold on, how can you support them when you're opposed to Nazis, but now you're going to flip and you're not? Then, not long after that, their march, she starts announcing a new march, which she was going to organising, which was going to, and that's led to what you've gone in, to keep the Nazis out of the place.
Yep.
That's why Avi, Monica's mate, went to have a crack at Ozpill. And the hypocrisy, the whole thing. And now the funny thing is, now they've jumped all over the Pauline Hanson train with One Nation. Now you've got Avi at the conferences, you've got Monica pushing it all. It wasn't long ago Monica was pushing everyone to join a major party.
Yep.
In her point of view, the only way you could resolve this was flooding the major party. I pointed out to her in one of the conversations that all the major parties' constitutions are set up in a way to make sure that can't happen. They will see you coming from a mile off, and they will then cancel your membership.
Yeah, they don't want hostile takeover.
No. So they're all set up to make sure they've got mechanisms in there to protect themselves from that. So she was leading all these people to go sign up for no reason and getting them all on that. And the whole bit of it is a grip. How can I get more attention so I can get in front of the public? If you look up the definition of grifter, it's the perfect explanation for both Monica and people like Topher, and I even think Avi. So I think Rukshan is really a legit person. I think he's going out there trying to do the right things. But I remember there was one that Topher Field put up about how he's going to be the next Dave Rubin or this Glenn Beck or that. I'm going, mate, you're a nobody in fucking Australia. No one knows who the fuck you are. And now he's on a world tour to lift his fucking profile. I'm going, are you in reality or are you just fucking...
He's in America. He's just gone to America.
Yeah, he's going for a tour. I hope he does really well. I don't want to be a tall poppy syndrome person. But for example, I'm not going to sell you a masterclass to tell you how you think you should be thinking politically.
Oh, I didn't know he sells that product.
Oh,
That's
mate, it's on everywhere. He's got his merch, he's got his masterclass, he's got his videos, he's got. I'm going, what the fuck are you doing? I mean, all right, buy me a cup of coffee. I get that. all this other shit, I don't get. If you want to form a lobby group or something, okay, like Scott Challen and Sam Bamford, I get that too. But this whole thing, he's got a masterclass of videos that help people get their way through the political landmines that are facing us these days, and go, what the fuck are you talking about?
How much is it? How much is the product?
I'm sure you can get on his website and have a look. But just go, mate, get back into my day, mate. He would have been told by all the adults in the room, get over your fucking self, you know. But I've invited, and there's lots of stuff, don't get me wrong, and I've said this to him on some of my exchanges, that I think Topher is very smart with his policy ideas. I think with his political strategy, he's incredibly dumb.
He's a libertarian, isn't he?
Well, not now. He's all One Nation. He's another one that's all in the One Nation. Now, he was all libertarian, but now because they had the by-election in his electorate, he was interviewing he was interesting Barnaby Joyce, Pauline Hanson, the candidate they had there. He went to their victory party. Not bad for a libertarian to be, you know, and One Nation. And again, to Topher's credit, he defended Malcolm Roberts. A lot of the libertarians used to really go for Malcolm Roberts' throat. So
I've caught up with him a few times, actually.
Hey, Topher.
Yeah.
How do you find him?
He's always been pleasant to me when I've seen him at events and things like that, or catching up for a drink after something or other.
But see, he's a bit like Harvey. I remember I had a crack at him. Like, I thought his marble videos. Remember he had marble videos a lot. Don't you know that? Oh my God, then you don't know him. Well, he used to put out all these marble videos before the last election, explaining why you had to put the majors last, and try and get all the minor parties up. I used to say, like they were flawed. His theory was flawed. I pointed out over and again why it was flawed, and all you're going to do is guarantee that Elbow's going to win more seats. What happened? Elbow won more seats on preferences, because what he was trying to say, if everyone put the uni party last, including locked-in ALP voters, that will put the minor parties' vote up, and they'll get more representation in the lower and especially the upper house. I said, that's fine. A lot of the Liberal Party voters will go behind minor parties like the Libertarians and One Nation, but your ALP ones are going to stay locked into the ALP and the Greens. So all you're doing is diluting the vote on the centre right, and you're just consolidating under the preferential system that the ALP and the Greens are going to win more seats. What happened election night? ALP romped it in, won more seats. I had a crack at him a couple of times about it. He says, oh, you're just a nobody trying to ride my coattails. And I said, what the fuck? I said, no, I'm not. I said, your strategy's flawed. I said, you don't even have the Teal Party vote in your marble strategy. So how can you have a marble strategy about preferential voting when you don't have one of the biggest blocks of Teal votes in the minor party preferential vote? I said, it makes no sense. And the other part that's not in there in that whole marble video is if you vote in it doesn't get to 50-50 in your electorate, and you vote for the person who comes last, your vote's wiped out. It's never seen again. So some people in the preferential system get one vote. The way you had the marble video, your vote kept getting chucked in. That's wrong. Every time you go back in there, votes get kicked out. And some people will get 2 bites of the cherry. Some people get 3. In a really tight contest, some people might get 4. So in that system, there's a very big chance that those ALP and Green votes that won't go and put the major parties last will still be in the hunt at the end of it. So naturally, they're going to win more fucking seats. That's why Elbow got 95. And this wasn't just Topher. There's a whole bunch of these. But this is why Elbow won 94 seats with the 36% primary vote.
They screwed themselves. Yeah, they ended up screwing themselves.
So I just thought his strategy was just so bad. And I agree with you. I think overall, when his conversations there, he can be really, like you say, pleasant. Nothing wrong with that. I think a lot of his policy stuff is really good. I just wish he would stay to the strategy side of it, because I think a lot of his strategy ideas just lead us to getting fucking ALP back yet again. So anyway, but I would like them, like you, to come on to the podcast I'm not this big evil guy. Come and have a discussion. Call me a dickhead. Call me a thing. Justify your position. We come to some common ground. Like I share, as probably you do, there's a bunch more common ground I share with Topher, with Avi, with Rukshan, Dr. Joe, for example, Joe Howe, I give her a lot of credit because she at least went on the Sam Bamford show and had a discussion, even though they disagree.
She took her fella with him. She took her fella along.
I actually enjoyed that. A lot of people gave him. I actually like a conversation where people do have, they let each other speak, which they didn't quite do, but at least they had passion in their argument and they both had belief.
They both lost their composure a couple of times. They both lost their composure, and that was just passion boiling over.
But you know what happened at the end? They both came around. They both started talking amicably to each other by the end of it. So
I couldn't believe. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, no, you're right. So
I couldn't believe he told his wife to shut up.
I could. I love Dr. Joe, but she reminds me of my sister, and she used to do the same thing. I'd be going at it with my brother, and she'd keep in and try and keep the calm, and I'd be going, "No, bugger off! I want to have this argument with you." So I knew exactly where he's coming from. Just shut up and let me have it out with this guy and get my point of view across. So, a lot of people made an issue. I didn't have an issue with that, and I've watched a lot of their ideas because they're pro-life, obviously.
Yeah. Maybe I'm a little bit sensitive with that stuff for some reason. I just don't think you should be telling your significant other. I think shut up should not be a part of anything you would ever say to them. But I understand if she was trying to interrupt the bit of between the boys.
For example, I'll tell just on my background. When I come from a family of 10 and there's 9 boys and we're all trying to have an argument, not my mum and my sister telling me to shut up. Trying to create the peace when we're having a flat out argument. Then mate, you'd have an issue with me because I've told my mum and my sister to shut up.
I'm right there. I'm right there with you with things like that in the privacy of homes. Families do things, but in that instant, it was revealing because it was. And anyway, it's neither here nor there. Maybe I'm. But it was an observation that I had when I saw it. I thought, okay.
I had the opposite thing. I thought, go harder. Shut up. And I like Dr. Joe. Just shut up. Let them go. They were both going for each other. Let them go. It was good. It was good.
And he had to take the position he did because he was standing up for his
missus.
Yeah, mate. So I totally understand it. Sam.
Yeah. And listen, I actually think they were both making some very valid points. And again, it's like you're saying, we've got to get 2,000 people. These are the conversations we need to be having to get to some sort of point at the end where we can all get to some. We're never going to agree with everything 100%, but we can get to a platform that we can all support.
Okay, so if one side of the stage we've got Sammy Bamford and Scotty Challen, right? They're there on that side. And then on the other side, we've got Avi and Rukshan. Okay, do we slot in Topher next to Avi and Rukshan? And who do we slot next to Sam and...
I'd rather slot in Dr. Joe.
On which side?
Avi and Rukshan's. She'd be there. Because she's an Australian of Indian descent. But she's definitely Aussie, right? She's dark skinned. It makes it a more crystallized debate. Because what Sam is saying, then this is where I think Sam, and I think, what? What are you laughing at?
I'm not laughing. I'm listening, man.
Well, here is where James, I think it is, Dr. Joe's husband, missed a beat in the debate. Because Sam's argument was that Dr. Joe was Indian Australian, not Australian. Right? But then, not long into the debate, he admitted that his mum came across from England post-World War II.
Yeah, that's what you said earlier. Yeah,
I would have been all over that if I was James. I would have said, hold on. So you're not Australian, you're British Australian. You could have thrown it right back at him and then had a really very interesting debate about what constitutes an ethno-nationalist and what doesn't and all this sort of thing. Because literally you can go through just about everyone's background and you can pick a part of it that says you're an ethno-nationalist, but then you can pick another small part of it and say, hold on, you've got some ethnicity from here. You can do that in any country in the world. So that's why, and I'll stick to this, is I just like the idea of heritage Australians who believe in what our forefathers built, the values, the life, and the way we should be living, just like our heritage forefathers did. And if we can all do that, I think we can then get some common ground. I love Sam Bamford. He fought in our uniform. He fought in the theatre of war.
Yep.
He did a lot for this country. He's
Patriot.
trying to get more. Yeah, absolutely. But I think Dr. Joe is also a patriot. Yeah. She's fighting a different type of war. She's
humanitarian.
Yes. Well, mate, she's fighting probably the greatest. Everyone talks about genocide. The greatest genocide ever inflicted on the white race is abortion.
Yeah.
She's trying to save young Australians from being massacred in the most cruel way.
It is of the devil. It is the elimination of innocence.
So I see both of those two as great Australians. I really do.
Sacrifice. A blood sacrifice should be almost. It should be illegal.
Yes.
The blood sacrifice of infants should be illegal.
Yeah. Well, that could be a long day coming. The ultimate.
We'll allow a woman to make that argument for us because we're being told it's not our body, it's not our choice, it's their body, it's their choice. Let them. So and Joanna's effective.
The easiest retort to that is okay. It's not our body, our choice, but it's our kids' body, and they don't have a choice. So someone's got to stand up like Dr. Joe does for those kids that are getting slaughtered. And we're now not talking. We've gone from early term. The abortion period now has just gotten further and further back to now that we live in a country where a living child is left in a dishpan to die because they've been aborted. They've survived an abortion. So we've lost our humanity, our morality, our Christianity, whatever you want to talk about it. How we can justify that as a humane society is beyond me. But, so I do think it'd be nice to have just not instead of a polarizing viewpoint, I'd like to get a crystallizing viewpoint. So if we're going to have a debate, for example, this debate is what is an Australian? You've got Avi, Rukshan, and Dr. Joe. I think they make a nice thing. You could have, you got Scott and Sam, but they're very similar in their points of view. It'd be nice to have a differing point of view alongside them. I'm not offering myself here by any means, but someone who can put the same sort of argument, for example, I do about Heritage Australians and want to defend Heritage Australia, but can see the other side as well. So you get a bit, I hate to use this word because I hate it, a bit more diversity of opinion, help crystallize where we can all come together, if that makes sense. Otherwise, it becomes, I think, too polarizing. It's just black versus white and bang, you're never going to find any middle ground. And I think any point of any discussions to try and find some middle ground we can all agree on so we can focus then our crosshairs on the real enemy, and the real enemy is the ALP and the Greens.
That's right. We're going to win. We're going to win the next election or escape from whatever we're being led into.
Last subject from that. Do you think the centre right, being the Liberals, Nationals, One Nation, can defeat the ALP?
Not currently.
Ooh.
Not currently. They've got to get a lot of candidates, and these candidates have got to be great people, and these candidates have got to make themselves known to Australians, not 6 weeks out from the election in another 6 weeks' time. One Nation should start announcing who their candidates are, and have the best of the best. And of course, the first candidate they announce is going to be the best of the best, and then so on and so forth. And it can trickle out towards the end as we get closer to the election, but they should be then given an office in the main street of whichever electorate they live within, and they should be put on payroll. And for the next year and a half leading into the election, they should be canvassing their electorate and knocking on doors every single day and engaging all the right business leaders and business groups and various sporting organizations, and just making themselves known, and creating bonds and relationships with their local people. And then when the next election happens, they're not just going to be a random name on a poster. They're going to be somebody who is very familiar immediately with the people who are intending on walking and voting.
So, okay, how many electorates do we have?
There's 150 plus or thereabouts.
Is it 175?
No, it's less than that.
Or is it 156? I think it might be 156.
Yeah.
So you're talking for 6 month running, putting 156 candidates, and this is only in the lower house, by the way, on a payroll with leased offices as headquarters. Do you think One Nation has that capacity financially?
No, it's a full-scale operation. They'll need significant financial assistance. They'd need Clive and Gina to kick in 50 million apiece.
No, I don't mind Gina being involved. I'd rather Clive be as far away from it as possible.
Yeah, but if that means all he does is throw in 50 million.
Yeah, Clive's not going to do that. Clive, the reason you got the Clive Palmer party is because Clive Palmer backed the Liberal Party, especially up with Campbell Newman in Queensland. And because they didn't do everything Clive told him to do, then he split up and formed his own party, and then he did all these other shit. And then the last election.
He needs to be a silent contributor from behind the scenes.
But there is no way Clive will be a quiet contributor.
I understand that, but
he's not going to do it. Then we're back into the Scott Challen thing, which I agree with. You know, he wants to get lobby groups entirely out of politics. I'm really right there with him. But if you
and they haven't got to do it in 156 seats as well, so there's no point in doing them in what are already known to be safe Labor seats or safe Teal seats or safe Liberal seats or whatever it may be. What they should do is strategically target at least 25 seats which are contestable, which are winnable, that the current polling does indicate that they have a greater than 40% chance, or at least in even footing, close to even footing, of overcoming whoever the current MP there is and having them replaced with a One Nation candidate. Okay. And if that was the case, so it won't cost 100 million then, it won't cost 50 million. You could do it for significantly less.
I've got a better left field option for you.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? Because he already has a bugbear with the Australian government. I'm sure he would love a bit of payback. Why wouldn't you do a little phone call across to Elon Musk? Back One Nation so he can piss off Elbow and his bloody social media bans.
Okay, wait, I'm just going to write that down. So when I have my meeting with Elon over in Texas in about 4 weeks' time, when I'm going to sign the contract for the Tesla bots and distribution.
Are you serious?
I'm going to ask him, Elon, Bob has requested.
While you're asking him, tell him Bob's also trying to get some conservative hubs. He only needs 50 to 100 grand. That's nothing for Elon. He'll pull that out of his back wallet.
Yeah, everything is proposal at that stage, and I can tell you there's a couple of these people that do pour money into things, and it's never publicly disclosed. So long as you present them a plan, and they can look at the plan, they love looking at things on paper and then seeing, okay, do the numbers add up? Does this work? Does that work? Do I follow it? And if it's in alignment with them, they'll just, beautiful, here you go, have a go. And let's see where we go from there. But yeah, Bob, and until next time, mate, you have a nice little relax. Hey, what do you think about Carlton's resurgence? The Blues are back, mate. The Blues are winning games. They're kicking goals.
You're not a Carlton supporter. Oh,
no, I'm not, mate. But I'm just wondering.
Why are you bringing them up for?
Oh, they just knocked off someone else again as well. So they're doing well. They get rid of Vossi, and now what's happening?
Yeah, that I find that interesting as a coach. You know, all of a sudden they all said how much they love Vossi, but they couldn't play for him. Now all of a sudden he's gone, and they're playing their asses off for their new guy. Michael Voss must be feeling a bit peeved, I would have thought. But
it's because they put a great Collingwood man, Josh Fraser,
in charge
of the boys at Carlton.
Okay, it's just gone from bad to worse. You're a Collingwood supporter. Well, they're not doing very well, your old Pies, by the way.
They're toast, mate, but that's okay.
Yeah, mate, you got to do what my team, Richmond's been doing. So you got to get the draft picks in.
Yeah.
I don't think they've actually ever tanked. If you remember, we had all those guys we traded out, and they got all the picks for them. So I actually think I'm not convinced of their coaching staff, but their recruiting staff and their strategic draft stuff has been really first class. They've got some really high-end talent. And if they can pull off this Butters coup and recruit him.
Zach Butters, yeah.
Oh, he's exactly what they need. They've got the Gumboot Brigade in there at the moment. Bugger off them, put Zach Butters in with the best young talent, and they could come very good very quickly. But I don't know what's going on with Richmond with their injury, their fitness department. We have got so many fucking injuries.
How long until Jack Riewoldt coaches the Tigers?
No, there's probably more chance of him coaching the Tassie Devils.
Not the first coach, though.
No, I don't think Jack Riewoldt will go into coaching. I think he's very comfortable in his media.
He is, but he knows football inside and out, right?
No,
Through his media. He's got much better because he used to run away from cameras when they used to chase him to Richmond Station. Remember all of that?
I told you I worked at Richmond for 2 years, right?
There you go.
I have the
AB's territory.
It was amazing actually because I was born. I picked Richmond
Captain
from when I was in.
Blood.
Yeah, and
Neil Baum, all those guys.
I have the claim to being absolutely gang tackled by Jack Riewoldt to the ground. Hardest fucking thing that I don't think's ever hit me in my life. That man was tough. But I think the guy, if I was after a recent Richmond champion to coach at Richmond, wouldn't be Jack Riewoldt, it'd be Trent Cotchin. I think Trent Cotchin, 3 times premiership captain, one of the smartest people I've ever worked with.
Yep.
He would be, I don't know what he's doing, whether he's doing any assistant coaching anywhere, but he would definitely, I reckon he's an absolute natural coach. And everybody, it would be like Herd at Essendon. It just
is he gonna put Dusty Martin in charge of player welfare? No. Isn't Dusty Martin the best guy to look after player welfare? Because he can pull them on and say, look, boys, I had a bit of fun with Swanee and a few of my guys back in my day, but you boys have got to steer clear of this now.
Maybe not. Mate, I heard a rumour. You remember that preliminary final we lost to your mob in thing? I heard a rumour about what he was doing the night before. Yeah, no. If that rumour's true, keep him as much far away from player welfare as you can.
He wouldn't be the first young man to enjoy himself before.
No, I've got no problem with that. But you don't put him in charge of player welfare then, unless you want to be front page news for the rest of the year. But who knows, mate? On that note,
God bless you, Bob.
I've got a Judy B, content creator agitator. Who's that?
Oh, wait. So is this in the... Oh, you've got your live chat happening, have you?
I've only got one comment. It says, Judy B, she's commented a few times, content creator, agitator. Do you know what that means?
Well, I think she might be just trying to say that if you are creating content, you want to agitate. So some people might call themselves content creators, but in reality, they might just be agitators. So she might be saying they're sort of one and the same. But she's on Twitter as well, as far as I can recall. She's on Twitter and she jumps into spaces every now and then.
Oh, she's good, Judy. I get her on here a few times now. So I like her. I've got to like my supporters, mate. I might be able to make $1 out of them one day.
Let's get Gina and Clive to become your biggest supporters. And
hold on, she's commented again. Here we go. Judy. You were looking for words, Ari Arvi. Okay, gotcha, Judy. Mate, Judy, you deserve a medal. You're still with us. It's bloody 1:30.
Okay, I got to go.
Good night, everyone. See ya.
See you, mate.